Soko sunu baby, so baramia. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna kogabu.
And there it is. Here we are. Here I am, and there you are. So here I am, there you are, and here we are. So here we are. Here we go again. Another day, another dollar. Another day, another dollar. And what better way to spend a few hours than in your company? So it is always with delight that I come to spend time with you again. So we come to spend time together again. However long it lasts, always guaranteed to be a delight. It's a unique and peculiar experience. You know, those who know, and those who don't know, they don't know. So it's not something. What goes on here is not something you can explain to anybody. If you get it, you get it, and if you don't, you don't. It's just as simple as that. But I'm glad to see that quite a few of you do get it. But perhaps you will get what is about to be discussed in the course of this session. But before we go to the headlines, a bit of the tidying up. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. So we want to see that hitting 100 likes today. So you set us on that journey. We want to hit 100 likes today. And I can see that, you know, yeah, we will hit 100 likes today. I'm pretty certain of that. If all of you, if you click on the like button, then we're guaranteed to hit 100 likes today. And we're pushing aggressively. You know, I want to hit 100,000 subscribers before the end of this year. So you can see my subscriber number on your screen. So you will say that is a lofty ambition, but you know, because there's a lot of data at the back end of this YouTube feed. And what it tells me is that a good 70% of the people that come here with some regularity, they are not subscribed. So if we can go on that campaign, but my what I'm aspiring to, I won't describe it as an ambition because that is overly dramatic. But what I'm aspiring to is to hit 100,000 likes, not 100,000 likes, but 100,000 subscribers before the end of this year. So let's go on that journey together. And you set off. You can see if you look at the ticker that actually scrolls at the bottom of the screen, is always a permanent fixture there. So maybe I should not start promoting it as an ambition, and then maybe people will set us on our way. We want to hit 100,000 subscribers before the end of this year, and you should be part of that journey if you're not already subscribed. So correct that, click on like and subscribe, and then the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your invitation to come and join us on the screen. You know, I want to have that YouTube silver button at the back of my streams. So if you want to be seeing that YouTube silver button, then make sure you're subscribed. It's only when you hit 100,000 subscribers that they send you that silver button. So if there's one thing I want out of the whole thing, it's just that silver button. If I get that silver button, then we start to chase the gold one. But let's go on that journey to, you know, let's push it. I'm part of it, by the way. If you're sharing the links on your social media spaces, your WhatsApp groups, and your Instagram spaces, then if you want to say the growth of the platform, then that is what you can do. It's at no expense. Just share it wherever it is that you mooch around on social media, and let the people that you mooch around with come see this funny sounding, bald-headed guy that talks in a peculiar way. Let them come and see the spectacle that is this space. So spread the spectacle. So yes, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, just ignore that. Let's go straight to the headline. And by the way, at somebody's recommendation, we'll be spending a little bit of time with the interaction between Seun Okinbaloye and Professor Akinyemi, Bolaji Akinyemi. I've not seen it, but somebody's recommending it. So we'll have about 10 minutes of it, see if it's anything that is worth spending time with. But what I did line up, this will come to a lot of people as surprise. This will come to a lot of people as a surprise. Survey, 62% of Nigerians see country moving forward under Tinubu despite economic hardship. So that will come to a lot of people as a surprise. Certainly came to me as a surprise when I first saw it. And it comes to me as a surprise only off the back of, because I can see where the optimism might be placed. Because I can see the workability of Tinubu's action plans. I can see the pain period. Yes, of course, the pain period is there, but I can see the light at the end of that tunnel. And I can see the glory at the end of that light. So I can see the plan, but how he's able to implement it is just what we're working on. But it looks as though I am not alone in seeing that plan. A good abundance of Nigerians do see the plan. Survey, 62% of Nigerians see country moving forward under Tinubu despite economic hardship. And there it is right there. There it is right there. Quite a lot of people will choke on their cornflakes off the back of that headline. Quite a lot of people will choke on their cornflakes off the back of that headline. A lot of people will certainly regurgitate on this as I'm trying to label that metaphor. Let me go straight to the next headline, and there's a micro video clip that goes with this as well. Tinubu approves CBN plan to address forex market volatility. So Tinubu approves CBN's plan to address forex market volatility. So now there are only really two plans that can address the volatility in the exchange rate. One is to artificially manipulate the exchange rate or to pump even more hard currency into that space. So if they artificially manipulate it, then we're back to where we were somewhat, because we're back into that sort of space of subsidizing the Nigerian currency. And that, of course, had never worked. But then if they're able to, because they're now telling us of this now new inflow of hard currency, $2.9 something billion last month, etc., through this liberalization policy. So if all of those monies are flowing in and they are pumping it straight into the economy for the economy to decide on the face of that money, and if that money generates the economy more, then that can be a growth space. But the alternative, of course, is to artificially manipulate. So actually, let me play you this very quick clip that speaks to that space, and then we go on with the headlines. Watch this.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, gentlemen of the press. As you can see, I'm in the State House, and Mr. President was very concerned, or is very, very concerned about some of the goings on in the foreign exchange market. And one of the things we discussed were what could be done to stabilize and what could be done to improve the liquidity in the market and also the goings on in the various other markets, including the parallel markets. He is concerned about its impact on the average person, since unfortunately a lot of activities that we do, which are purely local, are still referenced to exchange rates in the parallel market. We've discussed and I've shared with him what we're doing to improve supply. If you look at the official market, you find that that market has been fairly stable and the spreads or the difference have not fluctuated as much. We do not believe that the changes going on in the parallel market are driven by pure economic demand and supply, but are topped by speculative demand from people. Some of the plans and strategies which I'm not at liberty to share with you mean sooner rather than later, the speculators should be careful, because we believe the things we're doing, when they come to fruition, may result in significant losses to them. But my presence here is more about the concerns the president has and his need to know that we are doing something about it, assurances of which I have given him totally. So I hope this helps. We're looking at it and we're doing things which will significantly impact the market in a few days' time, and we will all see it. The intention is to ensure the environment operates at a level that's more efficient, but also that is also very reasonable and does not have a negative impact, to the best that we can, on the lives of the average person.
All right. So that's the position. That made as much sense as though we never heard it, because a lot of ambiguity and nothing especially said. But they are threatening to crack down on speculative spaces in the economy. So that seems to me just a totality of a nonsense, because there is no country, there is nowhere on this planet where finance does not speculate on currency. So how exactly, and they are also chasing, by the way, Binance, the cryptocurrency platform, because they are claiming they have some sort of a responsibility for this sharp chasm that we're seeing in that forex space. But that there's no coherence. How can there even be coherence? It might not have. It might as well not have had that press conference, for all that we know, because all he did was to threaten a particular legitimate space within the financial economy. Currency speculators will speculate to currency, but we wait to see those measures. But hopefully we get an inkling from this headline. Tinubu approves CBN's plans to address forex market volatility. So we'll spend a little bit of time there to find out exactly what is going on. So this now next headline is a deviation from our politics. This one more human interest, but this one caught me off guard. So if you see the headline now, it will catch you off guard too. Nigeria emerges third best English-speaking nation in Africa. So that catches me off guard, because of course I've always been of the lazy thought that Nigerians are probably some of the best English speakers on the planet, certainly by far and a clear distance above any and every other African country. But apparently not. We are number 3 even in Africa with our put-on phonetics and etc. etc. Nigeria emerges third best English-speaking nation in Africa. Let's see. It's not a long read, so let's just let's get this one out of the way. Nigeria has emerged as third best in Africa and 28th globally in the EF English Proficiency Index ranking. The correspondence length, the ranking was for countries classified as non-native English speaking. So non-native English speaking, you know, there's an ambiguity to that, but Nigeria is a non-native English speaking speaking nation. I hope you understand that. Yes, somebody is asking me if I didn't capture the Nigerian Air Force crash. Yeah, I saw the news, but it wasn't anything strong enough. It dropped in Niger State, not Niger Republic, as they're speculating in the obedience space. So I did say it, but I didn't think it was strong enough to present it here. But you know, non-native English-speaking countries are countries that English is not indigenous to. So that is to say that any country outside of England is a non-native English-speaking country. The United States, I'm sure, as you know, is a non-native English-speaking country. English is a second language in the United States. I'm sure you know that, because I'm sure the Aboriginal Americans, their first language is not English, and they are the indigenous of that country. So anybody outside of the Native American is a foreigner in that space, and the language they bring is a foreign language to that space. So English is not a Native American language. I'm sure you know that. Surely you know that. And certainly not native to New Zealand, Australia, etc. So we just need to be clear on some of these things sometimes. But let me take it from the top again. Those are one of the things that get my goat, you know, with all these Americans trying to correct English, a language that is alien and foreign to them. Nigeria has emerged as third best in Africa and 28th globally in the EF English Proficiency Index ranking. Correspondents learned the ranking was for countries classified as non-native English speaking. 20 African countries appeared in the ranking, which was released in November 2022, with South Africa. So South Africa, with their click, they apparently speak better English than we do. 20 African countries appeared in the ranking, which was released in November 2022, with South Africa ranking 12th globally and first in Africa, whilst Kenya ranked 20th globally and second in Africa. I'm not sure that because the official language of South Africa is Afrikaans, and the native language is click. So how can they possibly be more proficient in English than us? I'm not quite sure. Maybe they are. Maybe is accent proficiency? Is that the thing? Because grammar and lucidity is proficiency, not accent. So I'm not quite sure what they are using as the metric for proficiency. I can click in you know, there's not how they speak in South Africa. How can they be possibly more proficient in us than us in English? 20 African countries appeared in the ranking, which was released in November 2022, with South Africa ranking 12th globally and first in Africa, whilst Kenya ranks 20th globally and second in Africa. Others, you know, if there was a country that I thought would rival us, it would. I thought probably Ghana, because they speak some words, except they don't know how to pronounce R, but they have some proficiency in English. Others on the list in Africa are Ghana, 41st globally and 4th in Africa, Uganda, 51st globally and 5th in Africa, amongst others. The Netherlands stands at the #1 global sport. What does this even, what's going on here? Okay, proficiency amongst non-native speakers. So, okay, the Netherlands stands at the #1 globally, while Singapore takes the second spot. The Education First English Proficiency Index, EPI, attempts to rank countries with the equity of English language skills amongst those adults who took the EF test. So now, I'm surprised that India, let me actually see where India is on that list. Let's see where India is on that list in DR. So now, in English proficiency, India is 52nd, and Nigeria is, where is Nigeria? Where did they say we were? Hold on. Hold on. Right, Nigeria is 28th globally and 3rd in Africa. Now, India is 52nd globally. So that is to say, in our English proficiency, the Nigerian is double the size, double the proficiency, better English speakers than the Indians. So how come whenever you phone for your mobile phone or your financing, you get some guy called Mandip that is telling you that his name is John, you know? So it's just an amusing little anyway, let's abandon that. A bit of a silliness, that one. So a bit of a silliness, that one. So let's go on from silliness to more important matters. I will beat Saraki to PDP chairmanship battle. Segun Showunmi. So Segun Showunmi. So now, the lack of effective and efficient opposition within the Nigerian space is one of the Achilles heel of the politics that we're running at this moment. The opposition has been so decimated that we're having to feed on scraps, which is the obedient space, which is not a formalized, organized political anything other than a rage against the system. So the formalized, organized political opposition that we have in Nigeria would be the PDP, but they're like rudderless. So they're looking for some rudder, and that rudder now coming possibly in the form of Segun Showunmi. I will beat Saraki to PDP chairmanship battle, Segun Showunmi. So now, of all of the, if anybody that wishes PDP well will probably want to wish Saraki as the chairman of PDP. A People's Democratic Party PDP chieftain, Segun Showunmi, said he will beat former Senate President Bukola Saraki to the battle for the national chairmanship of the party. Showunmi made this vow while speaking in an interview on Channels Television's Politics Today on Wednesday. Saraki, a former governor of Kwara State, is said to have been touted as a candidate for the top PDP office. But Showunmi, a former governor, you see, he's not even held any political office of significance, so I'm not quite sure what he's talking about. But Showunmi, a former governorship aspirant in Ogun State, said, I will beat him. I'll ask him what he did in 2014-2015 when they destabilized the party. I will beat him. I am sure of that. According to Showunmi, the emergence of Saraki would amount to another party chairman from the North Central geopolitical zone, which is said was unfair to the Southwest region. So actually, let me finish it and then let me pause there for a moment. Whoever emerges as I'm not even sure who the chairman is at the moment. So meaningless PDP is now. I'm not even sure who the chairman is at the moment. But whoever emerges as the chairman of that party will indicate to us the direction of travel of 2027. Because, of course, they would not want to repeat that Wike debacle. So if the chairman comes from the north, then that tells you then that they want to match the best thing that they can do. Actually, let me pause here for a moment. When we come to the conversations, we'll probably get to that. According to Showunmi, the emergence of Saraki would amount to another party chairman from the North Central geopolitical zone, which he said was unfair to the Southwest. The past PDP chairmen include Solomon La, 98 to 99, Barnabas Gamade, 99 to 2001, Audu Ogbe, 2001 to 2005, Amadu Ali, 2005 to 8, Vincent Ogbulafo, 2008 to 2010, something or the other Nwodo, 2010, and Hilaru Mohammed, 2010. There are others. So it goes on to give us a list of names. We all know them. They've had quite a lot, actually. So Iyochia Ayu was the last one. So it looks as though they don't actually have a chairman at the moment. Umar Damagum, currently serving as acting PDP national chairman, haven't taken office upon Ayu's removal in March. Of the 15 chairmen to date, there have been 6 from North Central zone. Speaking at the party's retreat for elected officials held in Bauchi State on Saturday, June the 3rd, 2023, acting PDP National Chairman Umar Damagum said, if North Central thinks that it is their inalienable right to be chairman at all times, then those of us in the Southwest can tell them, no, we don't agree. So I'm not quite sure that that is what Umar Damagum said, because Umar Damagum is not from the Southwest. I can say that with some certainty. Some of us have put a lot more than you guys have put in, and we want the party's chairman to be in the Southwest. And if young people want me, so be it. Then we will meet them in the field. So I think this is Showunmi. But Showunmi argued that his position remains that stability is more important than anything else. He said, when you have the situation that we have on hand now, we must be very measured. We must be very careful. And we must not run into that consistent argument of thinking that our issue is removing the person in charge. If we had the same conversation with Ali Modu Sharif, then we ran into McAfee, then we ran into Secondos, then we ran into Ayu. Now we are with Damagum. We cannot be a political party that keeps saying all the time that nobody is good enough to lead us. Asked if he had the backing of the party's 2023 presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, the PDP stalwart maintained that Atiku was not the kind of person who liked to destabilize things. He said, young people are just gyrating and my name is coming up. So young people are gyrating and his name is coming up. So out of all of the people that PDP has to offer, I would say Bukola Saraki is the most standout sort of a person that you probably want to have oversight in that party. He's a supremely intelligent man, is steeped, marinated, and completely baked into the Nigerian political structures. So the one thing that will stop Saraki from becoming chairman of that party is if he still has presidential ambitions, which I don't think he should still have because his loophole has passed. But then whoever becomes the chairman of that party will tell us the sort of opposition that they're going to present against Tinubu in 2027. But my recommendation is that they should present a Southeasterner. That would be their best shot. But that would be their best shot. So a Southeasterner versus, certainly not Peter Obi, of course. Let's just, maybe somebody like Soludo. Let's have Soludo versus Tinubu, and then we'll see how that plays out. So Soludo versus Tinubu, I will certainly be buying tickets for that. So I will be buying tickets for that. Let me just give you all the readouts now, and then we get that out of the way. Let's do the Forex one. Let's do the Forex one. Tinubu approves CBN's plans to address Forex market volatility. Deeply concerned about recent developments in the foreign exchange market, President Bola Tinubu has approved measures to stabilize and enhance liquidity in the market, including the parallel markets. The acting governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Mr. Fola Shonubi, who disclosed this to journalists at the presidential villa after meeting President Tinubu, also noted that the activities being witnessed at the parallel markets are being driven by speculative demand. So I think this is pretty much a rehash of what we just read. So a rehash of what we just read. So let's go on from that to this. So let's go on from that to this. So now, Nigeria runs an over-bloated system. I think we all know that. Nigeria runs an over-bloated system. But if you... Yes, I saw it, Crown. Yes, Nigeria runs an over-bloated system. But if you see just how bloated that system is, you'll be aghast. Let me now use the word that I'm now famous for. If you see just how over-bloated the system is, you will be aghast. I was actually I was dumbfounded when I saw this. Ministry of Information and Culture has 21 agencies. So that's just one satellite middle ranking ministry, by the way. It's not the Ministry of Defense, it's not the Ministry of Finance, it's not the police, but it's just the Ministry of Information. But under that vastness, under that arc of that ministry, you have 21 subsect agencies. So this is the overbloatedness of there's more in governance than there are in population in Nigeria. The Nigerian Television Authority, so that's acceptable. Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria, that is unacceptable because they should all come under one umbrella. News Agency of Nigeria, Voice of Nigeria, Nigeria Film Corporation, National Broadcasting Commission. So those were the ones that were slamming fines on anybody that was critical of Buhari back in those days. Nigeria Press Council, National Film and Video Censor Board, Advertising Practitioners of Nigeria, and Nigerian Tourism Development Corporation, National Commission for Museum and Monuments, National Council of Art and Culture. What's the distinction between the National Council for Arts and Culture and the National Commission for Museum and Monuments? You tell me what the distinction is. What's the distinction? Center for Black African Art and Civilization. So those three portfolios and agencies, I'm still looking for the distinction. National Troupe of Nigeria. So the National Troupe are sort of like a singing, dancing, sort of a National Theatre, National Gallery of Art, National War Museum. So there is a National Commission for Museum and Monuments, and then a different agency, National War Museum, and National Institute of Hospitality and Tourism Development Studies. So how is that an agency? I have no understanding. National Institute for Cultural Orientation. So that's the propaganda agency, but how effective have they been? Institute of Archaeology and Museum Studies, National Orientation Agency. So there it is, 21 agencies, 20 of them meaningless. So that is the overbloatedness, that is the Nigerian system of governance. So now let's go to the headline one and have a readout of that. Let's go to the headline one and have a readout of that. So yes, at the direction of travel, it looks as though quite a few people actually concur with Tinubu. 62% of Nigerians see country moving forward under Tinubu despite economic hardship. So now let's now see just how substantial this is, how much meat this has in it. 62% of Nigerians in a new survey believe Nigeria will move forward under the administration of President Bola Tinubu. The survey was conducted by CMC Connect LLP, a Lagos-based public perception consulting and strategic communication firm in partnership with Analyst Data Services, etc., etc. The firm said about 1,714 participants across the country's 6 geopolitical zones took part in the survey and shared their opinions and views concerning the first 60 days of Tinubu's administration. 38% did not see the country moving forward under the current administration. So that's 38%. You get no prices to speculate at their political leanings. You get no prices for guessing what the political leanings of those 38% naysayers. 38% did not see the country moving forward under the current administration, whilst 62% do, the report reads. By and large, respondents are less satisfied with the first 60 days of the current administration, but they are more optimistic about the country moving forward under the current administration. According to the survey, a substantial majority of respondents show strong satisfaction with the suspension of Godwin Emefiele as governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria and Abdulrasheed Bawah as chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. The report said respondents endorsed the allowance of both old and redesigned Naira as legal tender, whilst the proposed removal of electricity subsidy got significant dissatisfaction due to concerns about energy cost. The report said the unification of exchange rates and the president's target of 6% average growth in the next 4 years also received moderate gratification level from respondents. There is substantial dissatisfaction. Let me scroll up. There is substantial dissatisfaction with the arrangement of the ministerial list amongst respondents, emphasizing the relevance of diversified and representative cabinet selection. The removal of petroleum subsidy generated mixed views, with a significant portion becoming disheartened and harboring strong concerns, showing the sensitive nature of energy policy changes, planned opening of more land borders, and the release of fertilizers and grains to farmers and households enjoyed favorable reception. Respondents support the appointment of service chiefs and the dissolution of governing boards of government agencies. The suspension of the import tax charge levy on certain vehicles, the introduced green tax on single-use plastic, and excise duty escalation on locally manufactured products received favorable thumbs up. So I think they were doing an audit of policy positions so far. The establishment of the Nigerian Education Loan Fund garnered mixed satisfaction levels, underscoring the need for a balanced approach to education financing. The firms said the findings of the survey showed that 33% of the respondents did not vote in the last election, while 67% did. 51% of the respondents voted APC during the last election, 5% voted PDP, 32% voted LP, 2% voted NMPP, whilst 10% voted other parties. And I think you can see that in the percentages anyway. I did somewhat joke about that when I started the readout. So 32% of the respondents voted for the Labour Party. So they will, of course, say they are dissatisfied with the Tinubu administration. 51% voted APC, but 62% gave an approval rating that the government has a direction of travel that they approve of. So that is to tell you then that the approval cuts somewhat into the PDP space, and then let me reread that. 51% of the respondents voted APC, 5% voted yes. So that is to tell you then that they are cutting into opposition mindset for that recalibration that we're saying. Which one are we going? Okay, let me go to the reactions to that. Nigerian tweets condemn report saying 62% of Nigerians see country moving forward under Tinubu despite economic hardship. So as ever, the obedience will start to slaughter at anything that shows that the country is progressing. Some Nigerians on Twitter, previously known as X, or X, previously known as Twitter, have critiqued. And by the way, I want people to tell us what they actually think of this thing that Elon Musk is doing, or Elon whatever his name is doing, changing Twitter to X. Some Nigerians on Twitter have criticized a viral story claiming that 62% of Nigerians think that the nation is progressing under President Bola Tinubu's government. A survey conducted by CMC Connect, a Lagos-based public perception consulting and strategic communication firm in partnership with XYZ. Let's go to the reactions. Reacting to the survey, many Nigerians raised doubt about its credibility. They claimed that the present socio-economic challenges they have been facing since the inauguration of Tinubu in May are so enormous for anyone to opine that the country is moving forward under the current set of leaders. An ex-user, Chibuzo, described the survey as mere propaganda the government is using to deceive the masses. He wrote, 62% of Nigerians like Tinubu regime is idiotic. This is one of the signs to know that this government, without a cabinet, has nothing to offer. In less than 80 days, you are already running propaganda. You can't propagandize your way to good policies. This fuel issue is biting hard. And I suspect a lot of it will go in that direction. So a lot of it will go in that direction. So now this is the Bolaji Akinyemi clip that somebody wanted us to see. So let me play.
Pressure mounts.
All right.
Policies of President Tinubu comes on the.
All right. Before we get into the Bolaji Akinyemi space, the assemblage is assembling. We got the Majestic Ajenle Koko, of course. Thomas in between work and joining us still. Bishop is with us. is with us. And Ribadu is with us. So let's kick it off with just a new voice to the space. So unmute, introduce yourself. And now this survey that tells us that Tinubu has a 62%. Are you? I hope you are not. I hope you are all right. Are you dropping a cup or something? This survey that tells us Tinubu has a 62% approval rating. Did that survey catch you off guard? What are you making of that? Good to meet you.
Hello, one man and all the other guys on the group. Glad to be here. Well, I don't really care about that. I don't think that's actually reflective of the current situation. I think it will be around maybe 40-50%, to be honest, given the economic situation in the country at the moment. The reason why I've joined today is actually because I'm really not happy with a lot of the guys that I respect on this platform, particularly people like Babajale Koko, Alexander, and all the other likes. I think Nigeria should have gone to Niger and actually nuked those guys and sent them out of that country. Because if I, as a civilian, if the military can take over, it means that I, as a civilian, can go into that country, hire some military contractors and overthrow the government, and I don't expect all the other guys to go and do anything, any of the other ECOWAS nations. If this government is allowed to stay, I know Togo is going to fall next, Benin is going to fall next, Ghana is going to fall next, and it's going to be Nigeria. So I think Tinubu actually made a mistake not going into that country and nuking the hell out of those guys.
Why would you want to?
We should actually respect our nation because our nation is a great country. But I think we all come here, people like Rational Mind. I do like him, but he says a lot of nonsense most of the time. He's beginning to get into like Pansat territory. So it's just it's just annoying. That's all I have to say.
Why would you want to go and nuke them? Why would you want to go and nuke them?
Nigeria is not going to be at war with Niger. Nigeria is just going to flush out the military guys. And we should have gone in the minute it happened. Nigeria should have gone in and restored order. I think it was a missed opportunity.
On what authority? On what authority?
On what authority? As an ECOWAS nation and as the leader in that sub-region. Do you think do you think the US will hesitate if the military takes over in Canada? The US will not hesitate. They will go in.
The
what
US.
Nigeria should have done.
Do you remember when the US wanted to go into Iraq? And before they could go in, they had to come up with a narrative to present to the United Nations for approval to go in.
Yes, I know, but that's just on paper. But they went in anyway, right? They went in anyway. I think Nigeria should have gone in and not minded the guys in the north. There are a lot of guys
you can't even fly an helicopter in your own country without it falling off the skies, and you want to.
Well, that's just a one-off. That's a one-off. That's an outlier.
Who do you think you are as a country? You are just a third world country, and
that's an outlier. That's an outlier. The fact that an helicopter crashed does not mean it's gonna crash every time. Nigeria should have gone in and nuked those guys, because what this is saying now is that anything can happen in Nigeria, and then the military can take over. Because that's gonna give confidence to any bunch of Tuaregs, any bunch of bandits somewhere, that they can take over the administration of a country. And the fact that you've got a few thousand people jumping up and down, celebrating them in the stadium, does not mean that the entire nation actually supports that government. I think Nigeria actually missed a great opportunity to go in and assert itself as a leader in that region. I'm really, really not happy about that.
And there is hawkish, and then there's just plain brutish. Yeah, crossing from hawkish to brutish. I mean, what would you? The main objective is to get the country back into democracy, which I think we're set on the path of. With them now,
that's a red herring. Woman, sorry to cut it. That's a red herring.
How so?
The military should not even take over in the first place. So what would happen if 6 months down the line another military a bunch of thugs actually take over? What then happens? What happens? I think we need to start thinking ahead, look at ourselves as a really strong nation in that sub-region, instead of all of this. I don't want to say stupid people,
I'm not far from you that in the thought that Nigeria should use more hard power. I think Nigeria should be a dominant force in that space, and I think Nigeria should assert the authority of the size of its economy and its military might and its military might more over that space, to the point that anybody that has the thought of even having a coup, they would live in fear of what Nigeria might do. So I'm with all that. But I'm not just going to nuke people. Okay, and we're not militarily strong enough, by the way, to take that.
I'll place a bet with you of $1,000 that the same thing is going to happen in Togo, it's going to happen in Benin, and Ghana next, and then Nigeria.
No, it's not going to happen in Togo. Do you know why?
Why not?
Because if this one does not succeed,
but it has succeeded already.
But it has not. Already. But they are on bended knees now, are they not? Are they on bended knees now?
Well, Nigeria should have gone in, asserted its authority, and then it's not going to happen again. Because now you're giving them a way out. You're making those clerics that went in there look like superstars.
Did you watch the Bolaji Akeyemi clip? Is that where you're coming from?
I haven't watched it. I've been at work. I haven't watched it. Well, that man actually, he's good sometimes, but, I really haven't listened to his interview today, but, he is good on some days, but on some days, on some days it's not so good. So I haven't really heard what he said today, to be honest. So I don't want to pass a judgment on that. Yeah.
All right, because apparently he was sounding as hawkish as you are. That's what. Yeah.
Well, if you listen to what's this guy's name, the SDP candidate, on one of the platforms, I think 2 or 3 days ago, he said exactly the same thing. Nigeria should have gone in and chased those bandits out because they're bandits. If the military has any right to go into a nation and overthrow the government, that means a couple of ragtags can actually go, overthrow the military, overthrow the government, and actually assert themselves. So Nigeria would never have been at war with Niger. Nigeria would have gone into Niger to flush out the bandits, and they are two separate things. So I'm really disgusted with a lot of the Nigerians that come on the platform and talk about Nigeria as if Nigeria is some really small country that has no firepower. It's absolutely disgusting. I think we need to start respecting our nation. If we do not respect our nation, then how do we expect other people to respect us? People like Anstar, Baba Jale Koko, all of these other people. Rational mind, I do like him. I think you actually need to retire these guys for like a couple of weeks. Don't let them come near your platform because they're really beginning to disgust me and a lot of other people.
You don't welcome alternative views. You don't welcome views contrary to yours.
No. I do, but not when they could put the country at peril. Not when their utterances actually make.
Let me respond to you. Quickly.
Okay, Babaja, I'm listening to you.
So, your country that have not even managed the running of her democracy well, and the democracy that you run in your country so corrupt that have impoverished 133 million Nigerians, that have created joblessness. About 50% of your youth doesn't have job. 33 or almost 40% of your population does not have job. Inflation on the highest rate ever. Currency falling like a pack of cards. The value of your currency is falling uncontrollable. You cannot manage your democracy well, but you want to go and install democracy, manage democracy for Niger. I want you to think of what you are saying and the action you're advising your government to do. Even insurgency, banditry.
So
in your
are
country.
Are you saying this from a fair perspective that Nigeria is not going to win that
banditry and insurgency in your country, you've not been able to put it under control. Today, do you know how many people that were killed in Zamfara? Do you know that a local government was overrun and some officials were taken away? Even the son of the emir in that local government is under captivity. And you want to go and secure another nation for them, make democracy one for them, while you have never run your democracy well for yourself and the people of Nigeria. I don't get where you guys are coming from. Just
so really, why are you scared? Really, I don't understand all of this fear. You're just it's just fear-mongering. It's just fear-mongering. This is fear-mongering at its peak.
Before you go and do things right for other people outside, do things right for yourself first. That is the way it works in the world. Even the United States, they perfect their democracy, they make sure it works well for their people before they started thinking of, let's spread it across the world. That is the way it works. What is never perfect well for yourself.
Can I respond?
Do it for other people.
Respond, and then we get it back on track. I'm determined that we have a sequenced and an organized session today. But I respond.
Thank you for that, moderator. I think people like the speaker who had just spoken are speaking.
Ajale Koko, his name is.
Baba Jale Koko. I didn't know he was
famous.
One of my favorites until a couple of weeks ago, actually. See, I think they're speaking from a fair point of view. They're really scared that Nigeria will go in there and things will spiral out of control. Nigeria should have gone in there and chased those guys out within 6 to 12 hours. You don't leave things like that. That's a sub-regional issue. And if you do not attend to it, it actually makes Nigeria look weaker. And that's the point that you guys are actually failing to realize. Nigeria should have gone in, nuked the hell out of those guys, chase them out and restore the rightful government.
I would have broadly. Okay, come in, Mike. Mike, you want?
Omar, can I ask you? Yeah. Okay, let me ask you a question.
Right.
Because some people like us, we actually understand how military works. Okay. Now, currently in Niger, the Niger military, they have been fighting their terrorists, their insurgency for years, right? Now, they've been containing them Now we have our own insurgency in Nigeria where our military is, have been dealing with. Now you telling us to go and attack their military, decimate their military. And after we decimate their military, now who takes over the battle against the insurgency going on in Niger? Is it the Nigerian army that will now be fighting both the insurgency in Niger and the one in Nigeria? I mean, are we calculating those things? So that's my question to you. So who's going to take over the battle against the insurgency going on in Niger right now? That even the Niger military, the reason why they say they took over is because they say the government, the president is not giving a good enough support to fight the insurgency. So if you take out their military, are you going to replace with another military? Are we the one that will spend the money to build new military for them? So are we put that into account at all? So that's my question for him, Sha.
Okay, can I respond now?
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
carry on. Carry on, but then I'm going to move the conversation back to the headlines, but respond to that, and then I'll move the conversation with Ribado, but carry on.
So one of the reasons why that issue has actually persisted up until now is the lack of efficiency of those guys. And I believe that if Nigerian government actually goes in there, that putting those sets of bandits, arresting them would have taken a couple of hours, and then the military would have continued. Are we so lackadaisical and think for us to think that our military is no longer efficient? Nigeria would overrun these guys in a couple of minutes. So Nigeria should have gone in. I think we lost a really massive opportunity to actually assert ourselves as a leader in that region. I think that's what happened. Look at Abdul Salami Abubakar. They disrespected him. Sultan of Sokoto, they disrespected them. And we are calling ourselves brothers.
I have to say I disagree with you. If we're able to get those people out of the government house in the Niger Republic, just off the back of Nigeria saying no, they don't want a coup in that country, then and without us firing a shot, I think our stock will go up highly in the international. We'll get a lot of respect of them. If we're able to get them out of that presidential villa without firing a shot and set that country back on the path of democracy, our stock will go very high
after
internationally.
After many months, they're going to come up with some sort of a stupid path to democracy for like 18 months or 2 years or whatever. So is that democracy? That is no democracy. That's still the military junta being there for like another 18 months to 24 months.
No.
Take them out.
We are not nuking anybody. Settle down. We are not nuking anybody.
We even have nuclear weapons.
Yes, it's a metaphor. It's a metaphor now. It's metaphorically speaking.
It's just a figure of speech.
Yeah.
It's just a figure of speech. I'm just not happy with the guys that come onto your platform and start talking about Nigeria. See, Nigeria's fifth world country that can't go to Niger and run them over in like a couple of minutes. It's absolutely disgusting.
This guy that we're about to listen to in a moment, Professor Bolaji Akinyemi, when he was I think was the foreign minister under the Babangida military administration, and as far back as then, this guy was already talking about nuclear plants in Nigeria. And if Babangida had stayed on longer, would have probably had electricity because that was one of his pet projects. But he came up with a concept of a medium-sized space between the like a second world country sort of space between the first world countries who are super advanced and then third world countries who are still subsistence, because he was arguing then, as far back as the Babangida era, that Nigeria is too advanced to really be in that third world bracket, but is certainly too far behind to be a first world country. So he was arguing then that countries like Nigeria, Malaysia, then not now, all those sort of countries, that they should have a different sort of categorization, which will be like a second world country. So he was this same Bolaji Akinyemi when he was a minister under Babangida back in those days.
Well, so I know him quite well, and I listen to him on all of these other platforms. I haven't heard his latest interview. I think he did an interview on some, maybe Channels TV or TVC or whatever today. He is good on some days, but on some days he says absolute garbage. The other time was saying maybe Nigeria lost an opportunity with a lot of this diplomatic nonsense. Nigeria should have gone in, asserted its authority in that region as a leader, and flushed out those guys. It's a missed opportunity. Very soon, the same thing is going to happen in Togo, it's going to happen in Benin, Ghana, and then don't be surprised when it happens in Nigeria. That's just my point. You can move on.
No, I would be surprised. I would be surprised if it happens in Nigeria. We've had Obasanjo to Yar'Adua to Goodluck Jonathan to Buhari, and then Tinubu. So we've had power change hands democratically 6 times. So I think the window of a military administration in Nigeria is completely gone.
Well, I won't be so confident, to be honest, because what just happened in Nigeria now has shown everybody that if it happens, nobody's going to lift a finger.
No, it wasn't a surprise. Were you surprised that there was a coup in Nigeria?
Well, I'm not surprised, but I was.
It's a parade.
Nobody lifted a finger.
No. What do you mean? What do you mean nobody lifted? We've circle wagoned them, and we've held them. We've got our boot on their neck. Well, what more? You want to see blood? Is that what you're after? You're just after blood.
Well, I don't want to see blood. I just don't want to see those guys there.
Yes, and we're removing. Are we not? Are we not in the process of removing them?
Well, after how long, Morman? After how long? 18 months?
After 2 weeks. 2 weeks. They are there 2 weeks.
Well, let's see if it happens after 2 weeks. They're going to be there for like another 18 months or 24 months.
No, they will. They will not. They will not.
I will come back on the platform when we know what the transition plan to democracy is. But
all right. All right. Okay, land that point. And then
one more, may I interject, please?
Yeah, hold on. Let him land that point. Okay, go on. Then he's giving you the window.
My point is that a couple of civilians can hire some people at Wagner, overthrow the government, and you put some people in a stadium jumping up and down, and you think the people are happy, and that actually makes the basis of the new
where
government.
Did you get your information that Wagner overthrew the government?
Hold on, go to Mubrande.
Where did you get the information that Wagner overthrew the government?
I'm not saying
I don't get it. Those of you that
This internet age, so what is education?
Woman.
What I'm saying is this.
Hold on. It's Jack Daniels talking, not it's Jack Daniels, Remy Martins.
Woman, can I get 1 minute? 1 second. 1 minute, please.
Let us take war to them and destroy them.
1 minute, please.
No, hold on. Let him land there, Bishop.
All of you that are, I've seen a lot of people saying, hey, Ajalegogo is supporting coupies, Ajalegogo is supporting this. So if I'm applying or if I'm calling for diplomacy as a way to solve this problem and not taking war to them to kill poor people, does that suggest that I'm supporting coupies? I don't know.
I
don't know where a lot of you. I don't know why you listen to someone with biased mind. Just because I said Tinubu approach is a wrong approach. He has ridiculed the image of Nigeria, given ultimatum to these people, and after ultimatum, what happened? Nothing.
I'm
happened.
sorry, people like you.
Can you allow me?
People like you that actually rubbishing the image of Nigeria.
Can you allow me, please?
Let them.
Yeah. Anytime somebody speak against Tinubu wrongdoing or mismanagement of the economy for the past 2 months, or how many months he has been there, mismanagement of the country.
All right. We've started earlier. It's usually about 2 hours before we get to this space. But
I do not have an issue.
Hold on, MM. How do you want to be referred to? Is it MM?
MM is fine. Yeah, that's my name. Yeah.
All right. So hold on, MM. Let Bishop come in. Bishop.
Okay, just 2 things I want to say, and in very quick, short sentences. Number one, Ajalegogo, your position is very clear. They stop this double something. Be very consistent. We know your position, and you have said it over and over again. Don't. And secondly, this gentleman that spoke now, his last sentence when he said something about that somebody, some people can just go and hire some Wagner group, come and overthrow. He was just painting a scenario. He was not saying that was exactly what happened. And I'm surprised that a lot of us
you just go listen
took it directly.
This
I had him very well. I had him clearly. If you will let me land,
that was exactly what I said.
You're gonna speak.
He was just painting a scenario that is easy for anybody to understand.
You're gonna speak for him.
You had him now. I had him. You interpreted what he said.
All right.
And what you had. Can I continue?
Yeah, yes, continue.
You
and then
had him.
After that, we move on. Yeah.
You had him. I had him. You interpreted what you thought you had. Your own way.
What did you hear?
I am interpreting. Look, wait now.
What did you hear Amen said? One man.
Wait now. People cannot interject you. People cannot come in. You will shut them down. Well, you will not let people talk. Come on now. Let me finish my thought now.
Okay, carry on, Bishop.
So you interpreted him the way you feel. Other people can as well interpret the way I am interpreting. I interpreted him is what I am saying now. So you don't just leave me. Let me finish. So what I had him say. Well, he was painting a scenario like, I don't know the English word of painting that, look, does it mean that anybody can just go and hire some people, he used Wagner, yes, and just overthrow a government and arrange some people to go and be jumping up and down in the stadium, and that will now confer some kind of legitimacy. It was just, I don't know the kind of, whether it's anecdote, what they call it in English. It was just painting a scenario, which is very understandable, except you want to mischievously misinterpret what he said and he meant. Thank you.
No, but you cannot say what he meant now because he made a statement.
He said exactly what I meant, and that was what I said.
But what you said is subject to interpretation now.
It's not subject to interpretation. I think it was clear enough for anybody. That's rational to hear me.
You said random civilians can go and hire Wagner group to come and overthrow a government. That was what you said.
Yes. So what
yes.
did Bishop say? He said exactly the same thing that you just said.
Yes, but he said you were being anecdotal and
exactly. It's just a scenario. It's a scenario. So if that happens, then what happens?
All right. Let's move on. Let's move on and move it in the direction of Ribadu, who joins us, hopefully with a good connection. We enjoy so much hearing from Ribadu, and the crickets that he brings. When you're mute now, you hear the sound of crickets in the background. Ribadu, good to see you.
I hope you can hear me clearly today.
We can hear you clearly, but you seem distant from move closer to your set.
Okay, I'm in Gombe. I'm on transit to Adamawa. Can you hear me now?
Are you driving?
No, I'm putting on airport. Can you hear me now?
Oh no, yes, we can clearly. So let me. Do you have any particular topic you wanted to speak to, or do you want me to take you to the headlines?
Yeah, I don't know your headline, but yeah, go on, take me to the headline. Maybe it might align to what I want to talk about.
The one thing that popped out in the news cycle today, because it caught me by surprise, 62% of Nigerians see country moving forward under Tinubu despite economic hardship. So that caught me by surprise. It caught me by surprise only because we do this every day and people come and gnash at the teeth. This runs contrary to the wailing and gnashing that we hear all the time. What are you making of this headline? 62% approval rating for Tinubu despite the fuel subsidy, etc.
Yeah, I don't know where they get that fooling, So, but it's a positive thing. I hope it's like that. Okay, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, but you still sound distant. But we can hear you. Carry on.
Okay. It's a positive thing, and I'm happy to see it. Even though I don't know its availability of things. I don't know what system they use.
No, we can't hear you anymore.
Okay, you cannot hear me.
Well, we can hear you now. You seem to be moving away from your device. Move close to your device. Yeah, carry on.
Okay, yeah. Can you hear me now?
Perfectly now. Where you are is good.
Yeah, I said it's a positive thing, even though I don't know how credible that pool is, and I don't know what system they use, what type of survey they use to gather that data. But it's a positive thing. I hope it will continue. As I always used to say, the Tinubu administration is still just kicking off. So we still have to be patient and see and be hopeful. So that is it on the headline. And something has been eating me since afternoon. You are in the UK, I believe. You are familiar with Mr. George Galloway, right?
Yes, it's a rogue element, isn't it? It's always on it's on Sputnik and all. It's a rogue element, isn't it? Yeah, I know George Galloway very well. I follow him. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if you want anyone from the platform have seen his podcast on Tinubu today. So he was he was talking to one journalist like that. David, I think that guy that owned West African Weekly. So one thing that I found very, very, very annoying and quite disappointing, especially from some of the Nigerian in diaspora. You see, government is a process. We had our own we have our challenges in democratic process. Now we begin to get it right gradually, as we just pointed out. We have a civilian to civilian rule, and we are still maturing. We are still a baby when it comes to world democracy stage. Okay, we are still just growing up. We are not up to 30 years in democratic process up to now, without any military interruption. So what happened is that on that podcast, a lot of Nigerians, especially those living abroad, are just too eager to bring the negative side of Tinubu. Okay, I'm not saying Tinubu is a saint. Okay, but what I'm saying, he is the president of Nigeria now. An insult to Tinubu personality by extension is insult to Nigerian nation. Okay, I mean, Nigerians are too comfortable calling him drug baron, drug lord, money bag, all that kind of thing. Okay, assuming he's all that, right? But that does not mean he don't have good in him. It's too disrespectful. It's too, as in, we are Nigerians, for heaven's sake. I think was it JFK or Roosevelt, one of the United States presidents, says it's time to begin to ask the question, what will you do for your country, not what your country will do for you. What I think is we are supposed to borrow is the time is due for us to begin to ask, what can we do to our country, not what our country can do for us. I mean, in the international stage, we are just insulting our president.
This the marketing of Nigeria is starting to get a real foothold. So I've got what you're saying. Is this what you're saying, George Galloway and David Udeh? And also there was something that was circulating about a week, 10 days ago, when this Niger Republic thing broke, and there were South African commentators in their studio saying that the Nigerian government that lacks legitimacy cannot be asserting democracy in another country. And that is the narrative coming out of the obedience space that is pumping into the social media space. We think we're talking to ourselves, but the international community, of course, they're listening in.
And funny enough, that Nigerian election is like the most, like in Africa, the most, the best, the only one where they have technology, where they have the best organized in the whole continent. Now, I'm not saying it's perfect, but there's no other part of their continent where you use biometric, where they invest that much in their electoral process. And yet, it's so funny, man. It's so funny.
Because this George Galloway, he has a large following, especially in the Middle East. He has a large following in the left-wing UK. He has a huge following in the Eastern Bloc. He has a vast following. So if David Udeh, if he's going on George Galloway to promote all of this, is hate speech, that is reaching
One
to
man,
corners that we don't know, you know.
look, one man, you know my stand with Tinubu. I did not voted for the guy. I make it very clear from the first time I come to your platform, okay? But what I'm saying is now it's irrelevant either I voted for him or not, either I like him or not. If I'm going to criticize him, I should do it objectively, okay? This guy is my president now, right? And just like the way no son will stand people insulting his father and his president, it's almost on the same lane, you know? I mean, where is our patriotism, for heaven's sake? You are living in a Nigeria, a white man call you from somewhere. I'm not trying to be a racist here, okay? But at least look at what Tinubu did in Lagos, okay? Even I mean, nobody is perfect. For heaven's sake, look at the kind of leaders we are having in the United States. Are they perfect? Is the prime ministers, the previous prime ministers of UK perfect? I mean, within 2 months, the other one did only 40 days. Because of
Ribadu, may I help you? May I interject you, please?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I feel your pain. I feel your pain. You understand? And we know where all this is coming from. Unfortunately, I must confess, they are winning the propaganda war.
Massively. Massively.
They are winning. George Galloway, who will listen to a left-wing politician, he was a rogue element in the British parliamentary of 1987, I think, from Glasgow. He has his own encounter with American politics and they kick him out of US. You understand? But I don't see, a Yoruba proverb says, it's a bastard who uses his left hand to point to his father's house. You understand? And I wonder, all these things are coming mostly from the diasporan space. And it is sad. Well, whether the president was a drug baron, was a money launderer or anything, that was in his past. He is the president of Nigeria today. If you demarket him, you demarket Nigeria. And by implication, you demarket Africa. It's insulting.
I don't
you understand?
Know if anybody can hear me. So
let me speak, please. Let me finish. Because we know they are quick. They are very quick to insult. And it is very, very painful for those those amongst us who still stamp on our chest and say, we are Nigerians. If they don't want to be Nigerian, let them get out of the space. Please, enough is enough. Let them get off the Nigerian space. They are in court. If they win, they win. Look at even what they are doing. Printing T-shirts, the judiciary must do the writing. What's the writing? I mean, we must start talking frankly. What's the right thing?
You see,
let me
I thank you very much.
Please, Dubado. What we are not trying to understand is, I mean, if we watch Fox News, everybody here probably have watched Fox News, and we see how they talk about, you know, Biden and all the bad things they talk about Biden. You know, you can't say they are trying to tarnish the country or whatever. This is politics. This is how the system works. It depends on what you want to listen to. I mean, I don't even think a lot of people here knows Nigeria, to be honest with you. So it depends on what we are actually listening to. If you want the bad news, you have to go somewhere and get it. If you want the good news, there's places that share good news about Tinubu. Depends on what you want. So don't say that people should stop talking about.
You are wrong. I listen to Matt Gans. I listen to Matt Majority of Green.
Everybody,
one
hold on.
One man. Let me answer him.
Yeah, is that your Ribadu?
Yes, permit me to answer him.
All right, answer him. Hold on, answer him, and then I want to hear about 5 minutes of that interaction with George Galloway. But answer him. I want to see what David Dane said. Yeah.
All right. Listen, we are not saying Tinubu or any president should not be criticized, okay? But there is a line between being unpatriotic and disrespectful, okay? I mean, come on, man. Currently, they are saying there is traces of cocaine in the White House. Okay, this is current scandal that it's happening. You know, but this Tinubu issue happened in his prime age when he was, when he was living in the US, when he was in his 30s or so about. Okay, what I'm trying to say is we should not be crucifying our own president for the sake of being recognized by the white man. Okay, this is what I'm saying. How many you compare the good he did and the bad he did? Just come and see it, man. So what I'm trying to say, we should be mindful of what we say because we want international recognition from international platforms or whatever it is they feel they are getting from that. It's quite annoying. It's not progressive for us.
It's getting too much, isn't it? It's getting too much.
Yeah, we are not painting the right picture, okay? And we are opening doors for other people to disrespect us. You understand?
All right. Hold on, Desmond. Let me play a little bit of what he actually said to see what we are reading again.
Yes, please. Do that.
David Hundean is an award-winning investigative journalist and the founder of West Africa Weekly, and he joins us now. David, thank you for joining us. One of the more anticipated interviews of the mother of all talk shows. Thank you for agreeing to talk with us. We wanted to get your in-depth analysis of the situation in Nigeria. But first, can you clear something up? Was I unfair on Tinubu when I described him as a bag man?
I actually think you didn't go far enough. So as you may know, I'm the journalist who is basically responsible for putting this story out into the public domain. More recently, there was a story that I published last year on this issue, which became the basis for all of this. And in that story, the headline of the story is actually "From Drug Lord to Presidential Candidates." I described him as a drug lord. I think that's a fair description based on the evidence that is available. So calling him a bad man is actually a bit tame, because it implies that there is still some sort of separation between him and the drug trade. Okay, he wasn't actually directly involved in handling heroin, he just handled the money. But actually, that's not what the evidence says at all. If you actually read through the court papers, it becomes very clear that this person was intimately involved in the heroin trade in Chicago. For whatever reason, the US authorities have chosen to sit on their hands. And I guess we'll come to that later in the show anyway.
Yes. So how does such a man, even if he was just a bag man, but worse if he was more, how does such a man end up as the president of a mighty country like Nigeria?
Short answer, he doesn't, or he's not supposed to. But I guess we live in very unusual times. We live in a time when it's become increasingly clear that certain countries, i.e. the US, are becoming more and more brazen about their willingness to basically set everyone else on fire to keep themselves warm. So in this case, it is increasingly evident. If you've read my story, if you watched my documentary, if you read the reporting by Kit Klarenberg of Grey Zone News, if you read the court documents, if you've done your research, it becomes very clear that this person, who is supposedly
okay, so there he is running the country down as per usual. Yeah, Desmond, you wanted to come in. So sorry, hold on, Des. We have Alexander Gomez here. Alexander, the way this guy has been going around the markets in the country is beyond the pale now. It's just it's not on, is it?
No, it's out of order. It's out of order. Greetings, folks on the platform. I'm saying hello to y'all. I don't know what is wrong with this dude. I don't know the kind of fame or popularity that he's striving for, but what his actions are so unpatriotic and bordering on treason that he needs to be very careful. That's why he's running from pillar to post, looking for asylum, going around with a temporary Ghanaian residency, and getting into trouble in Zimbabwe. You know, he's too. I don't know.
They locked him up in a toilet, didn't they? The Zimbabweans. Yes. They should have left him there.
Yes. I feel Ribadu's pain. I've always said that our problem in Nigeria is on patriotism. I remember a long time ago, I used to, this was in the early 80s, I knew someone who was from Ghana, and every time she was always saying Ghana, 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 Ghana. And I out of interest, I wanted to know what was going on in this country that was so special. And I got there, Accra at the time was like Surulere, you know. So I turned around and I said, okay, we now need to go to where I come from. I need to take you to Lagos. So when we got to Lagos, she was astonished. She was so embarrassed. It was like night and day. But the reason why I'm saying this is because she had that patriotism at the time to have so much pride in her country. Like Ribadu said, when you insult this man who's our president, you're insulting us, by extension, Nigerians. This is unacceptable. I'm besides myself over listening to this, but something needs to be done before this gets out of order. As far as Tinubu goes, they're trying to ruin his reputation internationally. And unfortunately, they're doing a good job. They're doing a good job.
Yeah, but to what end, though? What's the end goal of it?
Well, I think you already answered that question, to demarcate him to the point where he loses face completely internationally and nationally. His decisions lately hasn't helped. That's why I said that from an expert and a professional perspective, he's showing, and this is addressing it directly to that young man, Kofatai, cognitive deficiencies, because a man who is as accomplished and who was able to turn Lagos into the 5th or 6th largest economy in Africa, he's making some teething problems that is so unexpected of him. But for me, it's down to a couple of things, and that's why. And based on the information that I have at my disposal, which I'm not obviously willing to disclose to anybody, there's a lot to his health problem that we know. So that pronouncement that was, to use your word, ad-libbed the day he was made president, feels scarcity is no more. Is the height of political naivety, you know. But I think the problem is, essentially, I think that because he left government a long time ago, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I think 2008, right?
7, yeah.
2007. So he hasn't been in administration for that long. His skills were not, his naturally given skills by God will not disappear. It can only slow down, but he still has it. But he needs to start, like I said on this platform, he needs to start. We need to start seeing a huge turnaround in the economy, in the people's plight, and all that. And then people must start getting comfortable with him being the president. But he has, I must be very honest. Like I was talking to my big brother. I must be very honest. Tinubu is a highly controversial figure. Highly controversial figure. For someone who grew up in the Southwest, who does not have a classmate that can vouch for him. I'm sure one man. If you say you went to Maryland convent school, I'm sure someone will come out and say, yes, we were classmates. There's no one that knows anything about Tinubu before 1984, 85. And that's kind of
Can I come
weird.
in?
So, yeah. Let me finish this. So that's kind of weird. But in my final analysis, for anybody going internationally on international platforms to ridicule our president is unforgivable. Yeah. So go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you for your submission. One man. Please.
Wani abin da za a iya huda da shi fa. Let me throw in my question, woman. Yeah. Nice commentary, Mr. Alexander. I respect you so much.
Thank you. Thank you
But
very much. This is Des. Thank you.
Yeah, this is me.
Yeah.
First, I don't really like what the guy is doing, but the fact remains that is there any government out there, any country government out there that doesn't even know anything about other countries? Maybe you're trying to work with. Definitely, you're gonna know something about any country you're gonna work with. So if we are trying to, you know, allude ourselves that some countries out there don't know anything about Tinubu, we basically lying to ourselves. Now him going out there to say stuff about Tinubu is wrong. It's being unpatriotic. And this
Yes.
guy asked a question. Um, we have to start asking ourselves what we have to do for our country. Mr. Alexander Gomez, I remember there was a time when you were growing up, a lot of people were patriotic. I believe so. Because that is just because the country has given to them and they are giving back. So you seeing a lot of people not being patriotic, it's just reverse is now the case. You have to give me before I give back, or if I give you and you don't give back, it turns, it tends to turn back and bite you. It's just what is happening. Thank you.
Can I say something? One man.
One man. Hello.
Is that Ribadu?
Yeah, please. Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we are hearing you.
Yeah. See, Ajale Koko, let me give you let me give you an example of the effect, okay, of these such scenarios, okay? I don't know if you guys are aware during the tenure of Goodluck Jonathan, people keep making cartoons of him, Jonah. I don't know if any one of you was able to see something like that. Yes. You understand? People keep making riddles of him, Jonah with Shekau, the Boko Haram leader, were talking together. Jonah was saying, "Oh, you scared me, all this, all that." Okay? So Jonah will say on the cartoons, Jonah would say, "Oh no, I did not tell you to go and kill those people. Why did you go that far?" So that cartoons created that animation of Jonah that they keep popping on YouTube's and Facebook and all that. Give people, it conditions the mind of the population that the president knows what is happening with Boko Haram, okay, or to some extent that he's aware or he is even sponsoring them. It conditions the people mindset, especially those at the grassroots that their thinking is not as will I say advanced, or they are not they are easy to influence. And before you know, all across the northern belt, they were saying, "Oh, Jonathan is aware of what is killing our brothers and this and that," and that's play a very major a role in Jonathan losing that election. That is one. Then because it's a social engineering, okay. And then second thing, it happened in the United States when the WikiLeaks start dishing out the Hillary Clinton emails. It's conditioned the population, the masses, even though majority of them are well up to date. Same thing happened in Russia. Because of the masculine image Putin was able to build, he was able to capture the imagination of his population. That guy is enjoying 75% rate in Russia.
So it has real effect. This is where this thing is going. That is where we're heading. Okay? If we allow this kind of thing to be happening, before you know, people that are vulnerable to accepting anything the media dish out to them, they will give it some certain legitimacy in their mind. So that fear. You understand? And that is on one thing, on one aspect. And then on the second thing, I really don't know what is wrong with us Africans in general. We have this myopic, this subservient behavior towards the white man. Let me give you this, okay? See, the whole first civilization that the white man ever did came from the Greeks. Which the Greeks get it from the Egyptians. Okay? And then they couldn't even sustain that. Then the Greeks transferred it to the Romans. And they couldn't sustain it. Then second civilization comes from the Moors of Northern Africa. They take it to the Spain and it spread to the middle centuries.
The Iranians, the Moors are the Iranians, yeah.
No, the Moors are Africans. The Persians are
the Moors are African.
Oh, sorry,
you understand?
Persians, yeah, you're right. Sorry.
Yeah, the Moors are from the Northern Africa. They were the one who took this architectural civilization to Spain during the Andalusian era. So I mean, but we were able to. This colonization of 18 was able to go into our mind that we are somehow inferior and we couldn't shake it up to death.
Do you know that, Roberto, did you know that the word camera, do you know it's an Iranian word? It's a Persian word. You know optics, when you pass light through a narrow funnel to create an image on the other side, that was actually discovered by the Persians, and then that process is the word camera. You know, so a lot of science came out of that Iranian course.
See, one more, we are talking about us here, Africans, okay? You know, we let us not be vulnerable let us not be in a vulnerable stage that whenever any Western power wanted to joke, that we are willing to play to the gallery. We should have an independent mindset. We should have this patriotic feeling and regard for our culture, heritage, and all sorts of things. It matters. Look at now in our secondary school, we don't teach our children our own history, for heaven's sake.
But Roberto, do you not think those are still the remnant vestiges of colonialism, of slavery even? Because the mind is still enslaved somewhat. The mind of the black man is still enslaved.
So this is what I'm saying. People like this David of a fellow, you know, this is the result of what we're seeing because he's ignorant of his own history. You understand? I mean, who is perfect? Just look at it. Who is perfect? Nobody is perfect. When you come, put your hands, close your eyes, and throw your hands all over Europe, and tell me one clean leader that they have. None. So I mean, why are we crucifying our own selves here? It's really annoying me that I'm not even composed to coordinate what I want to say one man. You understand? So this is one on this aspect, okay? And then let us shift to the conversation I made you guys discussing, analyzing about it, about the Niger coup of a thing. Yes, Nigeria. Yes, ECOWAS. They made a mistake by saying they give them 1 week ultimatum. I have said it from day one, okay? But as you are well aware that they are making progress now with the dialogue, okay? And I pray they will continue and resolve this thing through dialogue, because even the juntas in the Niger knows that they cannot sustain the pressure of military might of ECOWAS. So one way or the other, they will definitely find a way to make it to compromise. Okay. So this is my prayer and this is my take. Thank you. I yield the floor.
All right, brother. Let me come to Baba. Caesar, I will come to you quickly because I think you're joining us for the first time. But let me come to Baba because he's under the pressure of time. So Baba, I think a lot of people are complaining that we're giving this guy too much of the oxygen of publicity. These are, I don't know, maybe it's I think it's an Aflao guy from Badagry. Maybe that is the thing, because they all those, you know, somewhat not quite Yoruba sort of people, they have a lot of angst within them. So maybe
the guy's mother is from Southeast area. You know,
it's not the only one man, but I'm interested in talking about the economy, actually.
Yeah. All right, go to that.
Because that's the hot topic.
The guy wasn't raised in a Yoruba setting, a Yoruba culture, so you can't really.
So it be like
he doesn't even speak Yoruba well, sir.
Is it like Chinedu? Like Chinedu?
Yeah, it's kind of like Chinedu kind of people. Yeah, he was raised among the Southeasterners.
Okay.
That's why. Even what he's doing, all he's doing is he's just trying to do what I am the kind of made it. He's trying to make it that same way, where he point out to those Biafrans, the Apobians, so they can be donating money to him. That's what he's doing now. That's why I went to Dr. Damages. He was even condemning Yoruba, saying he even made up stupid stories. Say during the program, they were around Yorubas around the Igbos in Lagos and killing them. I'm like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? I mean, what kind of shit is this?
Did this guy go to Mayagun diary? So Mayagun is no longer.
Even Mayagun too. He's trying to collect money from the Hypovians, but they know those people can easily donate money.
Mayagun is on his third mansion on the back of your video.
He's making it now. There was one the Hypovian guy said, I love Mayagun. I donate money to him. I said,
May I come in, please?
Yes. The floor is yours, Baba. Let's hear from you.
Okay, I'm coming from the side of the economy, actually, because that is the hot button topic right now. I will start from beginning, May 29th, actually. And when the oil subsidy announcement was made, and the intended and unintended consequences that follows later, we all agree, or most of us, and I do particularly, that subsidy must go, and it's gone. Very good. But then I don't think all of us here and yonder are clairvoyant enough to know, as of that week when the subsidy was removed, oil was selling, I think, Brent, $73, $74. Whoever knew that as of today we speak is about $103. $103 right now, and it's not going. There won't be a let up. Only somebody who is steep in clairvoyance will know that this will happen. That's one of the things we are battling with. For the forex exchange unification, I won't call it arbitrage. I would rather call it unification. And it was a right policy, but then what happened thereafter? We have a central bank governor that didn't tell the presidency, that is Tinubu's Asurok, the truth when he was interrogated about this, what is our current balance. And unfortunately, as of today, like we discussed yesterday, they securitized the loans they took from JP Morgan and Chase. And when you securitize your base fund like that, it affects your network, your nets, because you have to remove that amount and put it into escrow right from our own foreign reserve. Even nobody who's going to touch it, the owner will not touch it, the lender will not touch it. That is what is happening. So when unification came in, there was not enough foreign exchange to withstand the pressure of the dollar. That's where the problem came in. And now those loans from private bank are due. What do we do? Now they lock up Emefiele, and I don't understand our people. What you hear now is about human rights. Human rights for Emefiele, for Bawa. I don't understand. If you stand in the street, it's just like a couple of years back when that black hunk, I think, cut off the head of his policeman on this street of London. I can't remember the story. And was holding the blood drip, the knife dripping in blood on the streets before police came in and arrested
I think
him.
it was a Nigerian that did that. I think the guy was
Nigerian, British born. Nigerian born British. Don't say Nigerian. Afun King Charles. The fact is, such a man, I mean, you want to tell me he should be considered innocent until proven guilty? He was guilty as hell. And this is a Mayfele too, as far as I'm concerned, because when the question right now is, when he took all those money, about $8 billion, what did he do with it? To whom did he disburse those money? Who are his friends? Or who has the authority to access that 460 naira to $1? That 8 billion today as almost 1,000 to $1. That's the amount we are looking for now to pay back that loan. So we are almost paying like double to what we borrowed. And we have the central bank governor. Even though those people too, we have to query them, the Bretton Woods Institute and JP Morgan and Chase, because the rule says don't lend to central bank that has not done their annual reports, audit reports. Don't lend to them. But for 7 years, Emefiele did not put any audit report on the central bank website. And you lend to that fellow against the international rules. Yes, we had a president then, but we all knew the kind of presidency Buhari was running. If somebody like as small as his nephew, who was a recharge card seller, Tunde they call him, became billionaire overnight and running airline, fake Nigerian Air and things like that with Serica, then that speaks volume of the kind of presidency we had for 8 years. So these guys were just running the government at their own whims and caprices, because he no book, and they used him. So when I hear people now talking about human rights, a Emefiele should be, even as far as I'm concerned, all I'm waiting for, I can read Tinubu's mind. Maybe he's waiting for Supreme Court verdict, appeal court verdict to go before they will come and attack the real issues we are going to face brutally, head front. Because what went on for that 8 years is actual rubbish.
But Baba, I think I'm with you on that. I think Tinubu is waiting for the noise to fade away from the Labour Party PDP space, and then he's really going to go for it. I suspect it's just waiting for that noise to be out of the way.
Yeah, we're going to hear a lot of stuff. We are going to hear a lot of stuff. Because if you listen to Tunde Bakari yesterday, I think 80% of what he said is pure truth, not politics. Truth. He spoke truth to power. But unfortunately, like I told the panel, I think 3 days ago, that Tinubu is trying to escape from that. If PDP or LP were in power today, it would have been easy for them. Oh, we didn't meet anything. All the blame will go to Buhari's government. But Tinubu doesn't have that luxury, because Buhari government was APC's government. His government, Tinubu's government, is APC's government. So how do you blame your party or your previous president? But there is no time he will not come up to that. He has to unmask the masquerade and put the fault where it lies. Because there is just nothing. For that 8 years, they run the country dry. Kyari is the third person coming on board. Kyari should be roasted, not even tied to a stake. Because of what they did, put so much money into individual hands. And some of them deceive us, to the people who bought a private aircraft. Some of them, you are a businessman, you are having 3 private aircraft for which
but Baba, the thing is, with the Emefiele space, Tinubu came in to tell us that he's going to respect the rule of law. And as much as I'm with you that they should never let Emefiele go, and he should spend the rest of his living days in prison.
He will not. At a point, rule of law has to go in some aspects. For Emefiele, Kyari, Bawa, they are not going anywhere.
You can't say that now, because if you do it for this set of people, then you cannot complain when they're doing it for a different set of people that you feel that is unjust.
Oh, look, this is the problem. Every era calls for a certain drastic action. Every era. You understand? This era we are in is an emergency period. Our country
set the rule of law aside. Is that what you're saying?
We have to say, look, if you know what is happening, if you know how people fly private jets to carry these pancake people, what do you cosmetic people, hairdressers fly to Europe to go and decorate their children, maybe for graduation, you will be appalled. And most of these aircraft they brought into this country are on temporary importation. They didn't pay import duty. So we will start from that aspect. Pay your import duty on your aircraft, or go and pack your aircraft in Togo or Benin. Don't pack it on our soil.
They should seize those aircrafts and invite the owners to come and tell us.
I can go on every field how our country has been milked. We complain today, but we are not situating the problem where it lies. For 8 years.
But Baba, we find ourselves, you see, there are two things that is happening now. So that fight for recovery and punishment, and with that, but also there has to be a way forward, because we're in a precarious situation. So how does he manage the situation that he finds himself? That's really
my take is this. You are dealing with central bank. Very good. He has appointed an auditor. And I think what he wants to do is to use the auditor reports, you understand, to indict the Buhari administration. Not me. This is what the auditor is saying. Look at it. These are your people. These are your brothers. These are your sisters. You have to bring them in. They have to bring them. We are not saying they should bring the 100% of the money. All we want is half of this money. And for Kyari, though, we are just talking about oil subsidy. Nothing like oil subsidy. Oil theft. People present invoices like they brought in a vessel laden with PMS. Invoices, and they collect billions of dollars for nothing. They get paid. Listen to Tunde Bakari yesterday. He wasn't lying. I've told friends exactly what Tunde Bakari said yesterday. I've mentioned names to them. You understand? It is very odious what happened to our economy. There are people with billions of dollars, and they know that in the Nigerian context.
That Tunde Bakari clip is a case of separating the message from the messenger. Because
you know what I said in the beginning here? I said Tinubu knows where the bodies are buried. He knows where the bodies are buried because
hold on, Baba. Yeah. I wasn't talking about Tinubu. I was talking about Tunde Bakari. Because I saw that clip too of Tunde Bakari, and you couldn't really fault. I may well play it in the course of this session. You couldn't really fault anything he had to say. He spoke the mind of all of us in that speech. But Tunde Bakari is also part of the problems we have in that country. He was the running mate of Buhari 2011. He was a ticket holder in the APC primaries. One of those. He told us that God told him he was going to be the next president and all that. So he's as complicit as the rest of them.
Remove that from the man, please, Mohammed. Just remove that aspect from him and listen to the vibe, the correct ones he's saying.
We have to separate the message from the messenger, because the message is right, but he's not the right conduit for it, I don't think. Yeah.
They took Nigeria. I gave an example a couple of weeks back on this thing that look, when they say crude swaps. When you take a vessel laden with crude oil, let's say 1 million barrels to a refinery, did the refinery charge us to refine the oil? If they did, what about all the products, 5 or 6 initial products that comes from crude oil? Where are they? Who sold them? Did we use them to pay for the refinery? Because basically the first 5 products that come out of crude oil when you refine are 5. Then it extends to 15 or 16 products before they now break into propylene, whatever. These are lucrative things anybody can sell and make millions of dollars. So who are the people who catch in on this? How were the oil swapped in when it is? How was the contract signed? What about the byproducts? If we are paying the refinery, what about the byproducts from the crude oil itself? Where did it go to? Because a lot of people don't know exactly what is going on in that industry. Because I'm at a loss. I'm quaking every day that this country needs this money right now. A lot of money in private hand. Our people need it because there is too much suffering in the land. And people will be donating to United Nations, one arm of United Nations, one other, and priding themselves as billionaires.
You know, Baba, a lot of that money is actually unrecoverable. It's almost
it is. No, one man, I disagree with you.
Right.
I will be very blunt now. You understand? Even the refinery, the Dangote refinery, all those monies borrowed, Emefiele borrowed, those monies were sold at 460 for that refinery. So, and we put 4 billion of our CBN money cash in it. They say we have 20%. We have to rework the arithmetic. If our stake is going to be anted up to 40% or 50%, we want to know.
How do you recover the money? How do you recover? The average person that has stolen, because Atiku spoke on this, I'm going to look for that clip actually. Atiku spoke on this. The average person that has stolen, because you'll be surprised how much these people are stealing, the average person that has stolen $3 to $5 billion from Nigeria, how do you recover $3 to $5 billion? How do you fight that?
If you listen to me carefully,
it will bury you in legalities for 100 years.
That is why I say we should suspend rule of law, because they all know definitely that they can hire 10, 20 son, and it has happened before.
No, the money is international. It's not domesticized.
The money is international.
Yes.
The easy way is this: we go the route of Bin Salman. It was 32 when he locked up all his uncles and his cousins.
Right.
I mean, let me come in.
Just give me a minute more. You can come in. What happened in our own case? You understand? Look at even Desiani has the brazenness to sue EFCC. That's the kind of people we are. Take 1 billion, and by the time you use 200 million out of that 1 billion to fight them, you will have 800 million left. That's tidy business. And that's what they've been using the judiciary for. So we have to suspend that rule of law one way or the other. We had Decree 2 during the military. We can format anything.
That sounds like a brutish system, Baba. You cannot.
We have to be one man. We have to. People are dying.
Then we'll be an uncivilized people. We not.
Baba.
I mean.
I hear. America created where did they call that bay in Cuba
Guantanamo.
To put the terrorists, because they know if they bring them on American soil, they will be claiming human rights. Not so.
That's all right, Baba. Hold on there. Let Caesar come in. He wants to come in, and I don't think good to meet you, Caesar. You wanted to come in, Caesar.
Thank you. Yeah. So let me quickly comment on that. I was going to talk about the Niger coup, But in regards to the corruption thing, I think Tinubu, he should probably spend his time building a system in which that doesn't happen again. I want to see everyone locked up. I think everyone does. But one man is kind of it. If everyone is stealing, I mean, everyone's stealing 3 billion, 5 billion. How long is it going to take for us to even? Is it even possible to even get the money? And everyone's doing it, which is probably why they don't want to get everyone. Because if we actually do go after everyone, is Buhari going to be in jail? It's not even I don't even think Baba wants Buhari in jail, right? People pick and choose who they want in jail and who they don't. So it's just going to be, it'll probably take years. I think if Tinubu can set up a system where that doesn't happen again, Nigerians will thank him more for that versus going on this this could be a 10-year thing, going after everyone.
So are you saying to write off what's being stolen as a loss? Then what's the?
I don't want to say that. I really don't want to say that. But legit, if you put me in charge, I would write it off. But if you guys,
then what will be the deterrent? What will be the deterrent for anybody not to do it in the future? If people steal and you write it off, what's the deterrent?
I'm just thinking logistically, the time period that we're in, we just got out of COVID. Look at inflation. Do we really have 7 years of resources to go after these people? I want them in jail too. But let's be honest. Everyone is stealing. Literally everyone. You don't think Buhari knows about what's going on? Oh, you think he's just dumb? Do you really think what percentage of people do you think don't know what's going on? Let's be honest. What percentage?
What is your point, man?
Well, the point is a waste of time. What percentage? It's
a waste of time to go after money.
Well, we can do it. Again, that's not my, we can do it if we want. It's just, let's be honest. What percentage of people in the government do you think are not involved, didn't steal at least 1 billion? What percentage? Let's be honest.
So we don't know, but what is your point? Are you saying we shouldn't go after money because we can't go after everybody? We can't catch everything, so we shouldn't go after anything. We shouldn't retrieve anything. Just let everything go, even though
we need to keep that in mind.
Caesar, what about scapegoating? What about identifying?
That's the point I'm trying to make. Now, one man is an obedient. Now, one of those obedient people.
No, hold on.
I know the guy very well.
We can throw.
He's one of those people that go around calling Tinubu drug lord, all those things.
We can throw the former CBN governor in jail. I don't care. It's not like he's giving me any money. I'm just thinking logistically, right? You can throw him in jail. I'm not going to cry. I'll still sleep at night, right? He's not my friend. But let's just be honest. What percentage of the people which senator didn't steal at least 1 billion? Let's be honest.
Woman, can you hear me? Quick interjection.
But wait, I want to talk about something more important. The coup thing. That's really what I want.
Before you go to the coup, let's hear from Prince. Prince, come in. Okay, then you can. But Baba has the floor. But Prince, yeah.
Yeah, quickly. So I'm not sure if the person talking right now is speaking about fighting corruption and trying to recover stolen money that we know they are parked somewhere overseas in some banks. And those are two distinctions. I can agree with him that it's going to take forever to try to fight corruption, go after these people. But absolutely, where these people have the money parked all around the world, it's quite visible. You can unlock, so to speak, where these corrupt people have the money parked. It's very much doable, and that I would go for. But to spend time and resources trying to pursue these people is going to take forever, and we're probably not going to get anything. It's going to be a court, a lawfare in every way possible. So I do agree with him. Let's spend a lot of time.
Prince, it probably cost you maybe near half, if not the equivalent of how much you are trying to recover, to try and recover. Let me give you the example. Let's say, for instance, they've packed money in the Seychelles, and then you go. So first, you have to go through some diplomatic routes, and then if you can get the buy-in of the government of that space to recover that money, they will then go to the best lawyers in that country and start to put obstacles in place. So they will put obstacles in place, hold it down, mess it up, all the way through from that country. You see how long it's taken us to...
Yeah, I get your point.
They will bury you in the courts. That's just what will happen. They will bury you
I get your point. But it used to be, I remember when I was in grad school, it used to be that Switzerland banking was like impenetrable. That's the holy grail of banking. Anybody can put their money in there. No government in the world can touch it. But guess what? That changed. Even the U.S. before could not get access to if you have a Swiss bank account, nobody can get access to it. But eventually, they changed the law that the U.S. was able to get account of every damn American that had account there, for whatever reason that they provided. See, the rule of law somehow has to be suspended. You know, if you want to get serious, if you want to go your route of, oh no, this is too draconian, nothing's going to get done. And that's why China works. Like, that's why China works in a lot of ways. Because if you want to go all the so-called democratic or route and go through all this process, you're not going to get nothing done because they're not stupid. Rich people are not stupid. They know how to protect their asset and their money. Okay. So if you want to go that route, we're not going to get anything. But I guarantee you, there are plenty of bank accounts in France, in America, in all these places. Even Peter B's account too. Let's go look at it, how much he has in there. These accounts can be fished out and we can recover this money very easily. It all depends on how we try to play this diplomatically. That's what it boils down to. Thanks.
But then Tinubu is also part of that corrupt system. So is he not already compromised anyway?
Well,
so sorry, can I come in one minute?
Yeah, Karen.
Okay. Baba, I like your submission. I want to say that, like I used to tell people, the biggest problem we have in Nigeria is our judiciary. And I will put the judiciary and the legislature on par. Because for me in this country, the presidency is not as powerful as those bunch of guys calling themselves legislature. And when we now come to the judiciary, these guys, they turn everything upside down based on technicalities and different kind of excuses. Now, if we can do away with the rule of law, in fact, it will have been very, 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 very beautiful to go against these politicians that embezzle our money. But the problem we have, like one man just said now, is every one of them is a product of this corrupt system, including the president himself, including Obi, that is the so-called saint. Atiku is not hiding it. The guy even came on TV and said, if I become president, my friends will enjoy. So they are all a product of this system. However, I would say they differ in their ideology. They differ in ideology of stealing. Some are known, like Obasanjo addressed Atiku as a vagabond in his book, because he did not even know that the guy was that bad. So if we can do away with the rule of law, who is going to champion it? Is it somebody that his hands is equally stained, that they can easily do?
I'm sorry. This whole thing is I don't know how it's doing me in my body. Let me ask a simple question. People keep talking about, I think two people have said something along that line, throwing away the rule of law. One simple question is, what is the difference with throwing away the rule of law and a coup? Tell me the exact difference with the military government. I don't understand. People on the other hand, they will say they don't want military government, and this and what is going on? I mean, what is
people
going
that
on?
will operate it are not wearing khaki and they are not carrying guns.
That is what I'm
and they
pointing
didn't
out.
play martial music.
Sorry, that's what I'm pointing out.
To throw away the rule of law.
That's what I'm pointing out.
The rule of law, supremacy of the law, should be thrown away. Then we don't have constitution again.
Suspended, not thrown away, suspended.
If you throw a rule on what ground are
For
you
the
going to
financial space, for the financial space.
On what ground are you going to use are you going to prosecute
How is that different from
It is question of suspending
when there's
it
emergency,
and making it
when it's emergency
applicable
situation,
to
pandemic, you
the
can
people that
suspend the rule
do
of law.
business with government institutions. To people that do government.
How would the
In
government?
fact,
How would the?
One voice, yeah.
How would the country? On what basis would we would we govern our country when we throw away the law, the constitution? That
well, you don't understand. I said suspend, and we suspend it.
So all of us
and
going to lose our right as citizens. We're going to lose our constitutional right.
It's temporary.
Not true.
It's temporary,
not
and
entirely.
this suspension of this rule of law.
This argument.
When we say rule of law, we are talking about that concerns finance. That concerns the finance, and it concerns
so which law will you use to
business
prosecute them
with government and government institution. In fact, from now on, I'm suggesting that every contract signed should have a caveat at the bottom that if you have found one.
Baba, when I say everybody, that includes you. When I say everybody stop, you stop as well. Mike was asking a question, so Mike asked.
Yeah, I was asking a question. So if you suspend rule of law, now which law are you going to use to prosecute somebody? Just make up a law and prosecute. I mean, you have to use some ground to prosecute somebody. So if you suspend rule of law, so
when I made that suggestion, I didn't complete it. It's not all encompassing. We're talking about a certain structure of the law that says for those who are doing or did business with government within this period and this period, it comes under the purview that okay, we are investigating all these contracts. For those people, their rights are suspended because they are being suspended.
You will suspect individual rights.
That's self-defeating.
Yeah. What does that has no meaning.
If you do business with government and you've taken government check. You've taken government check. Right. You do business with them. Then you will be part of that basket of people. You'll be part of the basket of people. You lose your right until they investigate you and give you a pass.
What laws and what rights?
Well, so, okay, quickly say we don't know. Say what it's suggesting is kind of a framework somewhat. I don't think it knows it entirely. But the point here is that what he's saying is very much doable. Let's not pretend. See, in America, even in civilized places, so-called civilized places, they suspend the rule of law, so to speak. Not everything to take away people's basic rights, but you have to recognize when you have emergency and that situation, in which we do in that country. But you guys don't see, you're more concerned about your rule of law that you don't really have anyways.
Hold on, because Mike's question, if you suspend the rule of law, then what will be the basis of the investigation and the legality of the prosecution?
You craft new laws. Laws are there to be made. That's why we revise laws all the time and bring about new policy. But what you're trying to do, you be specific, not to violate people's rights.
But you can't apply law retrospectively.
Who says you cannot? Why not?
You can't prosecute somebody for something that was not illegal before the law came in.
So somebody like Emefiele now, upon a policy in which people got naked in the bank and committed suicide, people died of hunger because of his human right. He should be let go. And tomorrow he will hear that he has taken a flight and go somewhere else, and we'll be holding the bag.
Let me interject you. What you are suggesting is never going to be practiced where democracy is in place. The only thing that can be done is to strengthen the institution. When you strengthen your institution that can prosecute, fight corruption, prevent corruption, that is when you can, that is how you can have supremacy of law, where everybody is equal before the law. no matter how highly placed you are. What we are seeing in Nigeria is because, look, some people are above the law.
Mm-hmm.
The law can never catch up on them.
Mm-hmm.
They do things with impunity and they get away with it. That is what.
So, but so how do you want to strengthen the law? Sorry, how do you want to strengthen the law that you know people are going to violate?
What I'm saying, supremacy of the law is when you have a law that can.
Is it not man that makes law?
Look, you have the Constitution, right? We have the Constitution in Nigeria. We have the law that governs the country. But the people in power doesn't respect the law. They violate the law at its worst than every other segment of the society. They don't show leadership by example when it comes to respect of the law. They use the law to oppress Nigerians. They don't respect the law. So, but when you
let me come in. Maybe you don't understand where I'm coming from.
I understand.
We are in a period of economic emergency. That money, that Naira exchange will go to $1 to 1,500 in the next 4-5 months if care is not taken.
Yes, but you cannot, on the basis of that, turn into some
oil will go to 800, 900 per liter.
We know all that now. That's not what we're talking about.
Okay.
You can't suspend law.
Then we'll fold our hands and say it's Tinubu.
What do you mean fold your hands? Tinubu said he knew he was inheriting a difficult situation. So this is the situation he has inherited. So he says he has the answers to it. So he has to provide it. But
so that's why I'm suggesting what he has to do. Because I know, apart from people on the chat and the panel and the panelists, people are listening. That's why I'm suggesting that.
But you can't suspend law now. What are you?
The law is not a problem. It's lack of enforcing the law. That's the problem. If the people have broken the law and they're not being prosecuted, it's lack of enforcing the law. So suspending the law, it's not easy. You're actually helping them.
I didn't say suspend. Suspend for those who have committed malfeasance against the country.
You're saying they have broken the law and you want to suspend the rule of law to prosecute them.
Okay, let me come in. During Buhari's Idiagbon regime, there was a decree 2, decree number 2.
And they are enforcing the law. They were enforcing the law.
That is military. Military does not.
No, even the military got what he's saying. Buhari and Idiagbon, they were enforcing the law they created.
Yeah, and they promulgated their own decree and they run the country with force. That is military rule.
Is our constitution not made of law? It's made of a body of law. We made the law. We can amend it.
But it's not a law made by.
Yeah, amending is one thing, but suspending.
We can find a way around it. That's why I suggested that during the America's period of terrorism, 9/11, they took all those terrorists to Guantanamo Bay because they
were using military tribunal to deal with terrorists.
Issue will come in. So if they can find a way and treat it that way, we can find a way too.
Those one foreign terrorists.
Hold on, Ajanle Kokwazo. Do you know why they took them to Guantanamo Bay? Baba?
Yeah, I know.
Why?
Because if they put them in American cell, the law of human rights will take root.
So there it is. They didn't suspend the law. They just moved them to
okay, let's find a way too. Let's find a way and do the same thing. Maybe we'll take them to Itaú or 40 nautical miles out of our water. Put them in a boat.
One voice, one voice.
Let's put them in a boat and take them 40 nautical miles out of into international water and hold them there.
But they are Nigerian citizens, man. You can do that to a foreigner, but not to a Nigerian citizen.
First of all, you're talking about the terrorists.
They're dead now. Don't do that now. Let's.
It's economic terrorism they've committed on the nation.
Hold on now. Hold on. Those ones you are referring to in American case are foreign terrorists that killed hundreds of Americans. All right. So
the shoe bomber was taken to Guantanamo Bay.
Look, let him. I don't want it to be rowdy. Let him land. Yeah.
Those one are foreign terrorists that have killed Americans inside America and outside America, and they don't want them to enjoy American law. That is why they took them there, so that they can be punished. That one is understandable. That's a war against enemy. But citizens of a country have the right under the law to defend itself on whatsoever offense that that person has committed. You cannot deny a citizen his right in a country that is governed by constitution. Constitutional democracy doesn't deny her citizen their right. So what you are suggesting is totally wrong. It is left for people in government to strengthen the institution that can prosecute anybody with the threat of the law at any time. So that argument is not right. Nobody going to buy.
Then nobody has the right.
Hold on. Another person can come tomorrow. Let me land this way, one man, please. Another regime can come tomorrow and then accuse Tinubu that, oh, we have something against Tinubu, and then they will deny him all this right, and in an attempt to just destroy him and, crook some sort of things against him and then punish him. Because when you don't have the law, when you don't have any law for you to defend your right, then your right could be violated. So that is what you are suggesting. They should violate their right. I mean, that's not...
all right. Baba, let Prince come in, and then you round off that space, and then I'll go on to Caesar.
Yeah, thanks, Omar. Yeah, I'm still with Baba. It's not about trying to suspend the entire law. It was quite specific about going after specific laws that pertain to maybe recovery of money or going after certain individuals. During 9/11 or after 9/11, a lot of laws were suspended in the United States. People were highly restricted. COVID came also. There were a lot of laws that were suspended also. We didn't have free movement as...
Thank you. Homeland Security came in.
Yes, exactly. We're highly restricted. And also, if you guys, there's a law I can't remember the law in the U.S., right, that gives the president the complete authority to take over private business.
Executive order.
For example, Trump during COVID had the right, though he didn't fully execute the right, to go into car companies and compel them, keep in mind private businesses, to start producing ventilators for the citizens, for hospitals. It could do that. There's a law that allows them to take over businesses. And it doesn't have to pay them or doesn't have to make profit off of them. It can take them over, do what it wants to do during that interregnum, and return back to normal law.
So there's a law that allows you to do it. They didn't suspend any rule of law. There's a law that allows you to do it. There's a law that allows president executive orders. That's the limit.
If we don't have law, just like you said earlier, if we don't have one, we can always make laws. Laws are made all the damn time. That was a big deal. But the problem actually I'm seeing here is that if we don't, so I guess maybe Baba said that we are in a dire situation in that country, and things need to be done. We can't do things as normal as we do them and expect change. But you guys don't seem to have that urgency. You're more concerned about your law, about the so-called right that you have. But people are suffering, people are dying, people are losing the country left and right, and you think, oh no, we can't suspend the law. We should let's bring about new laws. That's the problem. The laws that we have on books are not working, and you want more laws rather than trying to reject and find balance things and recalibrate the system so it works better for everybody. See, law upon laws does not solve the problem. That's what they do mostly in Europe, and that's why we believe in common law as opposed to civil law. Civil law creates new laws all the time when there's a problem. A common law looks at what the law already in existence and trying to make do, not about just creating more laws. But against this point, I believe there's a way, not suspend the entire law of the country, but there are things we can do Because unless we don't agree that we are in an emergency at that situation, then let it be. Why complain then?
Sorry, can I come in, please? Woman, can I go ahead?
Yeah, carry on. Yeah, I'm looking for a clip of an article where he spoke on this corruption thing, but yeah, carry on. Yeah.
All right. Like I was saying the other time, I quite understand the pain of Baba when he was talking, and it's coming from a pain of a place of emotion and the pain of what people are going through. But like I was trying to point out the other time, you see why it's possible for the military guys to come in and do such things like Decree 2 that you were referring to the other time. It's because these guys are being viewed from the place that, okay, they are neutral. It was a political system. Then they came in and now they are effecting some laws. But if you look at our system, and that is what I'm trying to say the other time, we have a Keyamo now that is part of the past government that is still in this government. We have Atiku, past president, past vice president still. You know, all of them have been in the system, in the same corrupt system. Even the president has been a product of this same system we are complaining about. Now, if the president comes out and says, I want to fight the way you want him to fight, at the end of the day, you would find out that files of him too will flow out. So you see, it is only a clean person that can take up that kind of a fight you're talking about, even under the rule of law, as in enforcing the law to the point of, okay, closing his eyes to everybody because he knows he has nothing in his own cupboard. But the truth of the matter is, with the system we have, even if, I'm telling you, even if Obi is probed to be, they will find something about him. Does it not surprise us the way our politicians, when they are going for a particular post, somebody will come out and say they didn't do NYSC, he doesn't have certificate, he doesn't have this. When they do, he will always find a case against these people. The only thing we need is to enforce our present laws and have a system where it would go against, the law itself will go against these people that have done the wrong thing, and it should be natural. It's not going to be a witch hunt thing like we have. That's
all right. I want us to watch this clip. This is thank you, Jide. This is from 2019. This was the presidential debate 2019. Atiku Abubakar versus Buhari, of course. So there was something he said at that interaction. This is with Kadura Ahmed. There was something he said at that interaction that that comes into this conversation. So I'm going to play it to you in a moment. Let me acknowledge Akulata's super chat. He says, can you guys be real? The monies are abroad and any illegal prosecution is a waste of time. You risk losing the monies permanently. Take emotions out. So thank you for that. Keep them coming. So the super chat, it needs to be reactivated. Apart from Ayo that is sustaining it, let's have a listen to this. Let me make sure. I want to pick it up from her question. Let's listen to this.
An amnesty, where you say to people who've been involved in corrupt practices that bring back money and we draw a line, and then going forward, we begin to implement ABC.
Why not? I give you an example of Turkey. Turkey gave an amnesty, and all the money abroad came back to Turkey, and the government said, when you bring the money, there is even no taxation. We want you to invest in manufacturing, we want you to invest in technology, we want you to invest in real estate. And look at Turkey today. It's like any other European country in terms of its development. And then they drew a line. Why not? We could consider it.
No, but have you considered it?
Personally, yes. Personally, I have considered it.
Okay.
Why not?
You will realize that for a few Nigerians, this will be problematic.
Yes, it will
because it sounds like
it will be, but
a way of trying to allow those who've stolen money to get away with it.
What have they been able to achieve? Let me tell you what we achieved when we came into the office to fight corruption. There was a recovery panel set up by President Obasanjo under my chairmanship, myself, the Attorney General, and the National Security Advisor. And by calling various people who have been alleged to have stolen money, we recovered over $4 billion US, which we paid back into the treasury. If you were to go and prosecute these people, up till now, you will still be prosecuting them, and that money would have been denied you. So, I mean, there are a number of options.
The moral issue with that, though, is that in many ways, people say there are two problems. First is that corruption then looks as if it pays. And so, therefore, people are not, there's no deterrent for people because they feel that if they steal, there's always going to be an opportunity for them to be able to make a deal and come back because they're bringing money back. And then you're sort of sending the wrong signals as well to people who are coming up because this is, we now have a culture and people are trying to change that culture.
It all depends on what you want to achieve, whether it is moral rectitude you want to achieve or you want to see a fast development of your country from proceeds of corruption and so on and so forth. It all depends on what you want to achieve.
I'm going to take a few questions from the audience.
So that's the pragmatism of it. It's just when we were having that conversation, I just remembered that interaction between Kadira and Atiku Abubakar. That look, they will bury you in court. You just have to negotiate it. Tell them they can keep X percentage. What you're just going to negotiate is the percentage of recovery and how much they can keep. That's usually how it works. Baba.
Yes, woman. You see, I'm coming from a place of very deep emotion. Maybe because I know where some of the bodies are buried. From Isle of Man to Gansi, from Gansi to Cayman Island to Zurich, Geneva. You understand Kishibubashol and Salon. Because I don't see the need. A man needs $5 billion unutilized, not useful, just idle money. $1 billion to you.
It's protection money. It's
not protection. Look, you will die someday. You will still live. These children we are leaving money for. You understand? Some of them don't even show interest. They are just these big houses. Some of them don't even like it. That's why the nest is always empty. As soon as they can escape, the children go away. We find ourselves lonely in our old age. You start to entice them with the money. Why would me? My send tickets here and things like that. These are idle money. They themselves are not even happy. We see these people every day. We talk. They throw this even money at your face. It's not a difficult thing to handle because our economy is in dire straits. It's not hemorrhaging, but it's in dire straits. There's no way you can perform an invasive surgery without spilling blood. Same way you cannot make omelets without breaking eggs.
All right, Baba. Round it up so I can. Yes, thank you. Let me bring Caesar into the conversation. He's joining us for the first time. Caesar, so we have talking points, but you were especially wanting to speak on the Niger space. Are you still there, Caesar?
Yeah, I'm still here. Thank you. So in regards to the Niger coup, I think there is a marketing issue that I would like, even though Bola Tinubu is not my candidate, right? There's a serious and me and Mike were actually talking about it. There's a serious marketing issue that I think the government has, like this whole going into Niger thing. I think part of the reason why it's such a passionate thing for ECOWAS is all of these terrorist groups are hiding in this Sahel region, right? Mali has at least two. I quickly Googled 2 different terrorist groups. We know about ISWAP, we know about Boko Haram, all these little ones that keep naming, and they just keep hiding in the Sahel region. And to me, I don't know about, it was a red flag when we sent in U.S. diplomats, ECOWAS representatives, traditional leaders. We sent in everyone. They didn't want to meet with them. and then they want to meet with Islamic scholars. I mean, I'm glad the solution is solved, but I'm worried about what's going on in the Sahel region. And when we want to build infrastructure like that pipeline across the Sahel region, ECOWAS has an interest in keeping this place stable. And if Niger can't solve it, if Mali can't solve it, I think ECOWAS has a responsibility to solve it. So if Tinubu says, I want to go in to destroy these groups once and for all, I think everyone will support him. But when he says, oh, I want to restore democracy, now we have more questions. But I think that's an angle to the Niger coup no one's talking about. That's extremely unstable. And there's a lot of groups up there. It's not just ISIS and ISWAP. There's way more. How are we going to build anything if this is what's going on up there? So I thought that was an interesting angle. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. And to this headline that 62% of Nigerians see the country moving forward under Tinubu despite economic hardship. When I saw this headline, it surprised me, but also gladdened me because for all of the hardship that we hear that Nigerians are suffering, the question I've always asked, especially when Folibi is around, is that do people see light at the end of the tunnel, and do they have an understanding of Tinubu's action plan? But what this survey is telling us is that the abundance of Nigerians, they actually see a direction of travel, even though the country is going through extremely difficult times. Caesar.
Yeah, well, they need to, again, professionally, I work with data a lot. So, when I hear a survey, there's a lot of bad surveys out there. But if this survey is legitimate, right? People don't like him, but he's more qualified than some of the other candidates, right? And I don't think he's a fool completely. I just think he's corrupt, right? So I do think there will be some progress, but will there be enough progress? I think that's the question everyone's asking. Yeah.
Why are you a bit reticent to endorse him? Which actions has he taken or not taken that is giving you pause for caution?
It's just the way he's doing things. It's just the way everything is happening. I don't think it's structured. I don't think it's planned. Especially look at that whole thing that happened in Niger, the ECOWAS thing. Oh, you have 1 week. Then it seemed like there's no plan. The first day it came out with the fuel subsidy. I don't understand, the refinery is going to be, usually you get rid of a fuel subsidy after you build the refinery, but now we know it's coming out in 2025.
You get rid of the full, hold on. What did you say? You get rid of the full subsidy after you built the refinery?
I thought the whole idea was
no. So hold on. Was that what you said?
Yeah.
So he has to fix the refinery first before they get rid of. That's what you said.
I thought that was the idea. Yeah,
Oh God. All right.
To me, it just seems like it's kind of messy. I don't understand the plan. He's to come out with a 1 year plan.
But Peter Obi also said he will get rid of the fuel subsidy immediately. He never talked about building any refineries.
I don't know if Obi did it like that, then his head would be on a what's the name of that thing?
Chopping block.
Yeah, exactly.
Bulletin.
Yeah, exactly. You should. That's not a good way to do things, I think the market reacted the same day. It just seems scata. He's kind of out of shape, It's like a former Olympic runner who hasn't run in 10 years.
No. You have to add substance before you're able to make that sort of statement. I'm inviting that. What missteps are you saying? So you're saying the fuel subsidy, that's not consistent with what everybody in the country holds as true. And saying he has to build refinery, that's just pata cake stuff.
No, for me personally, right? So the fuel prices have increased dramatically over a short period of time. I think that kind of price increase doesn't really make sense anywhere, especially in a country like Nigeria. So that's why I mentioned things like a refinery. There has to be a way to, when you get rid of such a substantial subsidy in a country, it appears the market's reacted like it's happening overnight, even though that's not the case. There seems to be some kind of irresponsibility there. Before you get rid of something like that or announce it, there has to be some kind of, before you do surgery, you take medicine. I don't really like that approach.
You don't like the approach. Before you What does that even mean? Before you do surgery, take medicine.
So, for example, let's say the refineries were functional, right? Or something like that. I don't think the fuel prices would not have increased like that, right? There you go.
That's your thinking.
No, I mean that's true. Like, you know, if there's more refined oil that's being refined at the source location, right? So I guess in Lagos or whatever, the price of fuel in Lagos would be lower, right? I mean, that's a fact. Transportation logistics. I mean, that's how it works, right?
All right. Let the spokesperson of Buhari, not Buhari, of Tinubu. Let me play you this clip. I'm just waiting for you to let me play you this clip by Ajuri Ngalale.
Pervasive in our country. When I go on TV and radio, this is the question. This is the poser that I often get. They say, if our refineries were working, the idea is that if our refineries were working, fuel would be cheap for Nigerians at the pump. Let me take this opportunity for all those watching, and please spread the word that that is a myth. It does not happen anywhere in the world. Even if we had the most refineries producing the most PMS in the world, you would find that the most prolific PMS producers with their refineries, if you go to and see what they're charging at the pump, you will find that it's no different from those countries that don't have refineries. I'm not saying that we should not have refineries. There are benefits to having refineries working, which is why our Port Harcourt refinery is coming on stream December 2023, at the end of this year, phase 1, and then the final phase 2 at the end of 2024. The Dangote refinery is obviously up. That's going to start dishing out products very soon. In BUA refinery, a new 200,000 barrel per day refinery is coming up in Akwa Ibom. We're going to have excess supply that we can export internationally. The point I'm making on this is that the reason why the price of the pump will not go down, irrespective of what your refining capacity is as a country, is because nobody spends billions of dollars, tens of billions of dollars on building a refinery because of charity or because of corporate social responsibility. They do it to make money. So that is why you find that no matter how many oil marketers you have bringing the product into the country, no matter how many refiners you have producing massive amounts of PMS and all of that, the price is dependent on the international benchmark of what the crude oil per barrel is, what the cost of it is. When the oil price is high, the price of the pump will go up. When the oil price is low, the price will go down. These are market fundamentals that are determined not in one country, but on the international stage. So what we are saying is that the benefits of having refining in the country is not that you will have cheap fuel. No. The benefit is that you would have saved the country hundreds of millions of dollars in transportation and logistics costs that we're spending on an annual basis of having to put refined PMS from an international refinery on the water to come to Nigerian shores where we will now offload and send to our distribution stations. You save that money. In addition to that, you save tens of billions of, about $10 billion a year on foreign exchange earnings that we're having to pay out to the refiners and to our partners to get that product exchanged from crude to refined PMS. We save all that money within the central bank as a result of having local refineries. So there are benefits, big benefits, but one of them is not the issue of having cheap fuel. So I just want to...
Jury, okay.
So I hope that answers that.
Can I comment on that? One minute, can I comment on that real quick?
On this guy.
Wait, let me comment on that one. Let me comment on that for 1 second. Wait.
Yeah, comment on that. Then after you will go to Prince. Yeah.
So first of all, OPEC sets production prices. They don't set price controls. And maybe that guy studied political science, which is why he doesn't know anything about money. He's probably never started a business. So let me just explain to anyone who doesn't understand it. Okay, so let's say the base is Lagos, right? And we're bringing in tomatoes from Sokoto, right? You have to transport the tomatoes from Sokoto to Lagos, right? The transportation cost is going to be incorporated in the price that people pay for tomatoes in Lagos, right? If you then decide, look, let's start growing the tomatoes in Lagos, the tomatoes will be cheaper because you don't have to account for logistics costs.
Yeah, marginally, but marginally, not significantly. That's really what people are saying. The cost of a barrel of petroleum is an international dollarized cost. And then the cost of refining it, of course, they are standardized costs as well. And then you have to layer profit on top of that. He's just told you that they're not doing it out of any social do-gooding, or So if you put all of the costs together, the only advantage of having local refineries is the logistics and the transportation, which will be slightly somewhat cheaper fuel, but not significantly cheaper fuel. If you want to have significantly cheaper fuel, you have to subsidize it. And that was what he explained.
One man, I think, is talking nonsense.
Oh, God. How come?
Yeah,
I wanted to come in, but
that guy is talking nonsense. How can you? What are you telling me that a product that I produce in my own house, in my own country, I cannot determine the price? Why can't I determine the price of my own product? Why must the international market determine my own product?
Because in Gilali, I'm sorry, in Gilali and the rest of the African economists, they like textbook lab economists. Of course, you can adjust it.
It doesn't know what he's talking crap.
No, what he's saying is true. It's true to according to the textbook, but I don't believe it. Just like Caesar said, and just like you're saying.
Can I say that?
This is
Can I say one thing?
Yeah, hold on. This
is a matter of common. A product that you produce, that you have comparative advantage over others, you should be able to determine the price. It is not the international market that will determine the price of your own product, your own homemade product.
Okay. Adanle Koko, hold on. Adanle Koko, hold on. Yes, we know the rest of let's say the cost of a barrel of petrol internationally is $35, and then add all of the cost of producing it to PMS, and then it lands at $50. And just for the purposes of the conversation, for you to sell at the pump, you have to sell it at $2. So that is the international costing. So now, what's the variable that will make it cheaper for Nigeria and Nigerians outside of subsidy, outside of subsidizing it? What variable makes it cheaper?
Baba,
okay. Fatai, wedding. All right.
Okay, actually, I'm even happy this video came up today. Actually, I came in. Baba Alexander Gomez. I ain't Jimmy but I will come back to that. Yeah. And you come on Barry, but anyway, another story. So I'm happy today because there was a day we could have dealt with this issue on this platform, right? But that's for another story. So I think Ngelale is trying to, he's trying to impress in his job. The point he was starting with was, okay, it's very fantastic. Though indeed, nobody sets up a refinery to do charity work, right? So,
have we lost you, Fatai? Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can. One man.
Yes.
What
happened?
One man, can I quickly say something?
No, I think Prince wants to have a say, but if it's a short little, because I think Prince wanted to go, go on.
Okay. First thing we have to understand is the input to whatever equation determines the output. If you are going to buy your crude at the international value, then you have to.
Sorry, Woman, can you hear me?
Yes, but somebody else is now, so let him land. Yeah.
So if you are going to buy your crude at international value of wherever they are selling the crude per barrel, and you are going to factor that in as your major cost price, then it will always affect the selling price.
We're not hearing you well, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
A bit better. Yeah,
I said the price of crude, which is the input, which is the cost, the major cost now, would determine what your output price would be. If it was not so, before subsidy, if it wasn't so, before subsidy, Nigeria was buying fuel at a price that was very cheap, almost the cheapest around the world. Now, Saudi Arabia sells at, converting to Nigerian naira, you say 470 something naira. Russia sells at 400 and some 705 or 400 and something naira, still converting to Nigerian naira. So if that is what the pump price is there, if you are trying to move from there to Nigeria, then you add the logistics of it to it, then you know what the pump price would be. So if we are going by what they are telling us, that they are buying the crude and they are going to be buying the crude and the crude price is going to be the input, I think what the man is saying is correct. If we are going by that. But if it's going to be that they are just going to take it from the ground and refine and sell to us, and I don't know any government that will do business like that, because when you are taking it from the ground, you must pay for taking it from the ground, and you must pay the international price. And if the government says don't pay the international price, then it means that the government has gone back to subsidy.
Yeah, of course.
So you understand that. That's my own point.
All right,
okay, Walma, can I continue then?
Yeah, carry
on. Can I continue? Yeah, so like I said, I mean, there was an opportunity to deal with this matter on this platform, but anyway, that's another story. So like I said, he was starting very, very well, but where he got into is, he said the international crude price, right? So I don't know who determines international crude price. What is the international crude price? You see, that is where people, that is the fundamental thing.
Market forces.
Okay, so market forces determine crude price, and that crude price that you see is a speculation, right? Crude oil is not like a petrol. The price today is just to give you an idea how crude price is bought and sold on contract. If I need crude in December, I sign a contract from today. So whatever the price is today is not what determines that crude that is supplied to me in Christmas. Crude is sold through what is called options and futures, usually futures market. That's where it's sold. So the price today is not what determines the price of crude today. Has nothing to do with the pump price of crude today, right? Because that petrol that I'm selling today, it's been ordered, especially even if you are bringing this refined. I have ordered it long ago. So it's not what is happening in international price today, is what is determining the price today. This is the argument they use to institutionalize subsidy in Nigeria. So when they are making this argument, they are trying to tell you to bring back subsidy. And that is why, me personally, it agitates me. There is no coherence in that argument. Ingilale, maybe because he's new at the job, he's trying to placate Nigerians and whatever. But the fact that argument that it is the international crude price is a speculation. It's not like tomato that I go to the market today, I say, yeah, Baba Sikira, 1,000 that you gave me today, tomato is up, I need another 200, and I go back to the market to buy it, and it determines how much I ask from Baba Sikira. No, I sign it. As a matter of fact, if the way crude oil is bought, so if I buy crude oil today, if I want to buy today, I look at the market price. If it's selling at 100, so I go, and I say. And actually, it's buy based on risk assessment, right? I say I'm going to buy it 150, supply me 1 million barrel at $200 per barrel. Today it's $100, and I say $200 because by December, I'm either, even if by December the price is 1,000, I'm going to pay that 200 that I signed contract for, and even if it's $1, I'm still going to pay that 200. So it's not straight like a tomato price. Oh, tomato price is up today, therefore that's how much is the egusi soup cost. No, There's no relationship between crude price and pump price of the same period. It's speculation, because that one is pure speculation. It's just speculation to give the buyers and sellers an idea of the goings-ons, and actually the pump price is actually
Fatai, I think Bishop wants to come in. Let him interject a little bit. Yeah.
Fatai. Sorry, Fatai. If you are a businessman and you bought crude for to refine.
That's not Bishop's voice. Well, carry on.
I was the one that asked that I wanted to ask.
No, it was not you. I was the one that was trying to speak, but go ahead. When you finish,
all right. Both of you ask questions and then after I pick it up. Yeah.
Okay. So if you are the businessman that ordered crude at $200 per barrel to refine, and along the line you were to pay that $200, and you paid that $200, and now the market price of crude has gone to, let's say, $500 per barrel. Would you keep the price of your PMS still on the same value of $200 per barrel, or you go to a price that would make it easy for you to go back into the same market and buy crude at $500 per barrel? That's my question.
Yeah, that question, I hear it a lot. It's about the question. It's the question I heard a lot on that inauguration day, that when they say subsidy is gone, they say, oh, because of future market. Brother, that is criminality in market. That is, if in a serious space, right, you could be criminally charged for that. You can't say because of some future event, therefore something that has been settled today, you are violating it. Because some future, if I go into the market tomorrow, if you go into the market tomorrow, you don't have money to compete in the market, go and get a loan from the bank. Okay? You can't say some future event. Therefore, if I go on Amazon and I order a laptop and I pay everything, pay cheap shipping, 1,000 for my laptop, and you heard in the news that microchip is going to be costly, right? Which will affect the price of a laptop next month. So you will not say, oh no, if you will not send me my laptop because laptop will be already paid for. You will send it to me. That one, when it happens, you'll be dealing with it. If you can get in the market, get in the market. And if you don't want to send it to me again, you cancel the contract and give me back my money. And that is the argument I was making when they jumped the price, while they were still collecting subsidy. If you want to jump the price, you have to cancel the subsidy and pay back all the subsidy money. So that's in a serious space. Actually, if you make that argument, that's criminality argument because of future events, hypothetical future events.
It's not the same thing that you are making. The analogy I'm making is different from your analogy. Okay.
So what is the, maybe I didn't get it.
This is the analogy. You pay to Amazon and you bought your laptop. Then Amazon noticed they still have it in stock, but they noticed that the market price has increased. Nobody has ordered yet what they have in stock. Would they still keep at the former market price, or would they jack up their own price so that by the time they are taking their capital back into market, it would enable them to be able to buy the same computers so that they can sell at whatever present price they are selling? That is my question.
Yeah, you are making an argument. Okay, so you are making an argument in which nobody has paid for the goods. Of course, nobody has paid for goods. This argument that you are making happened in the context when there was already subsidy paid for. So if subsidy is already paid for, it means the laptop has been paid for. You can't say because there is increase in price, you will not honor the obligation you have with me. You have to honor your obligation with me. If there is no obligation at all, okay, there's no obligation. Whatever, if you can get away with whatever you get away with, as long as you play within the law, you get away with it. You make use of it. But if there is an existing obligation, you can't get away from your obligation. You say some market, go and deal with the market. I'm not your father to give you money or your bank.
But
go and borrow money from the bank to get in the market again.
Sorry, Fatai, you made a statement the other time that the current crude price is not what drives the market.
Yeah,
it's not what drives that. You are talking about maybe they have some future contracts, and Yeah, but don't you also think that the future price will drive the market as well?
Exactly my
What?
question.
The futures now. There are so many. Let me even address some issues that then come to you. I will address Ajale Oko. Say what you are producing, you should be able to control the price and effectively be able to sell lower. Ajale Oko, the objective is not to subsidize. If, for example, we sell crude to Dangote at subsidized rate, it means that we expect Dangote to bring out the petroleum at subsidized rates. We are back to where we were. The only difference is that we are not paying actual cash for it in this case. But the danger of that is that half of that fuel we end up in
smuggled. Yes.
We end up in Sudan, Cameroon, Benin, and we kill Dangote refinery.
Patoski, sorry, brother. Before you move on to the question you asked me, I don't understand. Can you be specific?
What I was saying was that since the current crude price will not drive the market, because you expect that most of the time those crudes there were future contracts to buy those crudes. You understand? So I was saying, don't you think that future market for commodities like crude will also be driving that market?
For the future?
Future.
You mean drive it for the future?
No, future market. For example,
we'll drive it for now. We'll drive it for now. Yeah.
Current
no.
Futures contract. I'm not talking of I'm not talking of the actual.
It's essentially the analogy that Jide just gave. Yeah.
They also trade.
No, there is no analogy. There is no analogy on ground. It's very thoughtful. It's not straightforward.
Fatai, let me just. It's not like that analogy. I'm just bringing another scenario to it. I think some people will be able to understand what I'm trying to say. The future contract is also traded.
Yeah.
So don't you think that market, that trade will affect you understand what I'm saying? But it will. So I'm just putting that. But let me talk to Ajale Oko. You see, if we end up still subsidizing.
No, Patoski, I don't
want. If I keep explaining to people, I think the audience will not enjoy it because some technical.
Yeah, it will get very tiresome.
But you are missing spot market. Spot market also counts in oil sales.
A lot of that's why I don't want to go to all those technicalities. Let's just leave that on so that this we can enjoy our conversation. I will address that. Then
I know. Just one sentence, Patoski, no beg, I beg. I would not even argue with you if you are saying complexity, right? But just to say future crude price is what determines pump price. It's so irritating. If you even argue about complexity, I could even we can be going for and back about that one. But just say crude price
are getting from future contracts. They have had a commitment to buy. Maybe they have had a commitment to. They've taken commitment to sell from people at a price in the past. That's what they are saying, right?
Yeah, the commitment is there.
Let's not go there.
All right, let's just move on from there. I don't think half the audience understands.
Yeah, in a very clear way. So Ajane Oko, the same. If we do that, it will still have the same effect, and the implication is that it will kill refineries like Dangote. Markets like Benin, Côte d'Ivoire, all those people that are supposed to be buying from Dangote, will rather now buy Nigeria's fuel, which is subsidized, instead of buying from Dangote. So why should I then even be selling my crude at a price below par? Why should I sell it less for Dangote when I can sell it to maybe Canada at a higher price, or sell it to Sudan or anywhere? No, not Sudan. They have oil. Other countries. You understand what I'm saying? So it doesn't really work that way. What this man Ajuri has said is this. You see, you come in this, but let me just try to finish up with this. What Ajuri has said is this: that when we have these subsidies and the refineries are up, it does not necessarily bring down the price. I'll tell you why. That transportation, when we're buying from outside, the transportation cost of landing, and even they call it bridging from our depot to different filling stations, government is subsidizing that. So that transportation that you would think will come into your pocket that as a form of reduction, government was subsidizing that before.
So you were actually not paying those prices before. So if Dangote now comes in and that transportation has been covered because now we produce in Nigeria, since government has removed subsidy, you won't see the effect of that change. Except government now again subsidize transportation from Dangote to different points. That's when you now see effect of subsidy. And when we do that, we still go back to where we were at lower price, and then it will go to Nigeria and all other country. That's the reason why. I think that's the argument. It's not as if we are not going to get a reduction. There will be a reduction, but
all right. Just come in there because you want to come in, but Bishop really should come in before you. But make a short injection, insertion, and then we have from Bishop. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me basically dissect this. First of
all,
and
speak up a bit as well. Yeah.
All right. Let me dissect this. First of all, it is believed that we are, sending the oil outside for them to refine for us, which cost a lot of money. That's number one. And transportation also costs a lot of money. Number two. So now, I believe what drives the market, say international sell is like $80 per barrel, I think. But it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to sell to Dangote $80 per barrel. I don't know how much it is, but I'm just like estimating. So if you're saying that if you sell lower for Dangote, it's going to run him down, I'm not sure how that is, because Dangote is getting it cheap, right?
No. What he's saying is, hold on, Des. What Patrick said was, if you sell to, let's use your $80, if you sell to Dangote at let's say $60, then we're back to all of these all trucks going all the way out of Nigeria into Sudan. So we're back to where we were, essentially, is what it is. Yes.
I mean, not necessarily, because, not necessarily. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My network is bad. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay. I said not necessarily, because if Dangote is getting it cheap, let's just use Dangote as, as the person refining for oil for Nigeria. And if it's getting it cheap, it doesn't matter if the oil is going any other place, because they're not necessarily running Dangote down, because he's getting that oil cheap. And at turn,
then we are back to
making.
We're
necessarily not back to.
We are subsidizing Dangote.
No. We're not only Dangote. We're subsidizing Cameroon, Niger Republic. We're subsidizing Chad.
I get the argument. Des, let me explain to you. You see, when we sell to Dangote, we are only subsidizing the portion of the crude that is allocated for Nigeria market.
By OPEC, thank you. By OPEC.
So if
we go by regulations.
If, for example, right, total crude that we want to put, that is required, that we need to produce the amount of petrol that we need in Nigeria is maybe 10,000 tons, or maybe just put a number to it.
No. I think you're wrong.
Let me explain. Let me finish. You understand it? That portion, if it's 10,000 tons of crude, that portion will be what will subsidize to Dangote. That is not the total amount of Dangote production. You understand? If Dangote says, okay, you need 20 tons of petrol, I need 50 tons of crude to supply you Nigeria. That's the only part that the government will probably commit to say, I'm subsidizing. We cannot subsidize the entire of Dangote production now. If we subsidize that portion and say, Dangote, produce this for us and deliver to NNPC, the other crude that you want to buy, you can buy from us, you can buy from Angola, you can buy from anywhere. If you choose to buy from us, fine. You see that one that goes to NNPC, but that will push it into the market. It will end up in Benin. It will now be competing with the other crude and petrol that Dangote produced at a higher cost that he has either bought from us or bought from Angola or anywhere, and that will kill his business. You get what I'm saying now? We cannot be subsidizing the entire of Dangote business. That means we are just paying Dangote good money for having a refinery. No.
No, Baba Patoski, we can't. There's no need to subsidize Dangote now.
Exactly.
Subsidize him for let him go to the bank and
Let him
borrow
go to
money
the market
to
and buy.
him.
Exactly.
Let him go and buy. He get money
Let
now.
him go and buy.
Why should we be subsidizing his whatever?
There's no
You know,
way.
that's not. I don't
There's
even
no
think
way
that's an
subsidy
argument.
can be meaningful. Let's be very objective.
It's not
In this kind
meaningful
of
now.
environment, is not. In the Middle East, is okay because everybody has.
All right. All right. Let's go to Prince. But there's something called off OPEC. There's something called off OPEC. I think petroleum use for domestic use is not regulated by OPEC. They call that off OPEC. But let's hear from Prince, who has been waiting. Prince, are you still with us, Prince Daddy?
Yeah, well, man. Yeah, what's up? Hello, everyone. Yeah.
Yeah, come in. Do you want me to bring you into the conversation from a totally different space, or you want to speak to something specifically?
No, yeah, whatever. We discuss, and that's fine. Yeah.
I want to bring this in because this tickled me when I saw it. I wonder if it will. I wonder if I can find it. I wonder if it will tickle you. Is this thing of Nigeria being the third? Oh, I can't find the headline anymore. Is the English-speaking one? Do you have any thoughts on that? Yeah. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Nigeria being the third what?
Yeah, this is it. It says Nigeria emerges third best English-speaking nation in Africa. So in terms of proficiency in English, we are behind South Africa and Kenya. So what are you making of that? That tickled me. But curiously, we are way higher than India, where all the call centers are. So what are you making of that? The English proficiency in Nigeria emerges third best English-speaking nation in Africa.
Well, third, that's pretty high. You sound like you're higher than Ghana too, huh? That's pretty good.
Yeah. That's always the first go-to,
How
isn't
can they
it?
say South Africa is higher than us? All those Kenya.
I was surprised because they even speak Afrikaans in South Africa, don't they? Rather than English.
With all that, their accents.
No, they have many languages in South Africa.
Yeah, I mean, let's even look at their accents. If you listen to Mandela accent, you will know that there's problem.
You think you don't have an accent too? What are you
saying? You know their accent. Oyibo can easily understand their accent than ours. Do you know that?
No.
You think so? The South African accent?
Oyibo can easily understand their accent clearly than ours. Do you know that?
No, South Africans speak. Their accent clearly does not mean
yes. Even Jamaican, when Jamaica speak, you know the way they sound, that accent, strong accent. Oyibo understand it very, very clearly than
but
our
it does not qualify them. It's not close to British accent than ours. Even though they understand it, it's not close to British accent than ours. You are looking at the closeness to the British accent. That's the standard.
All right, Prince. Who do you think has the best accent in Africa? Yeah, Prince.
The Ghanaians are superb in pronunciation. I think they're superb in pronunciation.
Better than Nigerians.
See, I tell you, Nigerian women they have the best pronunciation in Nigeria and perhaps in Africa. Nigerian men, not so much. Not so much. So the survey already came up with that report. I'm thinking it's heavily weight towards Nigerian women. Even back then, when they speak English, it's easier to understand Nigerian women than be it a Yoruba person, Hausa or Igbo. But the man is always more difficult. I don't know. South Africa, I don't know about
you
South
are one of the best among the men, Prince Daddy.
Who?
I say you are one of the best among the men.
If everybody speaks like Prince Daddy, then we will be number one in Africa.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I think that was a compliment. Thanks. but yeah, I don't know, man. Kenya, they speak very well, but again, I don't know. I thought Ghana they do very well. The Ghana English teachers, their pronunciation, they pronounce the words so much better than we do. I thought, but whatever the service says, that's what it is. That's okay.
Do you think because when I saw that headline, I was thinking of call centers, etc., etc. But what Ajanle Koko was saying, do you think Onyibo people have difficulty understanding African accent?
What it says makes sense because you understand people that you are around most of the time. Okay, the people that you're used to. For example, I don't have a problem hearing an Asian person speak English. I've been around them. It doesn't matter if you're Vietnamese or Chinese or Japanese. I can understand their English. Some people have a hard time actually. So and for example, the British people, you guys in England, of course, you guys understand the Jamaicans way more than anybody else does because they're used to the Jamaicans speaking English, right?
Yeah, man.
There you go.
Yeah. What yeah, I say? Look upon this madman.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's interesting. Whatever they did. So
when I was looking at it, because I've always thought a lot of these soft industries they can be in Nigeria, and I've always thought that there was a wave where all of the call centers were in India, but India are now evolving into more medium tech, that sort of programming sort of thing. So they are moving away somewhat from that call center economy. And I was thinking that a place like Ibadan or Lagos, I thought and the statistics show also that our proficiency in English is twice theirs.
One man, sorry, Prince. I think El-Rufai was trying to do something like that in Kaduna. I think
they speak English in Kaduna.
Yeah. Do you know that if you are going to talk about accents and where you have potential for that kind of market, it should be in the north.
Yes, they have a better accent.
If they have done that survey in the north, we will be ranked one of the best in Africa. So I think Kaduna, El-Rufai they have a call center facility. They train people to do that, and I think they are beginning to get contracts and engaging some youth based on that. I think the other northern governors should leverage on that. A typical Hausa man has a far better accent than us.
Yes, I agree. I agree with that.
Yes, I agree too.
Not just Ribado and the rest of them, but the average. If you take the educated. Yeah, hold on, Patrick. If you take yes, Sanusi is a perfect example. If you take the educated southerner and a parity educated northerner, I think they have a crisper sort of language than us, I think.
Yeah, they do.
I agree too. For whatever reason, I mean, they do. It's all about pronunciation, right? They pronounce the word just much better. It's not about the accent. It's about pronunciation. And someone was trying to have a debate with me about that not too long ago. It's about so these Indians, for example, they learn how to pronounce the words. You pronounce the words the way they can understand you. Now, it's just like you said, the call center thing is moving away from India, not going to. Every time I call somebody on my phone company, they sound like I can detect the Asian accent. So we're talking about Thailand now and these other East Asian countries. That's where the work is going to right now. So I don't know why. I mean, in Nigeria, with our population, we should be right now be dominating in this industry. Quite frankly, that's the almost very easy. I mean, we should be dominating that market right now, especially in Africa, and having all these companies, bring that.
One man.
Sorry. I want to say something. Sorry.
Why are we even talking about how speaking English ranking? I don't understand. You know what is that?
One man. I am disappointed in Nigeria as we are celebrating English speaking.
I'm telling you, that's what I'm trying to understand.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Can I say what you just said again? What did you say? Can I?
Yeah, how are we celebrating English speaking?
No. No. Say what you just said. You said you are.
You are
You said
disappointed.
I said we are celebrating English speaking
you
in
said you
our
are
country.
disappointed in Nigeria. Which language are you using to say it?
God bless you.
Look at
When
this
you
guy.
order in China,
Look
which
at
language
this
you
guy.
use to write to them?
Now, Brookie, now Brookie, they take the train. Now, Brookie,
English is the international language
They,
of
they
the
don't
world.
care about your language.
Brookie,
They don't care
English.
about it.
Okay, you
They
use
don't
that
care.
to communicate. They don't care. You use
Yeah,
that to communicate in China.
they don't care. It's not
No.
not that English is bad. But you see, these are not this is not the kind of things I wish Nigerians to be celebrating.
No, it's not about
English speaking
celebration. I
is
say
not at all.
we're taking towards the economic aspect of it. Okay,
Let me tell you,
the opportunity of it.
English is not our language, and I want to say this. You see, if we begin to teach our people, educate them with our local language, we'll go more higher than speaking English.
It's a lie, but let's move on. It's a lie.
It's not a lie.
It's not a lie.
Then
Because physics and biology was created in Igbo language, right?
You can use it. You can use Igbo language or Yoruba outside to educate
the Igbo
to
language
teach
for
people physics.
velocity? What is the Igbo word for velocity?
Patoski.
Or acceleration.
No answer, Patoski. Now, what like they look
Continue.
for?
No, let him continue speaking
What
English.
is Igbo language?
Continue speaking English. Other nations left us behind. Other non-English nation like China, India, and others has left us behind, and we are here speaking English.
That's what
and you
we're
are
saying.
celebrating it.
They learn
Okay.
English.
But seriously,
McKenna is actually making sense. I mean, I made this argument before. I think that was 2 days ago. What would you use to, start talking about photosynthesis and all that? But thinking about it, all these countries, Russia, and people that doesn't even relate with English. I mean, they find words for all these stuffs, and it's not gonna be, one kind of person, very intelligent professor, sit down one place and start thinking about words. Do you get? It's not gonna be such of a big deal, but it's not really what we're worried about right now, to be honest. But it's not still a bad option.
Let me say this. The kind of pride that Nigerians, the way they keep themselves when they begin to make all this accent or English accent and all that, it's begin to baffle me. Do you understand? You see, if I see the nations that move forward, they celebrate their culture. They use their local, they celebrate their locals than all these international these things. English. This English is not our language. They brought it to us. They just planted it within us. You understand? So, like when I see country like China, India, the kind of progress they're making, these guys don't care about English at all. When you go there, their factories and all that, all these guys communicate with their local language, and they're doing perfectly well.
Ekere, can I buttress your point, please? Can I buttress your point? See,
yeah.
we are here happy that Nigeria is one of the most ranked English-speaking country in Africa. Yes, if for the economics, as one of our panelists was saying, fine, it's okay for call center job. Yeah, fine, it's okay. But my own question is, we celebrate the use of English language at the detriment and at the alienation of our own domestic language. I was watching a documentary of a school in UK where it was Indians that were teaching their children Yoruba. It's annoying. Some of us our children don't even know how to speak Yoruba. Don't know how to speak Igbo, but we can say
America, they are paying me money to teach them Yoruba right now. And Cubans, Brazilians, they are paying me money, big time money, good money to come and teach them online.
Introduce me to that market too.
In Brazil, do you know they have made Brazil Yoruba a national language in Brazil now? They are teaching it in school now. If you want a job as a Yoruba person, you are getting a job in Brazil. Teaching Yoruba.
There are more people that speak Yoruba. I think in Brazil, I think there are even more than people that speak Yoruba in Nigeria. No.
In where?
Yes.
You're joking.
Mike,
No, the people that practice our tradition are more in Brazil and Nigeria, but the Yoruba language, they kept some of them. The place like El Salvador, they still kept the language from slavery.
Yeah, Mike, if care is not taken, we will soon be consulting Ifa from Cubans.
How do you
They already Brazil has always made fun of me now. They say Ogun already left Nigeria. He's in Brazil. They say the Cuban were laughing at. They say the Cuban they are joking. They were saying that the Alafia for you was sending people to Cuba to come and learn how to play the bata drum. I said, man, you got man. They were teasing me now. I'm like, They say your tradition already left Nigeria. It's in Cuba and Brazil. I said, man, are you kidding me?
that one is not true.
No, they were teasing me now. I said, I wanted to punch them. Yeah.
Mr. Mike, please, how do you practice Yoruba traditional religion without using Yoruba?
All right. Prince still has the floor, by the way. So that's interjection. Then Prince, yeah.
So the point is, we need to stop celebrating all these things. It's not worth celebrating. Let's go back to our language. Let's make money from our own language as well.
Yes, if we can promote our language in using it to educate our people, both physics and the chemistry and all that, Nigeria will do more better. It's a fact. I don't know why we are neglecting all these things. This is a fact. Go to the school there. Use Yoruba to teach them physics. Use it to teach them chemistry. Use Igbo, use Hausa to teach them all these things. They will understand more better. They will be more productive, more better.
Can I
change our mentality?
Can I say something?
This thing is killing us. I mean it. And they will come and bring out this thing and we'll begin to celebrate it. And we forget where we're coming from. It's not that English is bad. You can keep it behind. Maybe for future, maybe from some important international communication. But we shouldn't promote it more than our own language. That is my point. Because
all right, I think you made the point. Let's hear from Mike, and then we get back to Prince. Yeah.
I was letting people asking Kenneth that what is the word for this in Igbo? What is the word for this? Don't you know that they create words for? Don't you know that words are created? Even your pidgin English you speak every day, create new words.
Sorry. I want to try and get back to Prince.
I know. Well, I just want to give you a simple answer.
Patrick,
yeah, simple answer. Yeah. If you want to translate, chemistry into Yoruba and all these other things that we don't already have, what you do is you create your word for the word that doesn't exist in our own language. You create it, and the moment you start, children grow up learning it. That's what they will accept it. It will almost be like a word that already existed for forever. But it's new word for new people that are learning, reading the book. Children that will grow, at the time they grow, it's a word they will accept. It's part of their language. It's kind of like many words we use today didn't exist. Like our parents don't even know what they mean. So words are created. Even those that started chemistry, they had to come up with those words now. It's not like it was part of their language. It's new word. When they create even when they invent new things, they have to give a new name. So I don't know why you guys are presenting that kind of argument. What is this in your Igbo language? What is this? You create your own. And that's why we lost it, because we keep on following the route of following Europeans behind and everybody else and neglect ourselves. It's like we are so behind because we've neglected our own.
Well, if you were the inventor, the creator, then other people would try to learn from you, not the other way around. So that's the difference.
No, we're not learning from anybody. If something has already been created, whether by someone else, and we want a word for it, we create our own word for it. They have chemistry written in German, English, French, Japanese, Chinese, but it was one of them that came up with it first. It's not that all of them came up with it at the same time, but each of them came up with a word for it in their own language. What can we do in our own language? Why do we have to say, it's like people present ridiculous argument whenever we're trying to tell them that, listen, you can't abandon your own. They will always present that. Some people will tell me that, if the Oyinbo didn't come, by now, I wouldn't even know how to do this. What makes you think you wouldn't evolve on your own, even ahead of them right now? You can't look at yourself from when they came and think that's where you would have remained till today. That's a bad argument. Like, I don't know why people do that, man. They say, if white man didn't come and teach my great-grandfather this thing now, I'll still be in the jungle. What makes you think you probably wouldn't have even evolved ahead of them by now? This follow thing we keep doing in Africa, it doesn't make sense. We need to have, we follow. That's why you see in the conferences, they are begging them for food, begging you people for everything. Come and help us build this, come and help us do that. Because they are following them. When are you going to wake up and start doing your own, man? Stand on your own feet. God damn it.
Kulata makes the point. He says most English words are borrowed. Appreciate yours, and that is right. You know the word veranda is actually from that Indian sort of you know. So there's a lot of adaptation. You know the word. Yes, so many words. Yes.
Yeah, Omar, it's not like we have to change the inventor of whatever. Let's say Newton's law of motion. You don't have to change that Newton, but the other stuff, you know, on that law should be Igbo. I mean, should be Yoruba, or should be our native language. You don't have to change the person that invented that actual law. It's not what we're saying.
All right, Prince, does it offend you though that South Africa and Kenya are above us in proficiency? I take all of the argument that we should celebrate ours more, but now we're speaking about we still a hierarchy of things. Does it offend you that South Africa and Kenya are above us in proficiency in English?
Nah, it doesn't offend me. I mean, I don't even think about it that way. It's what we do with the language. I don't know how the metric that they use to determine who's the better speaking English country, but it doesn't matter. Overall, we are more productive, I would say, as a people. So it's about, do you understand the language? And I think we do. Obviously, we have renowned authors and people that have done great things with the English language. A lot of Nigerians go overseas to teach English. So I don't know. No, we're not yet to celebrate that we Africans with thousands of languages on our continent, we are trying to see who's the better English speaker. So it's a non-starter. Whatever is worth, it's okay. No big deal.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this next headline, and then try and bring Bishop into the conversation. Let me take you to this space. So is this survey that seems to it runs contrary to what seems to be the perceived general wisdom. 62% of Nigerians see country moving forward under Tinubu despite economic hardship. So from all of the conversations that we have on so many of these spaces, you would have thought the contrary was the case. What are you making of that headline, Prince?
Yeah, given what we've been talking about regarding the fuel subsidy and all these economic woes, that's extremely high. I don't know how they did that survey. Maybe no Southeasterner was surveyed in that survey, I would say, because that 62% is too high. It's very high for all the complaints about what Tinubu is doing or not doing. That's quite impressive. But surveys from Nigeria, I don't know who did the survey, but it's for whatever it's worth, it's fine. But 62% is really high. That's a really performing president or administration would get such a high result.
No, it's not an approval rating. No, actually, let me bring it to you. Let me speed through it. It says sorry, mute for a moment just for the background feed. It says 62% of Nigerians in a new survey believe Nigeria will move forward under the administration of our President Tinubu. So will move forward. The survey was conducted by XYZ-based Lagos Perception Consulting and Strategic Communication firm. The firm said a total of 1,714 participants across the country's 6 geopolitical zones took part in the survey and shared their opinions and views concerning the first 60 days of Tinubu's administration. 38% do not see the country moving forward under the current administration, while 62% do, the report reads. By and large, respondents were less satisfied with the first 60 days of the current administration, but they are more optimistic about the country moving forward under the current administration. According to the survey, a substantial majority of respondents show strong satisfaction with the suspension of Emefiele as governor of Central Bank and Abdulrasheed Bawa as chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. The report said respondents endorsed the allowance of both old and redesigned Naira notes as legal tender, while the proposed removal of electricity subsidy got significant dissatisfaction due to concerns about energy cost. The report said the unification of exchange rates and the president's target of 6% average growth rate in the next 4 years also received moderate gratification levels from respondents. There is substantial dissatisfaction with the arrangement of the ministerial list among respondents, emphasizing the relevance of diversified and representative cabinet selection. The report reads, the removal of petroleum subsidy generated mixed views, with a significant portion becoming disheartened and harboring strong concerns, showing the sensitive nature of energy policy changes, planned opening of more land borders, and the release of fertilizers and grains to farmers and households enjoyed favorable reception. Respondents support the appointment of chiefs of staff and the dissolution of governing boards of government agencies, the suspension of import tax change levy on certain vehicles, and the introduced green tax on single-use plastic and excise duty escalation in local manufactured products received favorable thumbs up. The establishment of the Nigerian Education Loan Fund garnered mixed satisfaction level, underscoring the need for a balanced approach to education financing. The firm said so this part pay attention to. The firm said the findings of the survey showed that 33% of the respondents did not vote in the last election, while 67% voted. 51% of the respondents voted APC during the last election, 5% voted PDP, 32% voted LP, 2% voted NNPP, whilst 10% voted other parties, the report added. So the voting pattern somewhat mirrors in the data, would you say, Prince Daddy?
Yeah, it does. But yeah, they were specific on the different areas that they wanted Tinubu or the economy to be scored. So I guess that's why it came out that high. But yeah, you know, I'd like to see also if they had the data broken down per region and see how people responded. But it's a survey. It's fine. 1,700 people surveyed. I guess that's I'm not even sure that's a good number or set of the subset to survey to get a good response from the people. But that's fine. But I was gonna chime in real quick. Go ahead.
No, go on. It's just Kulata. It's making me laugh. He's asking if it's next year the pollster that told us Peter Obi would win the whole. He will win the whole of Nigeria and Ghana into
Yeah, and 60% in Kano. Yeah. So, anyways, you guys were talking earlier about David Udain. So this guy on he went to a Mutt show. That guy.
George Galloway.
Yeah, Judge Galloway's show. So, so Judge Galloway, he claimed also to be, well, he says it all the time, to be a friend of Imran Khan of Pakistan, the past deposed Prime Minister of Pakistan. I think now he's been sent to jail under maybe corruption or some other things. But the point here is that David Udain, I'm not sure if he's committed any crime. I know we guys talk a lot about him demarketing Nigeria and all the shenanigans he's been saying. I'm not sure if he's committed any crime. The guy, as far as I'm concerned, actually, this is the first time I'm seeing his picture and him talk. I've heard his name, of course, numerous times, but I don't even know how important this guy is. You know, he came up with the fake. I guess Tinubu's passport. It is riding the wave. It knows how to You know, what can I say? He's a smart guy. He's riding the wave. He knows the you know, the temperature of the time. So if he's cashing in or whatever he's doing very well. What can I say? He had the followers. People are listening to him because he's always got some sensational news to present all the time. So, I mean, as much as if he says bad things about Nigeria, there are other people out there also that can say good things about Nigeria also. So, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, in Nigeria, we had that freedom of expression. But I guess if it gets to the point of whereby is a liable or producing false information that damages Tinubu or his administration, then that's another thing. But to be a free press person doing his own thing and presenting the stories as he sees fit, it's another thing. So, but yeah, again, left to someone like me, again, it would not have any airtime or any. It would be unknown, you know. Again, this is the first time I heard him speaking and saw his picture. So, to me, it's almost non-existent. But again, it's riding the wave. It knows what it's doing. I mean, the Must Show is it's a global show. It's highly rated, if I'm not mistaken. And there he's made his way all the way to the top right there. That's very good. That's good. He's doing a good job, you know, promoting himself or his platform, whatever he does. But yeah.
Let me take you to this space, Prince. You know, we talk about having an over-bloated governance, and this really speaks to it. The Ministry of Information and Culture has 21 agencies. So let me run you through the list of agencies that is nested under this ministry. So you have the Nigerian Television Authority, so that's fair enough. But then you have the Federal Radio Corporation. So you wonder why they cannot be harmonized. You also have the News Agency of Nigeria still under the same bracket. Voice of Nigeria, you wonder how that differs from Radio Nigeria, Federal Radio Corporation. And then you have the Nigerian Film Corporation, National Broadcasting Commission, Nigeria Press Council, National Film and Video Censor Board, Advertising Practitioners of Nigeria, Nigerian Tourism and Development Corporation, National Commission for Museum and Monuments, National Council for Art and Culture, Center for Black African Arts and Civilization, National Troupe of Nigeria, National Theatre, National Gallery of Art, National War Museum. So that's two museums. National Institute of Hospitality and Tourism, National Institute for Culture and Orientation, Institute of Archaeology and Museum Studies, National Orientation Agency. So what does that even? And a lot of these agencies, by the way, they will have a board, they will have some person sitting as the DG, and then they have all of the accoutrements, a fleet of a budget. So what are you just making? This is just a middle of the road ministry with this vast accoutrements of sub-agency. What are you making of that in a third world country, Prince?
You know, unless they can substantiate it, it sounds like a lot to me. I mean, yeah, it's just a lot of agencies under that ministry. It seems to be a lot. In fact, everything can be consolidated into one, well, maybe two main agencies, and that's it. That's part of the cost of governance we're talking about. I think you know, maybe somebody can justify it, but to an average person like myself, I think it's a lot. Culture and whatever, it's just a lot. We can't afford it. Let's put it that way. We cannot afford it. It's that and many other agencies. You know, we can't afford them. It's something we have to really trim down and eliminate many of these agencies and perhaps some institutions that don't serve us well. And
you know, because if you think that this replicates in every other ministry, so the Ministry of Agriculture, they will probably have more than this. You can expect that the Ministry of Finance will have 10 times this. All these meaningless agencies, duplicitous, most of them.
yeah, that's what it seems. But again, if you look at Nigeria's population, what, 200 million plus people, is it too many? Or I mean,
you know that all of these things replicate at the state level as well.
well, quite interesting. Well, I believe that, and that's why I was saying that. Look, this devolution of power, eventually is going to create a lot of redundancy in the system, a lot of waste. A lot of waste is going to happen in the system, and we cannot afford it, because the system is created for everybody to to get something out of it. The more positions, the more agencies are created, the more people have access to appoint people and get people paid. What did Emefiele do at the central bank? What kind of position did it create? I mean, this is how these things work. This is how they work. And it's not really, I don't think it's unique to Nigeria, but again, this is when you guys always talk about this report. Is it on your Saturday's report? I'm not sure if that report also address this kind of largesse or waste in the system. I'm not sure if it does, but that would be something we need to look into. The cost of governance, it's weighing down a lot on the country. It's something we cannot really afford for a very long time. And I'm hoping Tinubu and his people are doing something about it. But again,
they are doing something about it. They've increased the ministers from 42 to 48.
Yeah, well, if it can be justified, somebody I heard somebody on maybe a Rise of China's television was trying to explain, is there, I think Ruben Abati was asking the Tinubu's guy that, hey, yeah, they talk about cost of governance, and then you increase the ministerial positions to like maybe 48 or 47. I mean, what is the benefit of that? And it was trying to explain. Well, is there a cap to is there a limit to knowing when the government is overblown in its expenses? And it was trying to make a point that, look, if that may be the ideal number. In fact, maybe more ministerial position may be needed. Who knows? But at the same time, they are aware that it costs a lot of money to run the government, and there may be some redundancies somewhere, but it is what it is. This kind of stuff, when we hear them or read about them, they sound bad, but until somebody comes and justify and make a case for them. But again, sometimes you can't afford something. It's plain and simple. You don't have the money to manage certain expenses. Therefore, you have to get rid of them. That's just the way it works. As opposed to Emefiele trying to protect the naira and then borrowing to do that. And this is that crazy stuff we're talking about. No accountability. And I think we were talking yesterday also about I don't know if you talked about, I heard it on the news. Every year, the CBN is supposed to produce a report about its activities, its balance sheet, consolidated balance sheet, whatever, to be made public. In 7 years under Buhari, they had none. Could you believe that? I don't know if you heard about that story. They had none.
Yes, yes.
And the Senate or the House of Assembly, whichever body is in charge, did not demand to see this report. Is that a government? Is that government? I mean, is it Lawan that was the Senate guy? I mean, that was just a joke. For 7 years, they didn't see it. So now I'm not looking at it. Why do we blame Emefiele? Quite frankly, why do we blame Emefiele? Everything that he did seems to be at the behest of certain people, because if Buhari really wanted it, if the Senate wanted it, they would have demanded this report, but nobody cared to demand this report. So Emefiele is the underboss. He's working for some people. Okay, absolutely working for some people. You call him the cabal or whomever. Even Buhari himself is not clean. There's no way you're going to tell me Buhari's clean. They knew what was going on. I mean, it was terrible. I mean, and the deflation of Nigeria, borrowing money to bolster the naira. I mean, now everybody's so much upset about what Tinubu is doing right now. Whereas all these things, if the actions have been put in place 7 years ago, 8 years ago, we'll be reaping the benefit of such policies. But now we have somebody in place that's trying to do it, and everybody's crying. Well, you shouldn't have done this, shouldn't have done that. That's too harsh. When is the time? When is the right time to do all those things that needs to be done?
All right. That's a rhetorical question. The time is now. But the time is now. But let me go from you, Prince, to Bishop, who has been waiting. Apologies for people waiting. I'll try and get it around just as quickly as I can. Bishop, let me bring you in with this headline. I'll beat Saraki to PDP chairmanship. This is Segun Showunmi. So now, it's just curious. Since they got rid of your chair, they've only really had a stand-in chairman. So what sort of level of effective opposition? We don't even have an opposition, because the Obedient Movement, they're not a political party. They're just a disgruntled section of society. So to all intents and purposes, we are actually running a governance without any really standardized opposition. So who should arrowhead the PDP in order to serve as an effective counterweight to governance? Bishop.
Okay, thank you once again. Good evening, everyone there, fellow compatriots. Please click on the like button. It's very important that you do so. So if you have not, just go back, flip out, click on the like button, and we'll appreciate you for that. Basically, Segun Showunmi and what do you call him? Saraki. Saraki. Unfortunately, that's what's left for PDP to showcase. Segun Showunmi, as usual, he talks a lot, very loquacious, and sometimes he doesn't make sense. He speaks fairly good English, but that's all he has to show. Go and listen to 5-10 of his interviews. He blows out, and all is just blowing noise, right? And at the end of the day, nothing. He assured everyone that he had the PDP ticket in his pocket. He said he's going to win the governorship of Ogun State in the last slide. The last time he spoke for Atiku during the 2019 election, there's nothing that he did not say. So comparing himself, saying he would defeat Saraki in the run for the chairmanship position of the PDP is another of his many noise. But Saraki himself, how good, how ready is he to be able to stay the ship or navigate effectively the ship of governance of leadership in PDP? I think PDP is already too immersed in a lot of crisis that I don't know how they can rebrand PDP that it's going to provide the kind of opposition that we were looking forward to. I was a little bit very thankful when Labour Party was emerging that maybe there's going to be a replacement for PDP, but in very short a time, Labour Party has turned out worse than whatever PDP could have been as a body, because it's tainted. And this is one show that Labour Party is going to have, and they're going to go down. You can take that to the bank. It's going to go down completely back. So unfortunately, that space of a solid and effective opposition is still very empty, still very vacant, because it is not PDP and definitely not APC. Labour Party that will be a strong opposition. So how did the PDP get here? It's not too far-fetched. I won't blame them. I think every one of us were a little bit complacent because democracy was starting up. So to the extent that we're still being able to have democracy till now, as imperfect as it is, I think I'm still proud for where we're coming from and where we are. And that's why I will not out of anger. You know, there's this saying in Yoruba, if the father is angry, he throws the son because he's angry into the soldier ants. You know, the soldier ant, whatever. When the father calms down, and the soldier ants that are dealing with the child, when they have not calmed down, what did he do? What will he do? So I don't know where PDP is going to get it, when they are going to get it right. Maybe with the kind of leadership that Saraki would have provided, but he really got it wrong in 2015 because people were able to label him that traitor, what do you call it, tag. And apart from being a traitor, they still call him, what do you call it again? He's very arrogant, and he talks like that. I had one-on-one, and he behaves like that too. I had a one-on-one, somebody gave me a one-on-one report when his father died, what happened between himself and David Mark, as close as they used to be after that incident. When they went to visit him after the death of his father, the way he behaved to David Mark made David Mark to really, you know, and that they stayed their relationship. And that similar thing he's done to several other people that ordinarily will come and will want to come and rally around him now. You know, that disdain conduct kind of, you know, like air of supremacy or arrogance. So if he doesn't like that, maybe he would have been able to rally around the remnant, I will call them the remnant now, in the PDP, and build a strong party. But I don't think he can do it. So not himself, not Segun Sowunmi. Let's hope somebody else will be able to come and salvage what is
which name is big enough to straddle that? Because you said not himself, but I personally feel that Saraki would be an excellent chair. He's a consummate politician, a sharp brain. There is nothing he doesn't know about Nigerian politics. I cannot imagine a better candidate. The only thing that he has to sacrifice is a presidential ambition, which I think he still has. So I cannot think of a better chairman for PDP than Saraki.
The way Otoge dealt with Saraki in the north, they buried him. Whether it is political, between himself and Segun Sowunmi, there is no comparison. No, don't get me wrong. Between himself, so that's why I dealt with Segun Sowunmi first. Segun Sowunmi is just a noisemaker; it's nothing. But himself alone, now standing alone, because the way he was displaced in Kwara politics with that Otoge, and the second Otoge 2.0 that still happened in this something, they really they decimated his political grassroots everywhere in Kwara. He lost completely. It was complete in 2019. He lost. He himself knows it. Initially, he was trying to say, "Oh, they manipulated the rig," but he knows within himself that there was nothing like rigging because people were really tired. I mean, few people that know it.
You don't think it was Lai Mohammed that rigged him out? I thought Lai Mohammed rigged him out.
Lai Mohammed was not a force in the Kwara politics of 2019.
Lai Mohammed.
He was not. Lai Mohammed placed his politics in Lagos. Lai Mohammed was not a force in his local place. Go and tell me one. I mean, that was a fact.
Lai Mohammed is after the Saraki name in Kwara. That's what he wants. He wants that status that they have.
See, Sarah, I don't think so. I don't agree with you. Lai Mohammed is not the biggest name in APC in Kwara. It's not even the second. It's not even the third. It's not even the fourth. Ask people that are playing politics in Kwara. You know, I just, it just brings my mind now. Saraki is a name. Saraki should be like a deity in Kwara, by the way. The days of Saraki and this other Oniyogi in the early 80s election, you know, the rivalry. Then we used to have Kwara and Kogi together. The rivalry was between Saraki, and that's Olusola Saraki, or not this one, no. Olusola Saraki, and Saraki's name was really a name to reckon with. So fast forward to the era of Bukola Saraki, that he cannot even hold himself together with his sister, with his sister. So the mentioning when this guy came from Lagos, the one you just mentioned, Lai Mohammed did not get a foot in Kwara. And that's a fact. So Lai Mohammed was not in any way. The new people as led by this governor and what's this other guy's name? Even this guy that I used to like, that was a minister under Jonathan. That was a what's his name? this guy's name. He was very close to Saraki there. I mean, the name just escaped him. Man. He's a good guy. If I remember his name, I will chip in. So, Sarah, I mean, Lai Mohammed is no match in any way. Get my word. I did not say was no match. I'm saying is, because it was not and is still not a match to Saraki in Kwara State. The forces that rose up against Saraki took him by surprise. You know, he never expected it, and they were able to uproot him completely. So if you don't have a grip of your local politics, how much can you say you want to extend to the middle belt? Saraki is nobody in the middle belt. Absolutely nobody. Before he used to want to mash a kumashe, you know.
Is it Buraji that you were after?
No, not Buruji. Buruji is Ogun State.
Buruji,
Abdullahi something. Bolaji Abdullahi.
Oh, all right, carry on. Yeah, when you get the name.
So, no, Bolaji Abdullahi. I mentioned it today. It's Bolaji Abdullahi.
All right. Okay,
Bolaji Abdullahi. He was an aide to Bolaji Abdullahi, and the guy that eventually became a governor in Kwara State. What's his name? The one that came after him, the former commissioner for finance.
Is it Abdul Razak? Yeah.
The one I heard, the commissioner of finance for Saraki's regime that became a governor eventually. So at the end of the day, everything just scattered. You know, everything just scattered among them. But unfortunately, some of them could not stand up and look Saraki in the face, because Saraki used to rule like he was like a real what do you call it now? Like a real godfather. You know, he had that grip, and people really feared him. So some of them could not go to other parties. The ones that could go. The ones that could not go and could not stay with him, just, you know, they were just like a Adesika about, they were just carefree about it, because they knew very well that empire was already crumbling, and that was exactly what happened. So I don't know where Saraki is going to pick it up from for now, but for now there's nothing. Saraki is no threat in Kwara politics.
Going back to PDP, who do you see on that seat? Who do you see on that seat? Because PDP, I cannot see past Saraki, but who do you see?
PDP needs to sit down and reconcile themselves. Bring as bad as this guy is, John Wike, your man from Kwara, from Rivers State. As bad as Wike is, Wike still has the ears of Madam Peche Jonathan today, Papa Odili, and Papa Jonathan, and quite a number of people in the South. Wike can rally a lot. So if they are able to do that and get a common ground, Wike will not be the party chairman, but let the party come and say, okay, we made a mistake. Let their elders try to reconcile Wike, especially, and try and penetrate the Southwest again. Because PDP in the Southwest, forget that they have governors in 2 states now. PDP is not strong. Both in Oyo, in Lagos, in Osun, they are not. So because they made a mistake many years ago when they turned when Wike brought Secondus to humiliate our old man in Lagos, the Bonafide Lagosian. What's his name again? Olabode George. Hello, are you there? Am I on?
Yeah, we're listening. Carry on.
Yeah, when he brought, you know, because everything was set for the only one that was trying to look at the face. There was a guy from Oyo State, Taufik Arapaja, who was a short-time governor. He was a deputy governor in the days of what's this guy's name? That was so people were thinking, okay, everything is set to Southwest was going to produce the chairman before we came up with that is magic, government magic that upturned Bode George and returned Uche Secondus as PDP chairman, and that really hurt a lot of people in the Southwest. They tried to use this guy from Ondo State also. What's his name? I forgot his name. If I remember his name,
is it Mimiko?
No, not Mimiko. The guy was working with Mimiko. Something. If I remember his name. So basically, in all those places that PDP used to have strong footings, they are not a shadow of their former self. So PDP contesting for the next election, their best bet was this 2019 23, but they played between personal ambition of Atiku and our guy Peter Obi. They played into APC's hand, and APC is the beneficiary of that. The fact that they were not able to put their acts together. So if they want to reconcile, they need to do a whole lot of work, and their work must not start from they must win the next election at all costs. No. They should be able to build a strong opposition. As it is today, they are not. And if Wike is subsumed completely into APC and the win is loyalty, that okay, look, we are not interested in you coming to our party, but just tell us that you work to make the government work for everybody. Honestly speaking, it might be difficult. So for me, even if Saraki comes, he's not going to do anything, because some people in the north don't even trust him. The Southwest don't trust him. So who is going to trust him? When it's convenient for him, he says his name is Abubakar. When he wants to fool people in the Southwest, he says his name is Bukola. So people see the kind of politics he's playing. Yeah, he's suave, smooth talker, educated, well-spoken, good English. But naturally, we go tough. Some people will get to point to him and tell him to his face that, look, oh boy, APC is having his own crisis, like I did predict here some weeks ago when they were touting the name of Ganduje. I don't know how that one will play out, but I think it was a terrible blunder for.
Do you think it will last in that position, Ganduje? I don't see him lasting.
Unfortunately, whether he lasts or not, it's going to be a stain on Tinubu, because I don't know how. That's one thing I did not agree with. I did not agree with Tinubu's choice of Ganduje as chairman. I did not agree with Tinubu's choice of Gbajabiamila as chief of staff. I did not agree with Tinubu's choice of Nuhu Ribadu as the NSA. And those ones still leaves me a little bit. I still love Nigeria. I still speak the best interest of the country.
Yes, but that's a big fault line right there. So you're talking about the National Security Advisor.
Yes.
You're talking about the Chief of Staff, which is
yes.
the probably
Powerhouse,
the closest,
yes,
the closest contact to the presidency in terms of decision making, because he will coordinate the sort of interactions the president has with the wider. So those sort of positions, it should not. If it's going to succeed, it cannot be getting those two spaces wrong, especially his chief of staff. And I agree with you, by the way, that Gbajabiamila is the wrong choice. And then the NSA, I also agree with you that Nuhu Ribadu is the wrong choice. But that Gbajabiamila, it should have been Fashola.
Yeah. I mean, I was shocked. We said this here over and over and over again. And I did say that Gbajabiamila is not firm enough. I'm not saying somebody that will be confrontational and be arrogant and be, puffy kind of a thing with standing air. But antecedent, look at Gbajabiamila now. I know how he was capitulating. I used to point at three things that he did I was not really satisfied with. Because, if we want to get things right, there are certain things that we must do. It's never going to be convenient. Never going to. Rulership is not a popularity contest. We should be able to get it right, and people will know that. Okay, even though, like you were talking about the survey, maybe the people that they asked doesn't know that well, these things are necessary. We are just saying because we want to protest our interest. But in the recess of the world, in the real cocoa of the world, how do we get out of this mess that we are in? It's not going to be a stroll in the park. They're not going to give us this thing on the platter of gold or silver or what. So we're going to pay and work our way out. So Gbajabiamila he's never held any executive position, and you are going to set up a committee that's going to review that. Governors are there, ministers are there, and very senior people, and you're making Gbajabiamila the chairman because he was what? Because he was Speaker of the House of Representatives. Look at the time he wanted to intervene in the doctors' strike 2 years ago. Look at the time he wanted to intervene in ASU strike. This issue of fuel that we could not, if they had gone to Buhari 2 years ago or thereabouts, when they were supposed to start the implementation of the subsidy removal, I say, okay, look, you know what? Can we face this subsidy removal? We cannot just do it one time. Let's face it. Maybe increase it by 25% or 15% gradually, so that we'll get to where we're going eventually. They just went and present a one-sided story to the president between himself and this guy and Lawa. Yeah, they did quite some good job, but the landmark things that people can easily refer. So for me, those choices were wrong choices, and I pray that it is not going to hurt him and hurt Nigeria and Nigerians along the line. The choice of Nuhu Ribadu, I don't agree with it. People like him or whatever it is.
Going back to the PDP, going back to the PDP,
yes.
People suggest, I being one of them, that their best choice against Tinubu, their best chance rather against Tinubu in 2027 will be to field an Igbo man against him. So if they are ever going to stand any chance of wrestling power from Tinubu in 2027, what sort of candidates would you suggest that will give them the best chance?
Anybody that is saying that the best chance of the PDP is to feed an Igbo man is a mole. It's an APC mole. It's just already sending you that bring your weakest something. People might not like what I'm going to say. Unfortunately, I will say it all the same. Now, if PDP gives their tickets next election, if there is no article on any ticket or any other on any ticket or more, believe me or not, it's going to be a walkover. That's just a fact. So I'm not saying anybody should believe me, but it's going to be a walkover. There's a lot on ground, more than just wishing that it works the way we want. When real politicking comes, with what played out in this last election, this 2023 election, I don't want to use the word that I've used before. I don't want to offend some people, but it's a mirage. It's a mirage. Fielding an Igbo candidate for the presidency in 2027 will be a mirage. And any
sorry. Why would it be a mirage? Because we've already seen the phenomenon that Peter Obi created, and we've already identified that in the Southeast they vote universally ethnically. So if you present an Igbo person in 2027, from what we know, all of the votes of the Southeast will go to him. So you've already banked those votes. So you start your campaign already bagging and tagging at least 15% of the possible votes available.
Okay.
And then based on Tinubu's performance, everything else is up for grabs.
Okay. I heard you very perfectly. Can I continue?
Yeah, carry on.
Good. If I put a caveat, Atiku is not on the ticket. Look, if you put a Peter Obi and a Tinubu down, 60% of the vote in the north, or 70%, will go to Tinubu for so many reasons. You can argue it, that's a fact. Tinubu, Atiku, because the issue of Christian that happened, we will have gotten over it. That sentiment will not run with some section of the north like Nasarawa, and definitely is not going to work in Lagos anymore. So if you repeat the same scenario without Atiku in the ticket on the ballot in 2027, just like what we had now, without Atiku and Ganduje, straight thing between Tinubu and probably Peter Obi or another southeastern person, that's what's going to play out. But like we're just speculating, that's my thought. Anybody can say otherwise, but that's what I feel will play out. For so many factors, so many factors.
Bishop.
And I am not sure Peter Obi will not get 90% like he did, because all eyes will now be open. Eyes will be there. We'll see how that 90%, 89%, 87% were able to play. There are other people there too, and they voted. So for me, that's my thinking about it. So PDP holding the knot together. Hello, did somebody say something?
Yeah. I think Jide wants to come in. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Bishop, I support what you said. If you field an Easterner, that would be similar. But what do you think about this one? What if they field a Northerner, an Easterner as vice?
Okay.
Would that make it, let's say Atiku and somebody from the east? If it's Obi it might not, because the way Obi has actually divided the politics to some extent by what, but maybe let me give an example, like another person from the East as Vance and Atiku from the North. How do you think that would go against it?
Yeah, like you just said, if they have a candidate from the North flying the flag rather, and a Southeastern person, that would be a better contest than an Igbo presidential candidate versus Tinubu. So if we have that, the North versus South factor will still come in. Now, and that depends on how much of that North that person is able to get. People are saying that Atiku will still come again in 2027. I'll be surprised. Atiku will be 80 in 2027. People that said that Tinubu was too old at 70 and that Buhari was old at 71. If they now say Atiku is now good for Nigeria at 80, then it exposes more the level of our hypocrisy. So I will just answer that straight away. There is going to be a fairer, a more keen contest than if it were to be a straight one between Tinubu and a Peter Obi or a Chukwumeka, whatever, from the Southeast, because the North vote is going to swing in the side of Tinubu heavily. And especially if he still retains what's his name as a running mate, then probably the best place he can go for a running mate for that the Peter Obi now is to be Northwest. So where are those candidates in the Northwest that will give Peter Obi the kind of vote that we will need to cancel out? And meanwhile, remember that the other, yes, please.
Yeah, I think you're probably wrong, because I feel like everything that is gonna happen in 3 years or whatever time, it depends on the performance of Tinubu. If Tinubu performs woefully, I'm sorry, even if you bring Showore go beat him. So I don't even understand.
I've heard you. Of course, the performance is a factor, but I've heard you. Thank you. Hello?
Bishop.
Yes, please.
Bishop.
Yes, sir.
You said the Southeastern presidency cannot move PDP. I agree on that, but depends on the personality, because I still want to ask, in the Southeast, who do you think that can give PDP the popularity that Peter Obi have given?
Now,
on behalf of the popularity.
Peter Obi did not give PDP any popularity. Now, did he give them any popularity?
He gave them popularity in 2019.
No, Peter Obi. No. Don't say that. The Southeast have been voting. Southeast and South have been voting PDP one way ever before the emergence of Peter Obi. Ever before. So don't say it was Peter Obi that gave PDP.
I tell you, in 2019, whether you like it or not.
No. Okay. Hold on. Let's look at the records. What was the percentage of win of PDP in the Southeast in 2015? I don't want to go back to 2011. If not, I would have said, let's look at 2007, 2011, 2015. If the pattern was the same thing, how would you not attribute 2019? That they did not score more than what they scored in 2011 or 2007. So how would you not attribute it to the emergence of Peter Obi? They scored more in 2007 and 2011 now. So
let me say this. Do you think that Igbo will just come to vote as just an Igbo candidate? Maybe just for them to please the Southeastern, and they just need to bring out an Igbo candidate. Do you think it works like that in the Southeast?
I don't understand. Can you repeat that question?
As in PDP, now you are talking about PDP.
Yeah.
Do you think the PDP bringing up an Igbo candidate would just make PDP popular in the Southeast again?
It's one of the factors, one of the things. Now, what do they want? Why is the Southeast angry?
Honestly, to be honest, if PDP wants a Southeastern candidate and they are focusing on the one that the Southeast will approve, then they have failed already. They will have to find a candidate that other region approve, and we all know anybody that other region will approve, the Southeast will approve that guy. So they will have to focus on a candidate, like maybe like Joe
that's
Igbokwe or Rochas Okorocha that the Southeast don't like, right? And they will stand where other region may accept. Because that would be the best strategy. Because whether the Southeast like the guy or not, on that day they will still vote for him against Tinubu. So that would be the best strategy. But if you are focusing on Abari Bay, all those kind of people,
Clearly don't understand Southeasterners.
Those were the factors.
Give me names, Mike and the Bishop. I want just give me names. Apart from P2B, just give me names.
Let me give you a name. The best person that the Southeast can put forward is the Anambra State Governor. That's the best person.
To do well in one man to perform well in which area? In the north or
in the country, because the country likes Soludo.
I don't think so like that. I don't think the guy is that. I mean, who knows him like that? It's only intellectuals that know him. I don't think the population really. I can't tell Mr. Ludo will go to the north. They will start jumping or celebrating him or anything like that. People don't really know him. It's only people that are.
Yeah, but when they present him, people won't see him as an Igbo man in the way they see Peter Obi as just.
Really? Really? Yes, I don't think so. The guy that went to Hawking and Kano in prison is the one in Northern National.
I think Soludo transcends ethnicity.
Based on what? What has this?
And you know, he's calling. He's at the focal point of calling for.
He's a competent guy, but he doesn't transcend ethnicity. He's a competent person, yeah, but it doesn't transcend at all.
The truth of the matter is that at where we are now, we are at a serious crossroads. Like I have mentioned here before, this writer, what's his name? This adaptation of Olaruchimi. No, not the gods are dead. The gods are not to blame. That it says where it says that we left our pots unwashed, our soup now burns. We have played some politics in the Southeast that it will take some time to be able to overcome it. That is a fact, but it is not a comfortable fact. It's not very convenient, but it doesn't matter. So if 2027 we can rally around and play politics and build bridges instead of burning them. We burnt a lot of bridges. Look, the Southeast politician made a mistake. I don't know. They think the people that led, and they are inculcating that into the coming one, to thinking that blackmail, mischief, and what do you call it? Victim mentality, victimhood will earn you what you want. They burnt the bridge between the Southeast and the North. They burnt it between the Southeast and the Southwest. That's a fact. It's not convenient. People will not like it, but that is it. I have said it here before, and it's documented. It's something I wrote down in 2015 after the election that we started this Fulanization. Buhari, everything was wrong about Buhari because there was so much distraction, especially from the Southeast. Remember the campaign, Born Through We Children, and the narrative of Born Through We Children, and everything about Fulani, everything about Islam, everything about Buhari, that led to the extent that very responsible actually believed in the narrative of Fulani. Tinubu, Buhari was a cloned individual, that he was dead. And that narrative went ahead.
But Bishop, people are able to isolate a lot of those narratives to the author. So I personally, I'm not attributing all of that Jubril Al-Sudani to the Southeast. I'm attributing it to Nnamdi Kanu. All of this crazy going on. Oh, hold on, let me just land this one. All of this crazy goings on that we're seeing, all this wildness, just this barbarism that we're seeing, nobody is attributing it to the Southeast. They are attributing it to the Obi subsect.
Woman.
So Soludo is completely separate from all of that.
Woman, you are getting it wrong. I lived in the Southeast long and well enough. The way they were celebrating the broadcast of Nnamdi Kanu, oh my goodness. Look, forget that thing you are saying. That is just narrated of one man. It was much more than that. It was the general. believe that what he was saying was the gospel truth. The people that could ordinarily, that should, let me change my word, that should ordinarily speak against such narrative, they were clapping, they were enjoying the what do you call it, as it was going there. They were, they were flowing with it. And other people were watching. People were watching with the dominance, and it degenerated from being just mere rhetorics and the rest to real physical attack.
Bishop,
we're not
one
keeping
question.
record.
Bishop,
People
one
that kept
question.
record, Go
one
ahead.
Question. One question
Go
I
ahead.
ask you. Am I one of them?
I did not know you then. I'm just meeting you on this platform.
Let me
by your expression.
Let me put
Look,
it
I
this way.
have a few friends. Let me
put
finish
it this way.
So
Okay.
sorry. Let him interject you. Yeah, carry on this.
Yeah, let me put it this way. If I'm not part of them, which I know I'm not, and I'm telling you there are thousands, if not millions, of some people like me. So if you are generalizing that people, Easterners, are celebrating it, it don't really make sense to me.
Okay.
Let me tell you how it works. Hold on, let me jump in.
Hold on.
Let me tell you how it
Just
works.
hold on. Let me respond to him first.
Okay,
Let me respond to him first. You might be in your millions, but you are still in the minority. Does that answer your question? You might be in your millions, might be in your hundreds of thousands of millions, but you are still in the minority compared
Who took
to the
that
people
poll? Are
that
you the one
identify.
that took that poll?
So, but why are you reprobating? You just gave me a statistics now.
You're making
When you said your
a
own,
very
did you take a poll? When you said your own now that you are in the millions, did you take a poll?
Yeah, but Bishop, Bishop,
Bishop,
hold on, sorry, Kenneth. Bishop, Des has more authority to say what he's saying than you.
He doesn't. I lived straight 26 years in the Southeast without breaking.
You live there, but he is from there. So he knows his own people more than you, I'm sure.
And he has every reason to be.
And I support
And he
what
has every reason.
Bishop, I'm
And he
supporting
has
what
every
Des
reason
is
to be.
saying.
You will support, I know. I have no issue with that. And he has every reason to be biased. So simple. So let's leave it. I mean,
You
I've
have no
stated my
reason to be
opinion.
biased, but these are my people, and I communicate with them every day.
Look, I am not insulting. I'm just stating my own analysis. It's okay for you not to accept it.
No, it's not.
my
It's not
analysis.
I'm not seeing it as an insult, but I'm just seeing it as a conversation. I'm saying that what Des said is a fact, because being that these are my people and I communicate with them every day, I can tell you that what Des told you is just fact.
That was.
We know what most of the Southeasterners feel.
Let me jump in real quick, man. See, can this real life works? Let me tell you, this is real life works. It's a high possibility, which I don't know, that if we do like a vote count of this, do a poll, maybe some kind of election where the Southeastern will say where do I belong, where maybe majority may not be like that. It's possible, but as real life works, when something is happening, people are looking at the direction of that place. And based on what they see in that direction, they will go by. I'll tell you what most people think. In fact, I used to think all of you were like that. Because when Kanu started, when the IPOD started their behavior, he's attacking Northerners, doing all this whole IPOBian thing. I looked at the Southeastern region. In fact, I'm looking at one of my professor friends around me, everybody. And it's either they don't say anything or they support him. Not a single person say I'm against it. Then when they invite Ohaneze on TV, invite the Igbo on TV, anything, they all give support. And then we see people singing song, hailing him, and they will create song for him. So all we were seeing was support. So it could be that maybe those that are being vocal, showing support, maybe they are the one that support, and those that were quiet or don't support him. But we don't know, they are quiet. But if the ones that didn't support you would have been vocal as well, they can say, oh, okay, it's just some group of them. But the fact that you saying you don't support it, and millions don't support it, but we didn't hear a single one of them come out and say, I don't support him. So what are we going to go by? The way life works is we say, that place, that's what they believe in. You understand?
Mike, something happened there about last 2 weeks ago in our space. Somebody, a guy came up, he was carrying a bell, tying some of this Biafra stuff and all that. He was shouting Biafra or nothing. In the market though, a very rowdy area, the guy was shouting. Everybody was just gathering looking at him. People were looking at him. Is this one mad? He was just a single voice. But the way he was shouting it, if you come across it and you begin to buy this narrative and say, you still buy and say, this is how they behave. This is they believe in Biafra. But people standing around him, a lot of people standing around him, where
if that guy did, sorry, if that one guy did, it happens in the Southeast, do you think he will get the same reaction?
In the Southeast?
If he did that
definitely.
same thing.
You know, there are places you will do it. People might, you know,
so that in circumstances that make people to look at him that you are in Lagos and you are doing like this.
Yeah, he's behaving so. Even so, in thousands of people standing there, he was only person fully. People were just seeing him.
So what I'm saying is not as if they had a contrary opinion. They are just looking at the space where the guy demonstrating is a shenanigan. That's why they are looking at him. It's not as if
I don't think it's only that because you see, even in Southeast, even in Southeast,
I'll come to you in a moment, Jide.
When you go to the Southeast, you just look at the space, see the categories of people demonstrating it. I'm not trying to insult anybody. You understand? But you need to look at the categories of the people doing that. Because anybody that have understanding and what it means in saying that I want to have a nation called Biafra, knowing the possibility and knowing that this thing is just something that is not possible in the nearest future. Why claim myself?
Okay.
A lot of people
my opinion is premised is based on the fact that, look, we got some things wrong on all sides, whether it is the Southwest, the Southeast, or the North. We got some things wrong, and we need to work on it to build a nation that works for every one of us. If we begin to look at that, I'm coming. Just give me a second, please. I'm going to interject one thing.
I wanted you to take it back to the PDP, but
that's what that's what I'm trying to do. I wanted to just round up this phase. I wanted to just round it up. That whatever it is, that's my own thought. That if we need to move forward, we need to begin to build bridges, and in building the bridges, the first thing that should come is Nigeria. Then we look what is the platform. Is it the PDP? Is it APC? Is it Labour Party? Or is it a new party? Then we now look for credible individuals that will champion that cause. But if our number one interest is Nigeria, everybody is Nigeria. So even if you don't get it now, it will not be like, look, it's either I get it or nobody gets it. So PDP needs to do a lot of work. Is Saraki equipped enough? If we only succeed if he's able to build a rapport between himself and some South and Southeast and Southwest leadership and the North, because Saraki is not really being seen as a real Northerner in the real sense of the word. We see him as a Northerner, but Northerners don't see him as a real Northerner. They see him as a Yoruba man. So he needs to be able to build around, bring Wiki to himself, look for core people in the Southeast, bring to himself. If they can get Peter Obi back, it should be an added advantage because Peter Obi has been able to build a cult of followership, rightly or wrongly. He has been able to build that. So if he's able to build Peter Obi and Wiki together and bring them to himself, come to the Southwest, the guy's name I wanted to remember now, this just flashed in my brain. He has one English name and one Yoruba name. Oh God. He used to be chairman of PDP in Ondo State.
Don't you think that Kwankwaso will do them a very good if they can be able to give him ticket and support him with the Southeasterner?
Kwankwaso with PDP. Kwankwaso with PDP. You see the problem that PDP had this year. One of the major problems that PDP had this year was giving the ticket back to Atiku.
Yeah.
Because they gave Atiku the same ticket in the last election. And they are giving him back now. But you remember in 2015, it was the departure of Atiku, Saraki, and a few others, Kwankwaso, and a few others that collapsed PDP.
Sorry, Bishop. Go to that space that Ekene just opened up. If PDP, we're just in the realms of just speculating now, so we know that we know that Kwankwaso. Hold on, just 1 second. We know that Kwankwaso is not with PDP. But if PDP were able to present, let's say, a Kwankwaso Soludo ticket for 2027, could that unseat Tinubu?
Okay, that was what I just answered you now. It will anger many people in the PDP. That was what happened in 2015 and 2019. You know, when one of the anger of so many PDP members in this 2023 that did not work with, because you were the one that went away.
No. Don't go in that direction. Don't say how it will upset. Let's say the party was on board with it. Let's just say Kwakwanso versus Soludo versus Tinubu, Kashim Shettima, and everything is okay with PDP.
So would that be on the ticket also?
No,
are you saying without Obi?
No, without Obi.
No, what will happen?
Obi will not contest. Obi will not contest at all in any party.
What will happen?
No.
Even if Obi contest.
Just wait.
Yeah.
Let him put the scenario very well. We are saying only Tinubu versus Kwakwanso versus Anibo, no other candidate from Southeast.
Yes, without Obi.
Okay.
Yeah.
That would be a very nice ticket. It's just that PDP don't listen to.
But you think that the Igbos will be comfortable because they just wanted this thing to shift away from the south and go to the north.
No, Simba, what will happen?
What we are saying, just hold on, is still the time for the south. So if the Igbos now, because they give them vice, they are comfortable for the presidency to go back to the north after just 4 years, is that a good sign?
Well, they might start to talk that maybe after the election. But what happened?
Is it a ticket that can defeat Tinubu? Is really the question. Is it a ticket?
I want to answer that question. You are saying
answer the question and then we go on to Jide. Yes.
Yeah, you are saying that you have said that it's not that straightforward. There are factors that will contribute to it, and I'm trying to lay a foundation for that factor because you have said what you say, but truth of the matter is that it will not. And I will tell you why.
It cannot happen. Because Obi will still contest.
It will not. No, let's even assume that Obi is not contesting. It will still not.
We're just saying it as an
we're just speculating.
Whatever scenario we are painting must be practical scenario. We can't just be wishful thinking.
Okay, that's another factor. Anyhow, let's assume without considering that Peter Obi is not there for whatever reason. Let's just assume that the only candidate is Soludo, and Soludo is now a running mate to Kwakwanso. Now, the truth of the matter is, will Kwakwanso be able to deliver the entire north? No. Will he be able to deliver 50%? Maybe not. He can deliver maybe some states, 5, 6, 7 states.
Will he defeat Tinubu in the north?
I don't think so.
It depends. Are you saying northwest or north general?
That northwest, he will take it.
The north,
in general.
The north.
So why didn't he take it this time?
If you are saying in the northwest, because even in this election, he did not win in the northwest.
Exactly, only one is Kanu.
Only one is Kanu and Jigawa.
But he ran as an independent candidate now.
What makes him an independent candidate?
You know, Bill as almost as independent.
Yes.
Anyhow, I know my time is up. Let me add one thing I wanted to ask. I wanted to interject seriously when we're talking of the petroleum issue. Of course, a lot of people. I will just put this rhetorical question out there to somebody that says something, and I'm sure the person will be able to make sense out of it. Are we saying if oil prices gets to or rises to $200 per barrel today, note my words, are we saying if crude oil prices hit 200 today as we are speaking, the price of petroleum at the pump in America will not change tomorrow? Let it be a rhetorical question. I traveled quite a bit this past few weeks, and in Georgia, petrol sells for about $3. In some places, it's $4.99. As far as Montana, Idaho, Washington, what do you get it? $4 something.
It's per
So
gallon,
if the price,
per gallon,
if
per
per gallon,
gallon.
yeah, per gallon, it's gallon,
So
it's
what you
gallon.
are Nigerians? You are speaking to Nigerians. They don't understand
No,
what
no,
you mean
no,
by
no.
per
Okay,
gallon.
okay. No, what I'm saying is that if somebody says something that's very instructive, and I'm now just using it to ask a question, I know the time has gone. And the question I wanted to ask then, without beating around the bush, if the price of crude oil jumped from $100 today to $200 tomorrow, are we saying the price of pump petrol in America will not change? Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. Let's go on from you, Bishop, to Jide, who has been waiting. Hopefully, still there. Jide, are you still there, Jide?
Yes, one man.
Brilliant. But we were one chance. Bye. But let's come to you, Jide. But in coming to you, I'll be handing over to Mike, who's going to guide the rest of the session. But let me acknowledge the super chat, Kulata. He refused to come on the screen, and you know when it's not on the screen, he likes to do that. So that's Kulata, rattling it off there. So that's Kulata, and then Prince, who stormed away yesterday, telling us he's not going to come back, but he's back only to super chat. So that's Ayo, of course, as per tradition, and that's Ayo, and that's Kulata, and then that was Crown. So thank you to all those. Keep them coming. So let me hand over to Mike as Jide takes the floor. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Mike, to you.
All right, go ahead now, Jide.
Yeah, General Mike, thank you very much.
Mike is not a general. We have only one general. Yes, only Thomas. He's a constable.
Okay.
No, just Mike.
All I say is that Mr. Mike too is in the army. Seems. All right. To what I would like to start with what Bishop ended with, and I am very happy that Bishop brought this up, and that was why I asked Fatai that question the other time, because sometimes we just talk about business as if the people doing business only have the mindset of throwing their money away. I don't know how I will go to the market. These people go to the market to buy something for 200 naira or $200, and they are selling based on that price. And while they are still selling, they now heard that the price has gone to $1,000, let's say, for example, and you're telling me that the pump price would not change, because they would already be looking at where would the funds come for them to go and replenish their stock. And this is where these fluctuations in price would also come in, even though crude price is contracted and things like that, from what he was trying to prove the other time. But for me, I always like when we are very objective in our discussion, and we put ourselves and we see things the way it should be seen, not based on our opinion in terms of political inclination or tribal inclination. So that's that. What really interested me that I wanted to speak about is this Udain rubbish that is going around, and it continues to strengthen the argument that the government needs to start restricting some things on the social media. At least, if he had done his interview wherever he did it, but that interview cannot be heard on any platform in the Nigerian space, it would have been useless. It would have been useless. But there are so many sheep-like Nigerians that will have listened to whatever the man is saying, and they will have believed it hook, line, and sinker, and they will act on it.
Did you see where he went to that George Galloway to go and embarrass his country?
That's what I'm saying, because That man should be. I don't know if he's gotten. I would escort him to the court and ensure that he's giving serious sentence, because I don't know how unpatriotic you can get. Nigeria already has a bad name before in the international space. When you mention Nigeria to some of them, they feel corrupt people, 419ers and things like that. And you are going to add salt or rub salt on the injury.
What do you think he's trying to achieve by going to talk to that guy, George Galloway? Will that guy not affect any change in Nigeria? I don't get it. At least when he was doing it, going to Nigerian platforms, doing the whole damaging, I still see it as okay. At least he's doing, now he went to like what is he trying to achieve from going to that kind of platform to destroy the image of Tinubu and the country? And I mean, come on, what do you think? What is he trying to achieve from that?
I don't even know what he wants to achieve. I don't know. And this is wait. Sorry, please. Let me land. You can interject. And one thing he doesn't know is that he's really not hurting Tinubu. He's not hurting Tinubu. Tinubu will start scoring good marks.
He's hurting the country now. We all know.
Yes. He's hurting country and even hurting the people in the diaspora more than he can think of. Because the more you rubbish the integrity of the country, the citizens over there that are from Nigeria will even be looked at lesser than they were looked down upon before.
Jide, Nigeria is already having the reputation of being drug people, pushing drugs. Now you in Nigeria is not going on an international platform to promote Nigeria as saying the president is a drug lord. Are you kidding me, man? Are you kidding me? It's like you just finished up completely.
I want to ask Olajide something.
Go ahead.
You still speak about this guy, but what of the APC guy that just wrote a letter to Tinubu today? And he's an APC chief, and somebody look man.
There's no, you can't compare any of that with what we are talking about here. I mean, this guy is going on international.
But that's like bringing the image of the party down in the eyes of Nigerians.
Dude, we are still Nigeria. We are still within Nigeria. You don't get it. You don't get it. It's one thing that we are attacking each other within our own space, within our own country, playing politics and attacking our parties or this and that. That's within us. We get that. We are talking about going to destroy our image internationally. In the name of
for me, being a chieftaincy in a party, coming up to criticize the presence of the president of that party and the president of the country in that manner, do you think it goes well for the progress?
Party issue now. We are talking about how. Listen, we are talking. Okay, that party, that one, you cost Tinubu vote or whatever it is. That's Tinubu's problem. But we are talking about what this guy is doing is our problem. My problem as a Nigerian living traveling over the world. That's what we are telling you here. Maybe because you don't travel, that's why I don't know where we are coming from. When you're traveling around the world with a Nigerian passport,
I understand the implication of Nigerian passport.
That's what we are trying to tell you. So what we are doing locally, politically, the whole world is not watching what's going on inside of our country, how we are doing our policy. They don't care. They have their own internal political issues. But we are talking about we going on international stage, spaces, and just destroying the image of a country in the name of you don't like somebody in your own countryman. No one else does it. No. As American politics,
maybe the place he said it and how he said it, but why I bring it up is for just if there is nothing wrong in the administration, I don't think that somebody like that Lookman will still come up to criticize his own party in that manner. So that is my point.
Let you continue his point.
See, you are comparing two different things. Let's see. It's like a man that has his wife that bedwets, and he calls the wife and tells the wife that I don't like the way you are bedwetting, and they both argue among themselves internally. Now that's internal. It's internal. Because what the man did to Tinubu, we can even say it's good because it means that somebody from the party is even trying to put the president in check and is trying to correct anomalies, trying to bring his point his attention to some things and things like that. Yes, we can see it in that light. But when you look at it from the other way around now, a man that is wise bedwets and now goes to the market square and now brings out the topic and start fighting his wife in the presence of everybody and says, oh, you bedwet, you are this, you are that. That same man will come to the market tomorrow. How do you think the people will look at him? See, this guy is stupid. If there's any other word to call that guy, he's a moron. He's not killing Nigerians that are back home. Those that are back home. But the moment you pick your passport and you say you're traveling abroad, Uday has already destroyed the little integrity that you even have. They will search you.
Well, for me, maybe we'll start to get our house in order so that we'll stop washing our dirty linen outside.
My brother, what's that got to do anything? Which are you saying? Other countries in Africa don't have even what some people don't, even countries in the world, they have terrible things going on about themselves. You understand? They don't go on the international and say, look at my country, look, my country is here, my president is, no one else does it. Only, I don't even know, man. Only some foolish Nigerians. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. In the name of your leaders are bad. Is okay. You destroy the image of your country. Do you think that affects your leaders? Your leaders, when they travel out, they travel on private jet. They don't fly through airports. Two, they take diplomatic passport. Whenever they are landing, they are already being saluted because those people already know who they are. Like, this is an important figure. So they don't have to go through any treatment like that. So you are not hurting your leaders by destroying the image of your country internationally. You think, oh, they don't care. First of all, you're already calling them corrupt. They're only there to steal money. So do you think they care about the country in the first place? So if they don't care about the country, why are you destroying the image of the country on their behalf? Because you guys even think you are hurting them? You are not.
Mike,
that's what these people don't get. You are not. You are hurting yourself and your citizens are already suffering. We are jackmaning already. They will jackman wherever they are jackmaning to. They will not go and face another problem that his fellow Nigeria created for him, because now they say, oh, you're from that country where the president is a drug lord, you must be drug addict. Whether we hear all the time about that country, I mean, come on, man. That's what I was saying the other time. There's a difference between attacking your leader and attacking your country.
Give me 1 minute. Maybe Ekene is talking like this because maybe he doesn't travel often. Let me share you my experience. Two ways. I'm very sorry, Jide. 2 weeks ago, when I arrived in Saudi Arabia, you know, I arrived on board Ethiopia Airlines, and we have a mixed race. We have the whites and we have the blacks, a lot of black, especially the Ethiopians that are coming to do all this small job in Saudi Arabia. But what I discovered is that by the time we got to the airport, they separate us into two. The blacks on one side and the white on the other side. And by the time they are passing like 4 on the side of the white, and they are giving us 1 on our side, I spent almost 2 hours waiting for clearance to leave the airport. And the kind of scrutiny that we passed through, it wasn't the same with the others. So that is one. Even in our place of work, we need to work extra hard before they can have confidence in us because of the story that they've had about us. So if you are saying this, Ekene, you should understand where we are coming to. And we have been saying this on this platform several times, but people don't still know the enormous danger that we are doing to our country.
Simba, let me say it before you continue.
If I say that I don't understand what you are saying, you know, I'm a fool. I understand what you are saying very much.
Let me say this real
quick. My point is this.
Wait, can I hold on. Yeah. Give me a second. Simba, the irony of this whole thing is that the Northerners don't do it, and they don't travel as much as we the Southerners. Also, the group that does it the most are the one that even travel. I can say travel the most. The Southeasterners, they probably travel more than the rest of, and they do the most. So who's suffering? Who's facing the most of the suffering? And I saw one of them coming from India one day crying in Lagos airport saying we should be attacking Indians in Nigeria because you went to India, they attack him. People that the people that travel the most are the one even creating a problem for themselves. Northerners don't do that stuff. I don't see Northern Nigerians on the internet every time just destroying the image of their country. But they don't travel to those places as much as we do. We from the South. We're the one that will be the quickest people to destroy the image. And we're the one. It's like we self-destruction. That's what we like. We are addicted to that thing. Self-destruction.
Ekene, have you ever seen any other nationality on any platform or any TV or any media destroying their passports the way Nigerian did the last time?
Well,
Ekene, are you there?
yes, I'm here. I have not seen, but I have not seen, Cha. I have not seen, but you see, my point is this. Do you think that the world doesn't, those leaders in the world don't know what is going on in our space?
What is going on in our space? What is going on in our space that doesn't go on in other countries?
It's because of David.
Yes.
You think because of him
that
no, they were having that kind of treatment?
Listen. No leader in another country or people citizens in another country are paying attention to what's going on inside of Nigeria. They don't care. They have their own life. They don't care. No one is Googling what's going on. I don't Google what's going on in Argentina or in Mexico. In Mexico, they have many drug problems, all those kind of things. I don't go online to go and be following how it's going on. No one is looking into another country. The time they see it is when they start hearing it from the people. Maybe they run into some Nigerian spaces. Maybe they have Nigerian friends, and then they start hearing them talk. Even the Black American guy will say, I don't want to go to Nigeria. When people ask them, they say, because my Nigerian friends are telling me don't do this, don't do that. So that's where they're getting it from. They didn't look into Nigerian news, and there's no way they're flying to Nigeria to see what's going on in Nigeria. They don't know. We that live in the country are the one that really know what's going on within us. We know our problems. But people in other countries, they don't pay attention to your stuff like that. Unless they have something they want to go and do there, and then they can start looking into it. Like, okay, I'm going here. I want to know what's going on there. Even their leaders, when they know, they don't go and be telling their people that that country, they don't care about you like that. But we are the ones selling ourselves like that. That's what we're trying to tell you. Most people don't know anything. Even when I go on another platform, like I had this Kenyan guy was saying some things. I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? He's ignorant. He's wrong. He said, no, it's true because Nigerians told me. Nigerians. I go to Nigerian space. That's where I heard it from. I'm like, gosh.
You see, this is one of the reasons why when we're on this platform, I used to say something. You see, the last time a Cameroonian came here and was saying a lot of obedient, quoting a lot of obedient statement of
narrative now. Judah or whatever I call that useless guy called his name.
When we sell ourselves so in the name of political hatred and tribalism, we would not get it that easy. Let me give you an example. You know that during this during the screening of this guy Tunji Bosun, when he gave the example that why he tweeted what he tweeted, the first tweet before a senator brought another tweet that he tweeted and called them morons. The first one he tweeted, he said he was in the Chinese embassy and the way they dealt with him. That was why he tweeted it. Now, there was a senator that stood up and said he traveled to somewhere, I think is it Arabia or somewhere, and that when he got there, he noticed that Nigerians were detained. Hours. He now sat there. He said he has been cleared, but he sat there and he was just looking at what was going on. When he could not bear it anymore, he went there and asked, why are you detaining these people? And they said they still have to go through some checks. And the man said, have you not done enough check? And when they were trying to harass him as well, bring police and things, he now had to show them his diplomatic passport. Then they started, they were so cautious. Then they had to do what they wanted to do with those Nigerians and released them quickly. The man said it on live TV. This is what we have brought ourselves to. And this is what the obedience piece continue to do to the reputation of Nigeria everywhere they go. Now, music, entertainment has shown Nigeria in a very positive light over the time. And now, even the foreign people that have not been to Nigeria want to come to Nigeria. Now, this whole thing started again, and we started painting a negative narrative of our country again. I was looking at some African nations, and they were asked, what do you know about Nigeria? I said, blood money, ritual, 419. Look at what comes to their mind. Because when you watch a typical Nigerian movie from the past, what we portray is either the Kanayos, the wherever, the wicked person doing bad things to people and things like that. We don't know that these little things conditions the mindset of people on the way they will see us. Now that is even conditioning now, but it's now different from you as a citizen standing, granting interview on a national or an international platform.
Can I say something?
Mr.
Guys, let him finish, please.
And saying,
I'm asking him, can I interject you?
Yes, let me just land. And saying rubbish about
before you land, Mr. Olajide, I want you to conclude to land with this. Is it only the citizen that is getting it, that is painting the Nigerian in that manner? What of our leaders? Must everything be on the citizen trying to find a way of how they will get themselves comfortable in their own country? Okay. What about the leaders? What have they done?
The leaders are the ones going on international space, interviewing, calling their well, we can say
no, that
yes,
one is
to some extent.
No, Mike, that one is apart. That one is apart. We have talked about the side of the citizen, what they have done wrong. What of the leaders that brought them to that state of mind that they're doing what they are doing today?
Nobody brings it to a state of mind not to have sense that you're not supposed to do this kind of behavior. I mean, come on, man. There's certain things you can't say someone make you become. I mean, me too, I hate the leaders, I hate situation, but I have common sense to know that I won't go out there and create problem for myself because in the name of leaders make me mad. I know if I go online and start destroying the image of my country, I know I have to travel. I have to go through airports. I can't do that. I mean, come on, man. That's common sense, man.
Mike, when your leader leave this country now, pack a lot of millions of dollars, went abroad and store it up in abroad, and they come back and pretend that he's leading you. What type of image is that leader portraying outside the country?
No.
When your leader pack your monies, went abroad, establish, build houses and all that, open a bank account there, picking your money, sending it abroad and all that. Do you think that those countries are not seeing all those things? Because
first of all, let me tell you something.
Only happen in Nigeria.
It's not only Nigeria. Listen, there's no country in the world where leaders are not corrupt. Come, in America, they jail politicians. There's no country in the world where they don't have bad leadership, where some people, corrupt politicians, criminals. There's no country in the world. So we are the only one that are out on the internet selling ourselves as this is who we are. This negative thing is who we are. That's what we are telling you here. And you can't tell me that because first of all, in Switzerland, when your leader take the money there, the Switzerland people know. They created that ban because they know that it's like some corrupt politician all over the world, they will come here. So if Nigerians are there, they are not the only one coming there. Even in London, there's no African country where they don't have, even Caribbean and even some white country where their politicians still want to bring it there. They know we are not the only one. So you can't say they are giving us the image, this and that. And when they do it, it's not like the entire population of those countries know that it's happening. It's not. It may be their politicians that may know that their leader may know that our leader is doing it. Of course, they understand that is their leaders. But what we are telling you here is we're selling ourselves to everybody. That's what we are telling to millions to watch. George Galloway has this guy. George Galloway, he has the whole world know this guy.
One of our prominent senator is cooling his head in the UK prison now.
That's what I told you to some extent. Like,
you understand? So we should not pretend as if this is the cause of the citizens.
Nobody's disagreeing with you. The leaders are not bad. That's what we are telling you. You are doing strong man argument with us here.
So I know we're trying to cover it, but you see our leader also go abroad.
It's not.
And they perform some irregularities there.
Please.
I'm telling you, a leader left the cause of this nation, went outside Nigeria, performed some illegality, some organ trafficking and all that, and got himself in trouble. That's a leader.
Okay, so who's arguing with you that's not bad? What is the point? What is your point?
The leader has just went out, just left this country and performed some illegalities. Then when you see it this way now, that those UK now are seeing, when you see our leader like that our leaders are organ traffickers, how do you now see the citizens?
So what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing now? What is your argument?
I don't even understand though.
My argument is that
are you justifying what the guy did, or what is that what you are doing?
I'm saying that most of our problem is from the corrupt practices of our leaders.
It's all of us, but the leader came from the people. People are people. Forget that leader. Leader they come from the sky.
If the citizens are getting it wrong, by the way,
my brother, leader came from the citizen. We don't change it that many times. How many times we change senators and president and governors? Nobody the same people they come from. What is this leader people can always talk about? Now Nigeria, we are all freaking leader and the people.
Talk about
leader don't come from the sky.
We talk about our leaders every day. We castigate them, we do all this. Now we are just making an example, and you are trying now to exonerate and justify what the guy did. That he did it because some people made him to do like that.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
It has become.
So if you are a thief, so any Nigeria can misbehave because they have a bad leader. Everybody should be misbehaving. So nobody knows the right thing again.
Can somebody bring in another perspective to this?
Can I
hold on. They said I should hold on. Mike said I should hold on, but you did not take the floor. So please let me just say this, because people just.
But somebody on the floor, rational mind. Somebody is on the floor, so you take permission from the person.
Sorry, let rational mind come in and let's have one voice. Yeah, rational mind.
My friend, you continue, please. Let me just say this, because if I do not say it,
I don't land on Tinubu now. Go ahead.
Boy, I mean that guy. Please. I beg you. I know I'm more. You see, people like us here that talks like.
Speak if you want to speak, and let somebody else speak, please.
You said?
Just go ahead and speak now. I only advise you not to take it to Tinubu, but go ahead.
Why would you advise me not to take it to Tinubu if I want to speak to Tinubu?
Go ahead, just talk.
You see, when some of us here talk the way we talk, I shudder a lot. Now, people like that speak the way they speak, the way they've spoken here, are the type of people who will be hearing of the ABUSE word within the family. And they'll say, because, hey, no, we don't want the world to know about what's going on, until somebody's being, as we all know it, the word. The child is being, because we don't want the whole world to know. The mother want to cover up so that the whole world will not know about what the father is doing. Come on.
You are talking about Nigerians are traumatized. Is that what you are saying? Traumatized.
Let him land.
Mike, let me.
No. I have the floor.
You guys will respond. Just let him land real quick.
Don't have the floor. Rational mind, though. You are taking permission from.
I was given the floor by one man. He said,
No.
One man is not in charge now. One man is not in charge now.
Sorry.
No.
Let's have one.
You are taking.
Okay, guys, listen.
Hold on. Everybody, hold on. Mike, you have to coordinate it.
I'm trying now.
If you are permitting him to interject, let him land, and then Paul. Yes.
Okay. So basically, you are interjecting, rational mind. You just present your point. It's not like you have the floor now, but go ahead and present your floor, and then Jide and Simba will respond. Go ahead. Yeah.
So my point is this: if somebody goes out to tell the world, Tinubu did it himself in an Nadeko era when what's his name was there. When Abacha was there, they had a Radio Kudirat. What was Radio Kudirat for? And you people are the same people here that says, "Oh, he single-handedly funded Radio Kudirat." That's how you assume he did that, which I don't even believe. What was the use of Radio Kudirat there? To broadcast to the whole world the shenanigans and the crap that Abacha was doing, how he was being brutal to people in Nigeria. And you people call me all because of Tinubu. Who is Tinubu, for goodness sake? You people will spin anything all because of Tinubu, just because of Tinubu. You don't want to listen to reason anymore. They come here and tell us that because somebody went on a very bigger platform to tell the whole world the crap of a president that we have with his baggage.
Don't lie to the whole world. That's what we are saying, guys.
Well, it's up to you. That's your own opinion. My opinion is the crap of the
Tinubu is the factually drug lord.
Mike, let me tell you something, Mike.
Let him lie. We'll respond. Yes.
The crap of a president we have with that kind of baggage.
Let's just have conversation.
You know, I predicted it.
We are speaking to the optics of this because this even
Can I land?
Mike, let enigmatic, please wait for Rational Mind to land so that it will not become trouble.
Okay, Rational Mind, you have 1 minute too. It's not like you go 5 minutes to land.
No problem. Continue. I just excuse myself.
Make your point.
No, I'm not doing that. Go on.
Okay. Who else?
I'll be quick. So what I just want to say, we have to, of course, if the guy has a right to even call he has said it several times. He's fixated on this guy. They ask him, why are you not speaking about Atiku and Obi and all of them? He said his major concern was Tinubu. And if Tinubu is going to be there for 8 years, people should expect this. He's an obedient, and we all know. They've taken it upon themselves to have only one assignment and one job, to discredit Nigeria as a whole, as a country. And they won't stop at that. Were they not part of them that wrote to Biden? If I ask any of them now, do they even know what the scandal that is going on in the U.S. Supreme Court? Do they know? By almost all the 5 justices of the Supreme Court. Do they know what is going on in each of the agencies of government here? Of course, you will see some channel where you see Democrats come to lampoon Republican and vice versa. But you will never see an American come to a Nigerian TV and be speaking about a certain Donald Trump or a certain Biden. But the fact that people should understand is this guy that is speaking now, he has an axe to grind with some people in Lagos and in the APC, the way he sees some enemy. But this same guy, almost, I don't know, Mike, Rational Mind, and a couple of people who stay in the US, right? The preferential treatment they will enjoy when they travel abroad. Others who are in the comment section typing rubbish, they will be scrutinized 10 times over. Mike, Rational Mind's grandchildren, generation to come, they wouldn't need visa for anywhere, for anything at all when they travel. And the politicians you guys are actually crying over now, they all travel on diplomatic passport. So this is going to be a trickle effect on Nigerians who are trying to travel on student visas, trying to travel for the first time with their green passport. None of us is going to stay we was going to have problem at the airports or private entry points at any country because you have something different. But would you be selfish like that? I mean, he can say whatever he wants to say, but we are talking to the optics of it. Why is it that it is only a group of individuals, only a group of political parties, only a group of political movement that is always doing that? I think it's Simba that was asking, have you seen anybody from the north do all this kind of nonsense, rubbish? I mean, Simba, they travel a lot. If you don't know, the northerners travel a lot. But whatever grievance they have, they keep it within the country and within themselves. But we've always seen the handwriting effect almost everywhere. It is about these people. Everything they want to reduce it to that pedantic, tribalist stuff. Over the weekend, look at what happened. Even just the BB Niger that we just started, that has been there for so many years. They've already taken it to tribal route. So if you go ahead and say Nigeria is the worst country in the world, and then other African countries are already making, they are taking point from your conversation, it's not going to affect Mike. It's not going to affect one man. It's not even going to affect Rational Mind. Regardless of his politics against Tinubu, Rational Mind will walk out and walk in through any airport in the world globally. Nobody will stop him because I believe he has an American passport. But look at those Nigerians who do not have that privilege. Look at the tag on them. Each airport they walk into, each embassy they apply to go to travel abroad. Look at that. And the Udein that is doing all these things is a fugitive. He has you may have a lot to lose. It seems like he doesn't have anything to lose because he's fighting a war with his country and with some individual. So that's the way I see it. I don't know how people see it. So I won't say because I have a privilege like every other people who have probably dual passports, and I won't think about people who will be suffering for the consequences of some people because of some hatred or for political reasons. That's the way I think people should reason it. It's not about I hate this. Of course, we do have politicians that we don't want to see, that we hate, that we don't like, but we're not going. It is travesty to say you go on the TV almost every time. Do you know who Galloway is? People should check out Galloway. It's not about the individual involved now. We already know David Udein. We know who he is, and we know his hatred already. So nobody should be surprised. But I'm talking about the effect on Nigerians, average Nigerians. Tinubu will travel out of the country back and forth. All his kids are dual passports. Peter Obi, he has his own dual passport. His kids will not have issues. The same as Kwakwanso, the same as Atiku, the same as all the politicians that we call thieves today. But an average Nigerian will have to go through 10 times of what anybody will go through just to secure a visa.
Enigmatic. If that should be the case, don't you think it's a good thing? Because if Nigeria now see that they cannot easily travel because of some certain behavior in our space, then it will now give us the energy to begin to walk back, to mend our ways. That is how I see it.
So, I don't know. You don't make sense, man.
What has changed so far? Look, what has changed so far? And we are trying to, like I say, when we come here, we try to be very conservative and cautious, not to go any route. When you are talking about this drug, who are those people that are caught with drug almost all over the world globally? Nigerians. Who are they? You want us to speak it out?
Even if Tinubu is a drug, even if Tinubu is a drug baron and all that, what they say, Tinubu is not the only drug man we know in Nigeria. There are a lot of them.
I'm asking. Hold on, guys. Hold on.
You are not getting what I'm saying.
Jide, hold on 1 second. Is there a logic? Can I just produce now? Is there a logic of in the Southeast? Let's sit at home. Let's destroy each other. Maybe if we do it, the leaders will change. That's the same thing he's saying. That's the same logic you just presented now. Like, if you continue to destroy our image worldwide, maybe if they start to punish Nigerians, they have to change
because of the leaders.
Oh my God!
You can't say because of the leaders, average normal Nigerians should suffer. Because
that's what they're doing in the Southeast now. Because of Nigerian leaders, the Southeast are not sit at home and suffer.
Because the leaders, they already you hate them as much as you want. They already have their lives squared up already.
David is not an Igbo man now.
I'm not saying the logic you are presenting is that
your logic
we should use that same approach you guys are using in the Southeast.
I'm saying the way
you punish your own people just because of your leaders.
Is it not better we speak up? Is it not better we speak up then? Let us use that narrative to mend our ways now. Those that go abroad to do.
And I believe you travel a lot.
No, let me finish now. Let me finish. Those that go outside to do drug and all that, they now see that this thing, they're not giving them visa again. So now when you want to travel, then you now have to make your way right.
What the hell are you talking about, man? You're not making sense, my brother, man. You're not making any sense at all. I don't know.
I don't know if I'm not making sense.
I don't want to insult you, but I think your IQ, man. The more I get to know you guys on the internet, like your IQs are so low, man.
You're on a different tangent, and the thing you are getting wrong is, look, politics or no politics. In America here, right, you cannot have the most bombastic politicians. They are in both political parties. Have you seen Republican and Democrat go at each other? Have you seen them? But when they wear that toga of an American, you better not speak against America. Whatever politics they have, they keep it aside and they project a good image of the US wherever they are. So now, Udein may hate Atiku or anybody, right? You may hate anybody from any part of the country. But when you wear that toga of a Nigerian, right? Then you must always project that fact that you have to find a way. Is Ghana better than us? Ghana, do they not have their issues, or any other country in Africa? But why is it that it is own? Have you seen like a recurring decimal? And I made samples of that maybe 2 days ago when some of you were mad on this platform. It is only, you can only trace it, right? You can only trace it to an angle, to a group now that is surfacing in the political annals of Nigeria. And I bet to say you will never see that from PDP because of politics. You will never see most of this thing happening. And once again, if you travel constantly, not just within Nigeria, if you travel out of the country and you have easy routes all over the world because you have a dual passport, then it means you must be selfish not to be concerned when people spoil Nigeria's image, because you can go in and out. But some students are out there now trying to get a visa to go to one country or the other to study, and they're having issues. That Nigerian name is being robbed because of the green passport, and it is caused by Nigerians. So if you are saying leaders, the leaders are squared up already. Their generations are squared up already. Regardless of the situation Ekweremadu is going through in UK prison or whatever, his son is in a cabinet in Enugu State. Now, his son is in the cabinet of Enugu State, one of the commissioners now, right? As we speak, there are 7 ex-governors' sons or children in House of Reps. Their life will continue to move on like that. An average Nigerian, because you hate Nigeria, you just want to bring it down. You think about them. That's the optics. We are not trying to say leader or no leader. So that's how I'm going to leave it.
Enigmatic, they don't care. They put their sons there, and we continue to promote their irregularities by not speaking up their evil acts. They put their sons there. Their sons are still succeeding over us and all that.
So the solution is to go on international world and go and
we the citizens, we are sitting behind, covering their image, trying to not make so that Nigeria will not look bad. We are covering the image of our bad leaders. Their sons are taking over and all that, and we are covering their image.
Okay, let's hear from someone that wants to come in.
They should condemn the country, but when you pick a specific example of the country, a region, they will start to call you a tribalist. Okay, let's condemn the country region by region and see who is actually tarnishing the image of Nigeria. Those people, are you seeing PDP people doing that? Are you seeing Kwakwansiya doing that? If you trace all these people, they still belong to the obedient that you people don't want to listen. They go out there to denigrate Nigeria's name on a daily basis. What is the gain? What do you guys want? Because of an election?
Enigmatic, please can you give Jide some time to talk?
Who wanted to come in? Was he Jide that wanted to come in or someone else?
Yes. I had the floor. Only and the interjection has taken.
You started it, so you are the one. You should give us time. We are the one that started it, so.
The funny thing about those scenarios, for me, I had to stay awake till this time because I want to discuss this, and it's very painful. The funny thing about these whole scenarios is this: we Nigerians and those that claim not to be Nigerians, we are not truthful to ourselves. And I cannot, please don't interject me on this one. I want to let me make my mind, then you can now interject. Now, Nigeria is not the most corrupt country in the whole world. Nigeria is not in the top 10. 2020, 2021. Even Russia was in 2021, top 10. Nigeria is not even in the top 20. But when you carry a Nigerian passport and anybody in that top 10 or that top 20 carries their own passport, the kind of victimization you face as the kind of torture and stress you are subjected to as a Nigerian, even those countries that have been given award, gold medal, silver medal, bronze medal, diamond, whatever kind of medal for being corrupt, their citizens don't face it at any airport or any point where they are applying for visa or any place they go to work. And we are here happily rejoicing. Okay, you say Ekweremadu did this. Yes. If you go back to the origin of Elon Musk that everybody is celebrating today, go back to what he did in South Africa. Maybe he's in South Africa. You know how he got his riches. All these people have their own bad stories, but they don't put it out there and rub it in your face and make it look like, yeah, we are the worst in the world. Somebody was talking about Nigeria and he spoke about Nigeria as if you are going in the street, you can just be shot down, bah, and you just die. And I was just watching the person, and it was a Gambian that had been to Nigeria, that came for vacation in Nigeria for 3 weeks, that was correcting a fellow Nigerian that has never been to Nigeria, but was just hearing what was going on in the space. A Gambian told him he enjoyed his stay in Nigeria. There was no, even the drugs that it's not like you see it everywhere on the streets. And that is what they have painted. Mexico is the home of drugs. Drug dealing, drug whatever. But do they face the kind of pressure we face when we carry our passports? Do they? And we say these things, those that are at home might not really feel the problem or the effect, but those that travel, those that go out of this country to seek greener pasture, to better their lives. A Nigerian, in terms of corruption and whatever, if they are going to go by indices, is better than an Indonesian. These people are corrupt. People from Nepal, Somalians, they are rated far better, far higher than Nigeria in terms of corruption. But it is Nigerians that face it because of this kind of things. Because of this kind of things. Now, okay, Ekweremadu has done what he did. I'm not justifying it, but anywhere in the world, they do organ harvesting. Everywhere in the world. Saudi Arabian prince called his whole family together, locked them. Is he a Saudi prince or an Arab prince? Locking all of them together and telling them, guys, you have to relinquish the money that is in your hands. Where did they get the money from? They embezzled the money. Is it not still corruption? And we'll come and talk about our politicians as if, wow, they are next to devil. I'm not saying they are not bad. But the kind of connotation we give the name Nigeria, the kind of impression we put on the name Nigeria, the kind of perception we put on the name Nigeria. My daughter, 8-year-old, my first daughter came to me and was like, Daddy, if I grow old, I don't think I would like to be a Nigerian. And I was like, daughter, there's nowhere you go in the world. It is Nigeria first before any other thing. You are a Nigerian first before any other thing, and you are better than any white man out there, and you have to know that in your mind, know it in your brains. And since the day that guy said that thing, I continue to instill it in my 3 kids. I don't understand what we are doing to ourselves. I don't understand.
Can I respond to you?
This person that is calling Tinubu a drug baron, is he not corrupt when they arrested him? Where they arrested him for his corrupt practices? All of a sudden, wait, calm down, please. All of a sudden, he is now the bearer of the gospel. Abi, we are not saying don't say things about your government. If you say it on the Nigerian space, fine, it's okay. I am saying it on a Nigerian platform here that our people, yes, our government are corrupt. We've had so many cases. It's only in Nigeria that you say snakes swallow money, monkeys swallow money. Yeah, it happens. You understand? But even in America that you see, so somebody was trying to say they should probe NASA, that NASA is one of those places that the United States government is using to siphon money from. You see, but they will not paint it the way we paint our own. They will not diminish their country the way we diminish our own. They will not see Nigerians, people that are even poorer than Nigerians. An average Nigerian is richer than a Nigerian in terms of the facilities available to them, the kind of life, the quality of life, and everything available to them. They are still defending their country.
Please, Jide, please, can I interject?
Jide, can I respond to you in most of the things?
Please, let us.
I'm doing. It's just like
I get them many times now. These people just told me I haven't said anything since they bring here.
The conversation cannot be going in one direction now. Let's another person bring another.
You've interjected many times.
Please, let me put my position.
Let Kumi come.
Because this is getting too much. Yeah, I know what I've gone through many airports. Our image is continuing damaging every day because some people somewhere said they don't want that country, and that's the most people that damage the name of that country. I've lived in South Africa. I can't lie to you. It's like because we are painting it Nigeria. We should start calling names. I think when we start calling names, everybody will restrict their position.
Don't call name. Just make your.
Okay, no, the same way. Okay, now we don't want us to call name, but we can expose ourselves in international space.
Speak to that. They don't call name. Speak to
we should
that.
not call name. Okay, it's okay. We don't call name.
Please allow him to call name. Allow him to call him. Let me say what is in his mind.
I want him to call them.
I will call him then. I live in South Africa.
Come in, forget about it. Because Israel that is talking here now, I can see what is already writing. Is already writing in the comment section.
I was frustrated to leave that country because of some group of people. I can't lie to you. No, even Nigerians cannot tolerate what Nigerians in doing in South Africa. We cannot. And it's not only in South Africa.
Please, Kumi, please. I don't like what you said when you said what Nigerians are doing. Say what those people that claim they are Nigerians but don't want to be part of Nigerians are doing. Let us name names. This thing is wrong.
Can I come in?
Okay.
See, they don't want me to talk.
I want to talk to Olajide.
But they want us to be honest. We should expose ourselves in the international.
Let us be honest with ourselves. That is the fact. Let us be honest with ourselves. If it means if it means calling them, let us call them.
Did any court sentence Tinubu as a drug baron?
Can I come in, please?
It's not even.
And we have a lot of Igbo.
Come is okay. Come is okay.
Simba, allow people to be free, man. Simba, as long as you're not cursing, let people talk, man. You don't need to try to guide what someone is saying. Let people speak their mind.
We have a lot of Igbo.
Speak your mind, my brother.
Let us go and do investigation. Go and see what is going on in South Africa.
But the guy in question here is a Yoruba guy. It's not an Igbo guy. The guy in question here is not. So it's not a tribal thing. It's a Nigerian thing.
He didn't say that. He didn't say. Wait, Simba, chill out, man.
Come.
Let us start exposing ourselves. Let international know who is.
One voice, man. One voice. I don't like this noise here.
Hold on now.
Hold on. Kumi, land your point. The crown coming. Simba, allow the man to speak. I don't like
my point. We should start being honest. We should start exposing ourselves. If that's what we want, let us start doing it now.
and let us see what is going to end us to. Should be that they give us small opportunity. They will not give. See how much international we in diaspora remitting in Nigerian government every year. Let us go and check. If we don't represent them very well, do you think we'll be supporting them? But some people will stay in one group somewhere in Nigeria, damaging, causing, go and see what they write every time. They call the man never spent too much. They call him everything. They go every media space. Ghana and Gambia, all of them, they are just bad-mouthing Nigeria in every aspect. And all these countries, they are worse than. See what I just let us move on this conversation.
Yeah. Can I come in now?
Crown coming.
Yeah, good evening. I came in
never
because
give me
of
time
this.
to speak. I'm only interjecting.
Yeah, I came in because of this.
After Crown, you come in. After Crown, go.
Yeah, I came in. Most especially because of this topic. I see. What a lot of Nigeria doesn't know is that this guy, he's just looking for a publicity. He just want people to know him, and he's just using his own selfish agenda to spoil Nigerians' name. And what I discover about a lot of Nigerians is we think we are patriotic, but we are not. Because most of us that are in abroad, we face it here. Today, even today in the place of work where I work, a lot of people all these small African countries where they say, oh, what's going on in your country? What's going on in your country? As if nothing is going on in their own country. There's a guy that used to call me on this platform. He said he's from Ghana. The guy never, for once, I've never seen him criticize his own country. But he will come to the platform, he will criticize Nigeria. He will not come to the platform to criticize his own country. He will not criticize his own president. But we Nigerians, we say, oh, we want to criticize our people, our country, because we want the country to get better, not knowing that we are demarketing our country. And we are facing it. Those guys, like other people have said, those people, because everything we thought, some people think, oh, everything falls on, or you start from Tinubu and it fall on his head. His children, they cannot survive it. It's we that we are suffering it. The children that bought many houses and others, are they going to survive it? But a little opportunity we have that we're supposed to benefit, like going abroad, going gently, people recognize us, okay, they say, oh, these are visa and all, our passport and all that. But people today, we are the one to come on the platform. Oh, when we say we demarket ourselves, if somebody is talking about us, saying something wrongly about us, people can come around and say, oh, because you are not from there. That's why you are saying that. But ourselves, we Nigerians are the ones saying it. So people will believe what we are saying. People will believe it because we are the one demarketing it. It's not somebody else. And that guy, one small guy, he ran out of the country and he just freely tried to seek for asylum and he's talking rubbish up and down, talking, trash up and down. People are, because he has some people that doesn't have sense following him. He call himself investigator, whatever he call himself, and people talk about him and say he's saying the truth. What is he saying? What does he know? If you want to criticize politicians, you criticize people not running the country down. Other countries, other African countries, the Cameroon, that guy, the president of Cameroon, have been there for almost 30 years. You will not see Cameroonians going to
42 years. He came in.
When I see the video of the guy was a mess. The guy was messing on stage during the. You don't even know what he did. The guy just a mess. I didn't even know Cameroonian. Do you know what's even funny? Jude came on this platform and he talked about that too. Cameroonians, they all swept under the carpet. Jude came to talk about Nigerians, and the guy didn't even talk about this president that was messing on stage.
See that guy that I said
in front of the whole world. Yeah, the Cameroonian guy that came here now to come and talk about Nigeria.
You say you
blast
serve in
all
Nigeria
how bad
army,
we are.
and you come to the platform and be the marketing Nigeria. The same you say you serve, you benefited from a country. You benefited country that gave
Oh,
you
that one, that
opportunity
Maxwell, that one,
to
that Maxwell. I
that
mean,
serve
like,
in the country.
these
It's
people hang
annoying.
around Nigerians now, so that they have to behave like Nigerians because the way Nigerians are marketing.
It just like you serve in U.S. Army. Can you ever see anybody that serve in U.S. Army that will not say, "Oh, we will not be becoming marketing in U.S." It can never possible. And the guy will come
No,
online, and all of us will be
we have
supporting them.
Nigerians here. We have Nigerians. Even we talk about US now, they start defending US. They are here on the platform now.
Yeah, what are they defending? The market. All this small country. Today, what I'm talking about is today that the thing happened to me in a place of work. All this Africa, maybe Sierra Leone, where the those guys are coming from. They say, what's going on in your countries? And we people are talking about it and say, they said, oh, our leaders, as if other people doesn't have leaders. We are just dismarketing ourselves and all these things that, like what who said that is enigmatic. You know, a lot of people just like Yoruba will say that, oh, you have crossed the bridge and you now break the bridge. You broke the bridge so that other people will not cross it. That's what people doing. You think you love the country. You didn't love the country because you have already crossed over. So a lot of people will not go back to Nigeria the way they are doing. They know they will not go back. So they will not allow other people to benefit for what they benefited. Because this day,
let's face the reality. Like, so I don't want to say all, but most Southeasterners, they want Biafra and they don't love Nigeria. I get it.
They should
now,
give them.
It's okay that you hate Nigeria, you want Biafra. I get it. But you thinking because you hate Nigeria now, you doing destroy the image of Nigeria when you are the one traveling that was going to deal with the consequence. That's where I'm like, okay, these people here don't have sense, you know. Like you don't have sense at all. You do self-destructive things.
Mike,
the
same
Mike, give me space to speak now.
Okay, go ahead.
Hold on 1 minute, please. 1 minute. The same set of people will come online. They will say, oh, so the passport they are carrying is this, that. They will not know that they have said a lot of negative things about that passport before they leave the country. So, well, you know, I follow you guys a lot. But I just need to join today. Like, you know, this thing we are doing, we should just have to think about it, because a lot of people have their children outside the country and they believe their children are secure. So other people, they think they are doing a good job for other people over there. They are not doing a good job. I'm just telling you guys, you are not doing a good job marketing your country. That's what I will say. Thank you.
Okay, can I speak?
Please, 1 minute.
Yeah.
Crown, did you hear about the news of that went around the English Parliament where the female members were complaining of being sexually harassed inside the Parliament?
No, I didn't hear it.
It was a very popular news. Then you can even Google it. The truth of the matter is, you will not hear it anywhere. But if it is Nigeria now, one senator harass another senator.
I beg, you guys should allow Kenneth to talk. Don't divert the conversation.
Okay, the issue is this. You know, first, the person that granted this interview is not an Igbo man. He's a Nigerian. So we are talking about Nigerian entirely, not a section of a country and all that. Because anybody can criticize from any part of the country, but it depends on the way you criticize the nation. But once you are saying the fact, then your criticism is valid. That is my point. So if you know the fact, and if you know that what you are going there to speak is the fact, what makes you not to speak it? Because you want to protect some images and all that. I don't travel often, but I have people that travel. I have people abroad in my family, and the friends and all that. And I know how they're doing. If you're not doing well there, at least I know the ones that are not doing well. I know what the challenges they are facing. I know the ones that are doing well. I know that their life are moving sweetly there in abroad. They're doing perfectly well. Nobody's harassing them because they obey the law. And that is the issue. If you obey the law, if you do the right thing, it doesn't matter where you come from. You understand? It doesn't matter where you
Let
come
me
from.
say something. Let me address something real quick. Give me a second.
Let me finish. Let me finish now. Let me finish. Let me finish.
You will finish. You will finish. Let me address something about Ondei. First of all, Ondei, people that he's pandering to, we all know, are the obedience space, the Southeasterners, and we even he's pandering to them because those are his followers, and he's pandering to get donations from them. We see that even when he went on Dr. Damage's show, he was just bashing Yorubas, even further promoting in American propaganda about Yoruba people. So we know he's in line, he's representing the Southeastern space with what he's doing. We get that. So let's not say, oh, he's a Yoruba guy. And again, when we say people are doing it, we're not saying it's only Southeasterners that do it. We know other Nigerians do it, particularly Southerners. But the majority of the people that do it are Southeasterners. That's a fact.
Okay, now Muhammad, you are trying to level it on. You are leveling it on the Southeastern. Okay, I accept.
No. I'm not leveling it entirely. I say I just make it clear. I say everyone do it.
Okay, it's
mainly
okay.
Southerners.
It's okay.
But the majority of the people that do it,
Southeasterners that are the Southeasterners that are destroying the image of the country. No problem. I accept that.
Mainly.
I want to say,
and it's the factual statement.
What I want to say is this. What I want to say is this. You talk about other nations and all that. Tell me, all these nations you mentioned, which one have not given their country 24 hours electricity and all that? What has our leaders have been able to give this country to say that we'll go there to begin to clap for them on international space?
But you are talking as if you are here to defend our leaders. I don't even why you keep doing. We keep telling you.
Yeah, that is how I see it. That is how I see it. Because the country. Let me say this. Let me
telling
finish.
you not to destroy image of country has nothing to do with leadership.
Mike, you give me a space to speak now. Let me finish now. Then you can interject.
Selling drugs. Is our leader allowed the citizens to be doing 419? Is our leader allowed the citizens to be doing money laundering? Is our leader allow our citizens to be doing bad things?
Let me finish. You can still come in and defend. I said, tell me. Even this Niger they are trying to fight. You are trying to go there to help them to fight a war. They have 24, just as simple as electricity. As simple as electricity. They have it. Whether they are poor, whether you are richer than them. At least their country, the citizens are benefiting a 24 hours electricity, which the government have been able to provide for them. Both
let me ask you this question.
So let me finish. So when you have
the issue is this. Wait, we should be what we are saying. Get it right. Nobody is saying you should not criticize the leader, but you should be able to separate your leader from your country. That's what you are saying. Get it right. But you cannot be demeaning your country and spoiling chances for your citizens. In the name of saying you hate your leaders.
How would you have done that, Simba, to separate the leader from the country? Let me give
you
the leader without involving the country.
You know the issues, you know the perceptions that the foreign countries have about Nigeria, especially about drugs. Do you understand what I'm saying? We all saw it, what happened in Seychelles when they banned Nigerians from coming. Those are the things that we are speaking about. Now, this same guy, now you are not promoting the same thing. You know how many people go to that Seychelles to go and work? And those ones now, they don't have that opportunity again. So what we are trying to say is that we cannot say, okay, our country is bad. At the same time, the few opportunities that we're supposed to have abroad, we are spoiling it for ourselves. That's the way I want you to see it. Nobody is actually covering any leader or protecting them.
Let me answer your question. You say how you see how you supposed to him going after Tinubu in that contest, right?
Without involving the country.
Okay, okay. Check this out. If Nigeria wasn't already having a reputation of this drug country, right? And he is speaking in that context, I would see it as him just attacking Tinubu. I will leave it like that. But in the era where we are being accused of being this drug country, right? And that's the moment you are going on that kind of stage to even say your president, the president of the country, is a drug lord, to push it. That's even more, is more damaging to the image of Tinubu, but it's more damaging even further to the image of the country, because that's what we're already being accused of. Now you just see, it's like you really bang it in the head of the whole world, like, okay, that country, they're all drug dealers. If their president can be drug dealer, then this thing will be hearing about them. That's completely true. They must all be drug back. That's what he just did. That's what we are telling you. We are not saying,
even if, but you know, Tinubu is not the only drug. Even if he
stop
is,
moving
it's not
goalposts, man. That's not this guy, man.
Okay, let me say this. Okay, let me say this, Mike. Let me finish, Mike. Let me finish my talk. You see, the reason why I brought that statement.
People will laundry money, unadjusted money to some private.
Yes, you can criticize him on that. You can criticize him on that. Nobody's telling you to.
Let me call Obitu. See.
Yes, call his name. Nobody's saying you should not call his name. But when they call other leaders' name, don't make it a personal. Yeah, call Obi name. Call anybody you want. I brought the issue of somebody from Southeast. Let me finish. I brought the issue of Southeastern that perform human trafficking in this matter. He's from Southeast, so I will not hide him because he's from Southeast. He's also one of the people. Let me finish now. If you think that calling Obi name will stop me from saying what I want to say, it will not stop me. You understand? So I brought the issue of another Southeasterner.
Please calm down.
I brought the issue of another Southeasterner as a well-known senator who had represented this country that went outside that country and spoiled the image of this nation. He's not even serving jail in our country. He's serving jail in abroad. And you think it's because of what the guy just said, that the other world don't know what is happening in our space. When your own leader in Nigeria, the money that are supposed to use to build hospitals, schools, and all that, they went abroad, use it to build houses, hotels, pack those money there. We are talking about the scarcity of forests and all that. They store monies in dollars, in euros, in those Western countries, and the citizens are suffering. Tell me that person, that senator that I've talked about, do you know how many houses he owns abroad? Compared to what they have here in Nigeria. They are buying houses abroad, doing all that and all that. And you want me to sit quiet and say, I want to protect it, when they are the one clean the image of the nation. You think that those Western leaders, they are dumb. They don't know what is happening. They don't know that your leaders are foolish. That instead of them to use their money to develop their space, they are bringing the money for them to use it to build their own economy and all that. I'm not talking about Tinubu. I'm talking about from my space, the leader that went out from my space to go and destroy the image of the nation.
So what are you saying, Ekene? In summary, what you are saying now, summarize it.
Yes.
Summarize it. What are you saying? Just wait. What you are saying now is we should only condemn the leader. We should not condemn whatever wrong thing that the followers are also doing. Is that what you are saying?
Everybody is involved. If you are a citizen, you went there to do drug, and you say that
but I see here on this same platform,
you also contribute.
Ekene,
yeah.
Hold on. On this same platform, I remember the day we were discussing the issue of secures. You are also giving reason that because the country is not good, that's why Nigerians are carrying drug. You are justifying it that day. This is same thing that you are saying. You are saying because the country is not good. Hold on. You are wait. So every wrong thing now Nobody should take responsibility. That is what we are saying. That is always so. If I go and carry drug now, you will not blame me. You say because Nigeria is bad, Nigerian leader is bad. That's why I'm carrying drug. If I turn to an armed robber now, or if I come to your house and kill you,
yeah,
you will justify it by saying because I'm traumatized as in Nigeria, because Nigeria is not good. That's why I killed you. Is that what you are saying?
For me, Asimba, there is an adage that said that when things want to spoil, it starts from the head to spoil. Things don't start from the ground to spoil. So if the leaders are corrupt, automatically the nation is going down, whether you believe it or not. You understand? So there is nothing to justify. But as far as for me, I stand with the public. I stand with the. Okay, madam, come in.
Let me interject you.
Yeah.
So, okay, hello everyone. Please, Simba, let people talk. Oh. This one you turned prophet overnight. Kumi, don't talk. What's all that? I came because of you. You know why I like you, Ekene, my Christian brother. You know why I like you. You like pretense. You like to pretend a lot. You will come onto this platform with a cool voice, calm voice, you know, as if you're a good person. Then you want to condemn Bola Tinubu by force. Brother, take it easy. Take it easy. Let this man rule Nigeria the way he wants to do it so that everybody will benefit. Southeasterners, leave Tinubu alone. By be able to do what he wants to do. Enough of all this BS. It's enough. We are sick and tired of you people crying every day. Stop crying, bro. What is the problem?
My baby girl, nobody is crying though. Nobody is crying.
No, but I always listen to you. You come with that your calm voice. Everybody will think this is a nice person. I heard it when you're giving enigmatic. He's speaking English. He's with the guy that speaks English. I don't speak English. You will speak the kind of English that you want. Let people alone. Let them breathe now. What is the problem?
No, we come here to discuss the iron issue now. We shouldn't left anything behind now. That is the issue.
We all Nigeria. Let us be calm about this thing. Let's go about it the proper way so that the country will be better for each and every one of us. Don't let us condemn as if Nigeria can never be better. Please. This is what you
Nigeria will be better. Nigeria will be better.
Please,
Nigeria will be better, but I don't want to live. I don't want to be leaving anything in the hand of the citizen. I want to be heaping it upon the leaders. That is my own decision. Yes,
and it's all the leaders, including Obi.
They deserve the criticism so that they will perform. Yes. I'm not praying that Tinubu will fail. I'm not praying that he will fail.
Because that
so if I have anything to say, if he tells me that he's going to give me electricity in the next 2 years, I am expecting it. And if I don't get it, I'll come here to say he didn't do it. There is nothing to hide about it.
So you say if you give electricity, you will praise him, Abi?
Why? Why won't I praise him? I praise Buhari for giving him. I praise Buhari for giving me.
Wait. About 8 years ago, I had some Southeasterners. They were telling me, talking just like this, like if Buhari give them a second Niger bridge, so they will praise him. The same people, when I went with them, say, okay, the guy just look at the second Niger bridge. They didn't praise him. They were still swearing for him, you know. So I don't believe you, man. I don't believe you.
I praise him on this platform. I praise him on this platform for giving Mr. I told you that second Niger bridge is almost in my doorstep. Once I land,
they are destroying the what did you call the bridge just now? The Niger Delta Bridge. They are destroying it now. You guys are not talking about that.
They want to blow it up because they want to know who that abuse
Anybody that is doing that is not a patriotic. Okay, let Israel speak now. Let Israel speak now. He has been here for long now. Let him speak now. Let us hear his voice.
To damage the country. They just want everything to burn down. That's what they want.
Let's hear from Israel. Okay,
please, I'm greeting everybody. good morning, good afternoon, good evening, anywhere you go. Please, you guys will permit me today. I will use pidgin English, so I will say what's on my mind. Okay, I will start with this. You see all these gaslighting, all these APC people and Tinubu supporters they tried it on this platform. It will not work because number one, the generation that we get now, from let me say from that 15 up to let me say 40, our mindset now, the shade we don't see for that country, our mind don't change. So for me, I believe say most people take the comment on this platform una late 20, una late 50s or una late 60s or early 60s. Some of you will not have the strength to
Israel,
come
before
to
you go
this
forward,
platform.
let me ask you this. What your
Wait,
generation go through, where our generation not go
let
through?
me finish. Then we can have the conversation.
Okay, finish.
So what I'm trying to say, in the next 10 years' time, most of you are on this platform now will not have the strength to come here. Even some of people of that generation, the 50s to the 60s, some of them will not be alive. So what we, the younger generation, like from 40 down, we are trying to do, we are trying to change the mindset of the next generation coming after us. So
By doing what?
all this stuff you guys will come here say, don't come and paint the image of the country black. All those ones now for now. For we, this generation, we believe say if this country no work for anybody, make it no. If no work for everybody, make it no work for anybody. So the earlier you guys get that one into our head, all of us go move forward. You see, the beauty of this obedience movement is not about Igbo, it's not about Yoruba, it's not about the South Side, it's not about the North. This one now, a combination of all different kind of people moving in one direction. So if you like, Mona continue to the gaslight, Mona know they try to reason what they talk, Mona still they play defense. This whole thing will consume Nigeria, and by God's grace, the younger one will change the mind of the coming generation. So Mona keep continue, they try to gaslight us. And then you go international TV station and try to say what you think is the problem with Nigeria. When I come here, they just say they try to demarket Nigeria.
Prove it to me how Tinubu is a drug lord. How Tinubu is
Did I mention Tinubu is a drug lord?
We are talking about what the guy went on international.
I say David went to an international platform to say what he wants to say, and you come here to criticize him and call him.
Hello, brother Israel. What's your name? Israel. You said you. Hello, can you hear me now? Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, the guy said they have a movement, obedient movement, right? And they are not even educating their minds.
Obedient movement.
Obedient movement, and they are not educating their minds. They don't know.
You think so? You think so?
If you are really conversant of what's happening in Nigeria, you won't be hearing somebody that went on international audience to start talking BS. That means you don't know nothing.
You see? Hello, can you hear me?
I've got boys of your age. Listen to me, brother. I've got boys of your age that they are my children. I let them sit on wisdom every time. It's not that you people want to riot or you want to fight people that are more knowledgeable than you. You are not even educating your mind to be able to know what's up. You're just there to be rowdy. And I understand it. You said Nigerian has really affected you. It has affected you people's thinking as well. You people's thinking faculty is not functioning well. That is
you guys that are educated.
Hey, Israel,
you something now. You guys are not well educated. If you are well educated, you won't be behaving in such a manner. Hearing somebody that went on international audience to start talking bad about his president, the president of his country.
The obedient generation.
You won't be hearing such a person.
A wasted generation.
It takes a person with a lot of wisdom to know that is not right. No matter what.
Madam, we are just getting started. Start. Mike, we are just getting started.
The video generation.
Israel, let me ask you a question. Israel, let me ask you a question. With what that guy did, what David did, what benefit do you think Nigeria will benefit from? What benefit?
What concern me whether Nigeria benefit or Nigeria no benefit?
That's why we call you a big job now. It don't concern you, but you are complaining. So I don't go concern you.
Understand anything.
They are only
You guys don't understand. The problem is this, you guys are very, very good. Wait. Let me say something. See, most of you guys on this platform, you are very educated and intelligent, but you don't have this pushback for government. Everything the government.
Yeah, no, bros, hold on. Let me ask you a question. Hold on. Did you live through the 90s where we fought the military out of power? You understand? You come here telling us that your generation is still shaky. Generation where you guys are eating egg, you have internet, you have iPhone, you have. When our own generation, we could barely. We have. I mean, what's your generation see where another generation will see? What are you talking about? You're coming here. Your generation is just retarded. I mean, I won't say it's retarded. I will say the obedient part of it. Your generation is just retarded because they are very intelligent. I know many of them they are smart, but the obedient part of your generation, they are just dumb. So, if you want to speak for your generation, talk about the obedient part of your generation. Well, like everything you say here today is just dumb. It's just stupid. You're saying your generation is not shaking. Which generation is shaking? You're saying you're pushing back. Wait. When we, during our own generation, let me educate you on my time. During our generation, in the 90s, when the military was there, the way go and study how we actually fought them out of power. We use sense. It's not by going when we go outside to do anything. We go out there. We actually go pinpoint at the particular people that are the problem. The particular leaders are the problem. The military guys. We didn't go bashing the country, destroying the image of our country. That's not how we went fighting the military. We went directly at the military, not the country. But your young generation, you are coming here telling us you are pushing back by going out there.
Mike,
is that what you push back? And you are trying to tell us, hold on, keep quiet, man. Be mute.
Mike, let me say, Mike, can I talk, please?
Hold on.
Yeah, Mike, you know you are a moderator.
No.
Please don't.
Yeah, I get it. So, yeah, anyway, just go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
You see, no matter what is happening in our space, we want our leaders to succeed. For me, I want our leaders to succeed. But it depends me a lot when we are not getting to the right direction. You see, I look at a lot of things happening in our space. You see, I know what will happen to Nigeria if our leaders can just close eye, sacrifice on certain things, and give us electricity in this country. Maybe this well of a subsidy of a thing would have been but now no fuel, no electricity. All these things are getting too hard on the citizens. You understand? So nobody to stand for the masses. So the intellectuals, especially you in diaspora, that's why I was speaking the other day and saying that you guys are not doing a lot for us in this country. If you will convert your mind to help these young ones, educate them, even if you don't want them to abuse, encourage them. You see, Mike, it's not about Tinubu. It's not about P2B. It's not about Atiku. It's not about anybody. It's all about we, the citizens, coming together, build our ideology. You force our leaders to do the right thing, no matter who is there. If Obi had won, there is no way I will not criticize him. There is no way. I will be the greatest fool not to criticize him if he had won that election. Now that Tinubu has won, would you want me to just sit back and see Tinubu say that he will do this? And if he didn't do that, won't I say it?
What that guy did, do you think that is a criticism?
Well, Timber, honestly speaking, I didn't watch the interview.
Come on, man. Come on. One man played it here. Yeah. I think you didn't watch it.
No, I didn't. I have not come.
Stop it, man.
Yeah, I've not come. I've not come. I didn't get from the beginning. Yeah. My point is,
so can I be arguing against this point all day now to learn and telling us that you haven't watched it? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Ekene, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. You know, you kept saying our leaders, our leaders. We know all this. What we are talking about is about this guy, demarketing the country and demarketing we Nigerians, you know, that are outside the country, because maybe he thought he's demarketing all those leaders. It's a lie. I said it the other time. But what I want to ask you is this: with just a clip that one man played the other time, do you agree with what that guy's saying? Do you subscribe to what he's doing? If you subscribe to what he's doing, fine. So what positive answer or positive thing that you think that what he's doing will bring to Nigeria? Do you think is there any positive thing? Because when we look at it, we want to see, okay, whether what he's doing is right or not. Okay, whether it's right or not. But what are the positive things that will be, be imparted to us? Because that is the main goal. That's the main objective. We don't want a situation where somebody will go out there because of your own stupid and selfish or reason. Because the guy is selfish. He just want want asylum. That's what he wants. He doesn't want it. The other day he was in Kenya or wherever. That they chase him, or Gambia. They chase him out of that place. So tell me, forget about the leader. We know the leader, we know them. If we want to criticize them, when they bring out policy, we will criticize them on this platform. We will tell them this and that. But
unfortunately, there are still people that defend those policies, even when they know that these people are not performing. But my point is this. There is difference between criticism and the insult. You understand? So you don't insult your leaders. You criticize them based on what they say they would do. And when you want to hit them, you hit them very hard. And we should be able to say, you do this, you said this, you didn't do it, and we are removing you. It doesn't matter whether he's my brother or he's anybody. That is my point. It doesn't matter where that person comes from. Whether he's my father or my brother. You gave a policy. You are going to do this. Even though this government is still new, I'm not judging them by now. Me personally, I'm not judging them. But whenever they bring out police,
you need to judge them. See, this.
Yeah, the only thing I will be doing, the only judgment I will be giving them now is, you said you would do this within this certain period of time. You didn't do it. Because you cannot remove them now. It will be close to the election. They will begin to give their record and all that. And you will still see people come back to say, and use a lot of grammar to say that because of this, they didn't do this, because of this, and they begin to, covering up some things. I'm not saying they'll give 100% of their policy, but at least let us see 50, 60. Then we now say, yes, there are some challenges that made you not to meet up with the 100%. Let's try you for another 4 years. And that is how the country will move forward. But when we turn it as if when we make it an issue that a Southeasterner cannot criticize a Yoruba president, it becomes a problem. And when we make it an issue as if that a Yoruba cannot criticize an Igbo president, it becomes an issue. That is my problem.
Ekene, I think you are dodging the question. It's not about Yoruba, it's not about Igbo. We are talking about somebody out there demarketing the country. We are not talking about, everybody should criticize government. We've seen it. We know when somebody say, he will give you light, and he didn't do that. We all criticize.
I'm on this platform. We know how they defend the policies. We know how they defend their policies. We are talking about tonight. We are talking about a different topic. Used to hold them accountable. But even in this platform, we see how they defend their policies.
The reason why you see it that way is because of Yoruba is not Fulani. We're gonna do a lot of pushback. You understand me? You need to take. You see, a lot. The way they are bringing it, we'll be pushing it back. See, let me tell you, they did worse under Buhari. They called Buhari every name because Fulani they don't care about it. But we Yoruba, we're gonna push back a lot. You need to get used to that. It's not maybe people are saying it like you cannot criticize. No, criticism is all everybody. Everybody know that our leaders have already failed us. They are bad. They do this, but spoiling our country name, that's the issue. Because someone like me, I never have another passport. You understand me? And I will not listen to anywhere they will is marketing my country. I will not accept that. I will do a lot of things.
Okay, maybe that passport,
Yeah. Have you seen the CBN audit report? The one they just reported yesterday, released yesterday.
Well, no, I cannot believe all those propaganda news. You understand me?
It's FCC government that released it, and you said you cannot believe it. Tinubu is releasing what the damage Buhari and Emefiele did to Nigeria, and you are saying you cannot believe it. That country, Buhari have damaged that country so bad, and if we keeping quiet, not criticizing the government, Tinubu will take the same path.
Who said we should not criticize the government? Damaging the country, that's what we are talking about here. Damaging the country, saying a lot of bad things about the country. That's the issue me I have. I don't care if you criticize the government. Who cares? You understand me? But me, I never have any other thing. You understand me? But I will do a lot of pushback, even to go and open. See, the way we're gonna take this thing too. Me too. I'm a generation of obedient too. The way they are bringing it, we're gonna be doing a lot of pushback. We'll be calling name. Me too. I will open.
Kumi, listen. Let me ask Israel some question. Israel claims to be one of the Nigerian youth. He said it's less than 40, whatever. He's right there living in Dubai. It's not even in Nigeria, it's in Dubai. And he knew what Nigerians did in Dubai and how they deported Nigerians from Dubai. Is that the problem of the leaders? When Nigerians got to Dubai and destroyed that place and they ejected Nigerians from Dubai.
They are doing cuttings in another man.
Simba, you think that we that are
I cannot hear what you are saying. I don't know where you are talking from.
Can you hear me now?
Okay.
I said, do you think that we Nigerians that are living in UAE, do you think we are happy? We are all happy living here? You think if Nigeria
is that what you sometimes when you talk Israel, I don't know if you are a representative of Nigerian youth, then that country doesn't have a future. I'm very sorry to say. Because we are talking about a group of people now. You are saying because they are not happy, and that's why they are doing courtism in another country. Is that what the reason you are giving to me?
If somebody say A, you will hear B. I said, do you think that we living here, we are happy? For me, living in this country, I'm not happy. I'm just.
Is that the answer to the question I asked you?
So what I'm trying to tell you is this: most of those people living here, they are living here out of frustration. Some of them, they don't have visa.
So, and that's why they carry cutlass and decide doing courtism in another man's land.
It is good for you. It's not good for everybody.
Simba, let me say this. Simba, you see, this Nigeria you see. The reason why somebody like me, a lot of things is in this country, very good things, opportunities and all that. And somebody like me, I see those opportunities, which I thank God. I know that by God's grace, we'll be grabbing it small. But people that don't see it and feel that the opportunity is out there, good luck to them. And that is me.
Did you listen to the question I asked Israel?
Yeah, I listened to it. But my point is this. I listened to it. You ask him, is it because of the leaders that the citizens are perpetrating crime in other?
Wait, so you said there's opportunity in Nigeria. You are taking advantage of it. Is that what you said just now?
Yeah, there are many opportunities in this country. People like me see it, even though there are some government policies that. But people that don't see it and feel that the opportunities are.
Israel didn't see it. Now he's crying. He's blaming Nigeria because he didn't see it. So Israel, whose fault is it that you didn't see? But Kenneth saw it.
So
because they are not doing. Yeah.
Mike, listen. Back 2000, I left Nigeria 2019. I was doing good for myself. Understand?
So you were doing good in Nigeria?
Yes. If you like, believe it. If you like, don't believe it.
Okay.
See, the country since 2014, since Buhari took over, the country has been going down, and there is no way. See, let me tell you.
So Nigeria suddenly was Eldorado before 2014. It was from
No, Simba.
So it's right that you're mad with they're not Nigeria.
No, if you're not conversant with what he's saying, if you're a businessman in Nigeria, then when Buhari started, if you're not a strong businessman, a lot of business suffered a very setback.
People don't understand.
So I understand what he's saying.
Ekene, let me say this 1 minute. Sorry. I think Buhari took over in 2014, right?
Yeah, 2015. Middle of 2015.
Yeah. In 2015, I lost my job. And because I lost my job, I cannot, because of that, running my country down. For almost 2 years, I was at home. I cannot, because of that, going outside there and run my country down because I lost my job. I was at home. At a point in time, I was using my car to do Uber. I was doing car and use. So because I'm now outside the country now, I'll now be causing the country. I want to run it down because I face some difficulties and all that. That's bad. That is not right.
That is not running the country. See, like this language, there is some language calling Nigeria zoo. It's not a good language. It's just like painting Nigeria in another form. You understand? So those language are not good. You want to criticize, you criticize in a good manner. With a good language.
Before you
understand?
One or two of them, I was like, ooh.
So my point is this. But for me to leave these leaders alone,
Mike, can you mute yourself?
Hey, thank you.
For me to leave these leaders alone, for them to get away with all these things they are doing in this country, I will not leave them alone. But some certain language, to use it against the country, I will not do that. And I implore other citizens to make good language when they want to criticize the leaders. It's the leaders we are holding accountable, not the country. We are not trying to run the country down. But if any leader has done anything, or you come up as a leader and you are not going towards the direction of helping this Nigeria to grow, you are supposed to be run down. We criticize you. We bring you down so that you will not have the opportunity to go for the next term. And that is my point.
Okay. Thank you. Mike, sorry, because I think we are over-laboring this issue. Mike, is Mike there? Mike?
Yeah. Sorry, man. I just ran.
So is there any other thing for discussion so that we can change this?
What are the other topics left? Okay, I think we're talking about
Nigeria ranking number 3 on English. I want us
to. We're talking about English language, Nigeria ranking.
Yeah,
I don't know what the hell why you want to make that a topic, but
that's one of my problem in this space in our country.
Yeah, so maybe I can kick start on that one. You know?
Ranking number 3, I have just give me an idea of what they are talking about. Ranking number 3
Nigeria is ranked number 3 as an Africa. Best English speaking African country. Best number 3.
After Ghana and where?
South Africa. Nigeria is no,
I don't think it was Ghana. I think it was Kenya. I think Kenya and South Africa.
Kenya.
And then in the world, it's about one.
So we are going to rank ahead of Ghana.
Yes.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
But my point is this:
what kind of English this week in Kenya?
Mike, please, do you see the CBN audit report?
The CBN what?
Audit report.
Audit. I haven't
Yeah.
seen it though. Yeah, tell us about that.
Simba, have you seen it?
No.
Okay. Maybe tomorrow we can talk about that one because Emefiele and Buhari they really did too much damage to that
I saw the
And that one, we know that one now. Nobody is saying that Emefiele and Buhari did do it. Nobody is. We know what they perpetrated. And this same Emefiele, Israel, you remember if you are following this
Your obedient
platform,
generation, they are supporting Emefiele.
they are still supporting Emefiele. They are still supporting Emefiele now. That say the guy did not do anything wrong.
Nobody supporting him or nobody supporting him.
Come on,
No,
man.
the point is there. The point is there. The point is there.
Is it the only one? Is it the only one?
Yeah, that is the point. He's not the only one. Even Buhari is among.
Ekene, you know what we are? You know, sometimes we are so used to defending the indefensibles to the extent that we don't even know when we are doing it. We are not even aware of it. Do you understand what I'm saying? It has gotten into our DNA that we will be doing it. You will not even know that you are doing it. You understand? Yeah. Because that is one of the reasons now. We are saying somebody did something. Now you are saying, you are trying to justify saying, is it the only one? That is the way we will start. That's how we started.
No, it's not being the only one. The point is this. The point is
no, just wait. Let me tell you. If you committed something under somebody, you understand, and then you are now caught, and they are not trying to deal with you, and then the citizen or the people that are supposed to even be castigating you are not the one saying, why should it should be the only one? Is it the only one? It should not. Let him face it. If he mentioned the name of other people involved, fine. If it doesn't mean, let him face the music. But by the time we start justifying and saying, why is he being, because he's Igbo, that's why they are doing that one to him.
Okay, let him face it. Nobody. My point is this. Simba,
so by you saying that is it the only one? You're already speaking in his favor.
No, I want to see more arrest, and that is what is hungering me.
Let me tell you, if I did something under somebody, if I'm the one arrested, and if I cannot mention him, that is my problem. If he's right, they ask him to do it.
Maybe if he did not mention them, let him continue to serve the judge. But for me, my point is this.
It's not that statement. It's not from you. It's not supposed to come from you. My point
is this. I want to see more arrest because these people need to go down. That is what I'm saying. They need to go down. Let me tell you,
everybody cannot be arrested. There is one that in Yoruba.
Why is saying everybody cannot be arrested? See, the earlier we start taking governments and we do things with the rules of law, it would be better for Nigeria. So we cannot be here.
All thief cannot be caught. It's the one that is caught that they will use to as a scapegoat. Wait, Israel. You are the one that raised this issue now. Do you understand what I'm saying? So what I'm saying, I'm not defending Buhari. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because there was a time we had a discussion of this issue, and I made the example that if you are a doctor, you are working under a medical director, and your medical director says you should kill a patient, and you kill the patient, and you are now coming out to say it's because your medical director asked you to kill a patient. That's why you kill the patient. Does that one is reasonable? You know, in as much we don't have a culture, just listen to me. If Emefiele knows that whatever policy is rolling out there is not going to be to the benefit of Nigeria, and is a patriotic citizen, then he should resign. He cannot claim that is maybe because he's worried that asked him to do certain things that he knows is wrong on his own. Do you understand what my point is, Israel?
I understand my point.
So the issue is it doesn't have any reason. Oh God.
Simba, my point is this. See, that Emekele should rot in jail, and every other people that are involved in the damage, all of them should rot in jail. I'm not here
Amen.
to
Amen.
protect anything
Okay.
because
Okay.
those guys really work with Nigeria, and now we have to
Anybody that is working against Nigeria as a nation, may God deal with all of them. That is what we are. All of us, we want Nigeria to work. Everybody want Nigeria to work. Even the people in diaspora that people used to attack, the people in diaspora still, most people in diaspora want to live in Nigeria. There is no place like your country. Even if they have another passport, if Nigeria is good today, I'm very sure most of them will still come back to come and live in Nigeria. Do you understand what I'm saying? Israel.
I understand you, Simba. I don't know if you noticed during Jonathan regime, most people in diaspora are coming back to Nigeria to come and protest.
I don't know. It was during Obasanjo. It was around 2007, 2008. Not Jonathan.
During Jonathan regime.
Okay.
You know the reason why?
No. Why?
The corruption is here, but most of those PDP leaders,
they were getting free money. They were getting free money. Everybody was getting free money.
Money is circulating in Nigeria.
Zima, I wanted you to speak on something because I want to go.
Corrupt money was circulating.
This issue of the English language, I want you to speak something on that. I wanted to ask you something before you move on to because this is a major issue of a thing. It's between him and the God and the government of Nigeria. So, but this issue of English speaking and all that, ranking Nigeria number 3 as the best English speaking African nation.
Not the best, as number 3. Not
as
best.
Number 3. Yeah. Do you see it as a progress, as an achievement, or as a maybe let me just say the way I see it, then you will not tell me how you see it. Because I see it as an enslave promoting another man's language within my space.
And I share the same. Yes, I agree with you.
Because I don't see the reason why you will be coming to tell me that another man's language I'm ranking number 3 when you are killing my own language.
Your own.
Because I'm of the opinion that we should promote our own language, Igbo, Hausa, and the Yoruba.
Let me even bust your bubble. Let me bust your bubble. Just hold on, Mike. These 2 other countries that they rank above us, you know, they speak their local languages more than us, and they still rank them better. And that is what we have been saying. We are doing a lot of harms to ourselves. You understand? In Nigeria today, an average household doesn't speak local language to their children, believing that if they start speaking English to them, that will make them to speak the best of English. But that is wrong.
It's very wrong.
And you can see the effect now. All these South Africans, Kenyans, they speak Swahili. And they will not speak, you will not see them engaging in conversation with themselves and speaking English. They speak Swahili. You understand? But in Nigeria, people they see it like in a privileged way. I cannot speak my language, or my children cannot speak my language, and they will be saying it with all effrontery as if it's a good thing.
I don't think you know how it is. And like when you come to Nigeria now,
in fact, they should have given us number 10, Ekene. They should have given us number 10.
I mean it. We were supposed to be promoting Hausa within Igbo and the Yoruba, promoting Yoruba within Hausa, and all that. We should be mastering our own language that unites us more than English, because I believe me knowing how to speak Yoruba and Hausa.
Most of the schools that our children are going to, they don't teach them our language.
They don't even in this Lagos. When they're taking WAEC, maybe you will not see your Yoruba language, you will not see Igbo language. They see it as nothing. And the thing I'm getting, the thing is, you just look at they will be telling you English A1. Where is Yoruba? Where is Hausa?
these 3 languages are supposed to be compulsory in the Nigerian space, so that Igbo man will know how to communicate with the Hausa man.
Let me give an example. My daughter's school, they had a 100% pass in WAEC. So the proprietor of the school sent the data, the statistical analysis, and the number of people that score A1 and B2, B3, all those things. And I now look at Yoruba. This is something that happened in Ilorin.
Yeah.
And the only 2 students that sat for Yoruba, they have what do they call this one now? Is it C5 or C4 or what? Is in fact you can
their own
see
language.
And if you see the number of children that actually had A in English or B, there are many. And you know, I used to ask people, I said, tell me, you should give me the name of one country in this world that developed by batch that speak another person's language. Is it Germany? Is it France? Is it Japan? Is it France?
China?
Is it China? Is it America? Is it, you know, you understand what I'm saying? And I don't know where we are getting this mentality. What we know, and it still speaks to what we were talking about earlier. We are so derogated. We don't even have a belief in ourselves. So I don't know where we are going as a country. We cannot even see anything good in ourselves. We don't even have that self-belief. We have lost our self-esteem.
Completely.
Right.
We call our language vernacular.
Just think about it when you have an...
Wait, hold on. Can I imagine? What's the Simba? Imagine in China, right? They start doing everything in English, and then they start telling their people whenever they speak Chinese, like, you are speaking vernacular. Stop
You
speaking
pay,
vernacular.
you know that's what we used to do when we were in school now.
I don't know if they still do it.
They will say you pay so amount of money if you speak your language. Can you imagine that?
Vernacular.
And I remember, was it yesterday that you are talking, that you are asking a question?
Now you are making a point. You are not making a point. If you speak an Igbo language in my class, you will pay 20 naira.
Imagine in Germany, the German telling that people, if you speak German, you pay money. You must speak English.
Nigeria. I just think about it. When you have teachers that can teach physics, chemistry with Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo in our nation, do you know how far it will go in developing the country?
You know, one thing, let me tell you, apart from that.
Please, let me interject. You see, English language is very important for everybody. Let me tell you why. As long as you don't have that chemistry book translated to Igbo, translated to Yoruba, translated to any of those languages, it's only in English, and that's the one that is, being recommended in Nigeria. So every one of us has to understand that English very well.
Okay, listen. Let me give you an example.
Give me 1 second, though. Give me 1 second. The
Okay.
knowledge of this world. You said the knowledge that is hidden in this world is written in that language called English language. So that is what is important for each and every one of us. I'm not saying that what you have said about people not allowing the kids to understand their native language is bad. No, that's not what I'm saying. But it is important for us to understand that English, because the knowledge is hidden in that language called English, because they are the only one that colonized most people that don't want people to understand the depth of the knowledge.
Okay, I understand what you are saying. Then now let us place ourselves that I lay more emphasis on English. Compare ourselves with even countries that, because you say all those books written in chemistry, physics, they are written in English, and the knowledge is hidden in English. The Indians, the Chinese, the Japanese, the Koreans. I mean, I'm not even mentioning the Western Europe that are not even using English as a language of instruction. Are we doing better than them?
No.
Where are you? Answer the question now.
Mike, Simba, I'm saying that as long as we don't have the initiative to translate those books into our native language, as long as we don't have chemistry book, physics book, biology book in Igbo, Yoruba.
Okay, let me not tell you one thing. I have just hold on. They don't have it. They don't have it. I will give you the example that just hold on, Dupsy. I will give you an example of where I know. I have Egyptians that we are working together. I have Arabs that we are working together. Let me use that one. I have Indians that we are working together. It's the only time they use, there's only the terminologies in those that they cannot translate. They still read all those chemistry in English and all those things. But the language of instruction is Arabic. It's still Arabic. It's still Arabic.
In China too. The language of
you understand? That's what you are saying. The language of instruction should be, I can use Yoruba and then give you to teach my children chemistry.
That is it.
And tell them those terminology that cannot translate.
They're making that language, that Igbo language outside Yoruba. They're seeing it as an evil when they're teaching the students. When you bring it up to give
you can see how Dupsy. These are the mothers that are supposed to be teaching our children. You can see how
Simba, give me a second. Simba, give me a second. Let me ask Dupsy. Okay, so Dupsy, when you read a book, right?
Yeah.
Read it in English, right? And you understand everything you read, you get a picture. Now, when you go into with somebody in Yoruba language, can you explain and describe everything you read in that book in your own language? Like,
yes, I can.
Exactly. So what we are saying is that wait. What we are saying is the textbook can be in English. You go and read it. Now, when it's time for instruction to discuss what's read, to explain it, right? You can speak in your local language. Actually, the children will understand it better. They will understand what they've read. When you are when you are giving, listen. It's just the terminology that may be different. Maybe there may be word that exists. Maybe what you have read in English, there are vocabulary words in the English language that may not exist in the Yoruba language. And then as you speak Yoruba, then you use that word, right?
Can you teach anatomy in Yoruba? You Simba that you're talking. Can you teach anatomy in Yoruba? I'm asking you as a doctor.
Yeah, of course.
Can you teach anatomy in Yoruba?
Why not?
Yes, why not? Why not? Dupsy, why not?
Is it that easy? Even to understand it in that English language, the other wait. Yoruba language.
Okay, explain to us how they won't be able to teach it.
Lucy, listen. If we have this thing right from time, you said because the other people, they were able to translate those books into their own language. What stops us from also translating our own? If we can translate, excuse me, if we can have that initiative to translate Bible and Quran.
You translate it in all
One at a time.
They made sure that we translated all these religious books into our local language, but they did not encourage us to
translate. I will not blame Dupsy. I will not blame anybody. I will not blame anybody for our own problem. It's our problem, and we should solve it. It's our problem. We cannot be claiming victim role every time.
We need to start speaking this thing up because maybe our legislators need to look into it. This is a very important issue.
Let me say something. A book that is of no essence.
They should have even rank us number 30.
Number, I don't even care. Even if we're in the last save, I don't care. What are we doing with English?
Let me say this. A book that is of no importance to us, that we don't even know the people they are talking about, the Red Sea and Moses and all those things that does not concern our generation. It is written in Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, Fulfilde, everything that you want to think about in Nigerian language. But the ones that are really important to our growth is not translated to our local languages. But the Bible now, if you want to, the Quran, all these books, they are nonsense books. They have not, I don't even know what to say about all those books. They are all translated. So that is how you will know that all these people, they don't.
Yeah, and that is what we are saying. Which, if we can do that with the Bible, Quran, and all that, let's do it in our educational system.
No, they did not encourage you because they want you to stay.
Oh, Dupsy is our problem. Is our problem. Is we that are supposed to solve it. Nobody will solve it for us.
Nobody will solve it. Let's begin to bring it to the ears of our legislatures so that they will look into it. This is very important. You don't know how this country will develop if our students start to understand chemistry.
As long as people like Ekene holds Bible, Quran, and all those things in high esteem, there is no way. That our leaders.
I don't know what I do to this. Please do still.
No, you know I love you. You know I love you. So
you know, Simba, do you know why most of the time things in school in Nigeria, most of the time we forget things that we learn. You know, this like we
cram it now. We cram it now. It's cramming now.
And then sometimes we forget most of it. Most of the things we forget half of it. Do you know why? Because the language, most of us, unless your first language is English, most of us we speak our local language in our locality.
And you're not translating it.
Exactly. So the only time we hear English language being spoken to us is in the classroom. And then teachers is giving us an instruction. You know, it's an interactive session. Giving us instruction in the English language. And then we hear it. Then later on, after that classroom, we go out back to start speaking our local language. And then we expect to remember that instruction the teacher gave you. You know, so that's why they have to teach. The language structure should be your local language you understand, your first language. So that way, as they're talking to you, is actually going into you. He's going deep into you. You know.
Yeah, like me now. If I'm doing an exam, it takes me time to finish the exam because if I read the question, I have to translate it to my language before I understand it perfectly what they're talking about. So it takes me a lot of time. You see that most of us white, they will just do it in an hour. But it will take me like 2.5 hours to finish the exam because I have to always translate whatever they're asking me for me to be able to answer the question effectively. So I have to always translate to the language that I dream in, I speak in, and I do everything in. So it is difficult. So that is why it's important for us to understand that English.
You know why I always speak about this, Dulcie baby. I've studied some lifestyle of the Chinese very well. I follow them very closely. These people, they are genius. They are everything you want to see in a human being. But the way they carry their language, you cannot even deal with a Chinese in the fact. Before you can deal with a Chinese, as in, when you go to their factory, their main factory, it's hardly to see somebody that speaks English there. Every communication that is going on there is Chinese. There is no two ways about that. You can only deal with those people that manage to understand English more. Then they will now begin to translate to those guys. But they are doing wonders. They have their app. They have their particular app now.
But
that when you want to communicate.
I thank God for them too, Ekene, because
when you want to communicate with them, when you want to communicate with them now, they have a particular app they are using. That app is for Chinese alone. They're using it. So when you are chatting them up now, whether you are from Nigeria or from anywhere, they receive it, they translate it to their own language before they will understand it.
Ekene, I will say something to you. I thank God that
these guys are doing they are doing great. Then why are we in our own space with all the knowledge we have? We cannot use our language to develop our society.
We are enslaved.
That is my point. That is my point. Because I want to know Yoruba.
You are just talking. You are not letting me talk.
Okay,
Wait,
no problem.
They are enslaved because of people like you that go to church. Have you ever seen? Let me tell you something.
Why are you giving me now?
Just be calm, eh?
Let me tell you something about China that you just spoke about now.
After the nice ring, he just accused me.
No, wait, let me tell you something that you don't know about China. Do you know if you take a child that is under 18 years old into a religious home, they're going to take you to court? They will jail you. They will jail you because they don't want you to brainwash that child. They need the brain, the fresh brain to develop the country. That is why they are moving forward. Religion is a bad thing for us in Africa. That is why we are still enslaved. You people don't understand when we speak about it. You just think, oh, we're just rambling. No, it is a big deal. I am telling you the facts today. If you take a fresh brain into a religious home in China, they will sue you because you want to brainwash that child. That is why they will sue you. They will take you to court. They can jail you for that. Do you understand that, Ekene?
I understand.
So that is what is happening. If the religion of Bello, I don't know how to translate it to you in English, my brother. What if you bread Bello? It is the religion. We don't think critically. We don't have critical mind. That is why you see our leaders so lazy in thinking. They are so lazy. They can't think because they have been brainwashed. Their brain is not working properly anymore. That is why I told that brother that came in, Israel, or what's his name? He said it's Gen Z or something. They don't have any critical mind, Gen Zs. Because they are not, they don't have the knowledge because of the country, the way it is.
You know, you see some Nigeria defending this ranking, and they say no, we're supposed to be the best. We're supposed to be they will see it. How can somebody be ranking? Who did that useless ranking? Where is it coming from? Why should you be judging us? Is it our language? And somebody will come to African space and be telling us that we'll be telling about foreign language and be ranking Africans speaking foreign language. What kind of insult? It's an insult to us as Africans.
The Englishman will come to Africa and say, okay, let me rank you. Which one of you as long my language
can speak my
Nigeria,
language.
You're number 3. This is step up your game.
Englishman can speak Yoruba fluently. I will give him 100%. You to go and learn Yoruba and know how to speak it. It is not easy. I always, when I communicate with white here, and when they tell me, no, I can't understand what you're saying, I say, use your IQ. I'm using my IQ to understand what you're saying. So use your intelligent quotient to grab what I'm saying, because I'm not from here. So I can twist my tongue to talk the way you are. You can't twist your tongue to talk the way I am talking. So it's about intelligence. It's not, it's nobody's birthright to talk the way you are talking.
I think, Dipsy, because we have lost our self-esteem. And that's why you see Nigerians, by the time they get to US or UK, within 1 year, you see them twisting their tongue, as you are saying.
Yeah, if you don't twist your tongue, they won't understand. They are very dull. You have to twist your tongue, actually, if you're working with them. If you don't twist your tongue, you have a problem. Simba, I'm saying this to you today. You got to twist your tongue so for them to be able to understand you perfectly. You will have problems with them if you're working with them. So you have to twist your tongue, actually. But if I'm twisting my tongue because of you, you should be able to just listen to me attentively and understand exactly what I'm saying to you. Don't tell me you don't understand me. That's
who do us? Who do us? Who do us?
Na religion do us.
Can I interject, please?
Okay, go ahead, Remy.
Okay, good morning, everyone. It has been a nice discussion with you guys today because I've listened to when you talk about patriotism in Nigeria and why some people continue to badmouth. If you badmouth your leader, you're also badmouthing your country. And indirectly, it will affect you more than the leadership, because the leadership, they are the noble, they are the elites, they are the one ruling the country. And when they go out there, if they are in government, they have diplomatic passport. And you with ordinary passport, you suffer more. Now, you are talking about using our local language to teach. This is a very good idea. But the problem, the issue I am thinking about is that instead of having different language, we have different ethnicity and tribe in Nigeria. Why don't, if our leaders have fashioned out a single language maybe metamorphosis all the three languages together and coming on with one. A good example of the Chinese is that they do have different language, but they come up with their Putonghua, which is the standard Mandarin for everybody to learn in their school. That is the first step their leader did. So everybody learned this standard Mandarin and they used it to communicate for everything. But in Nigeria, which language are you going to fashion out? Are you going to be saying everybody should speak Yoruba, or everybody should speak Hausa, or everybody should speak Igbo or Ibibio?
No. You can do region wise, like within your locality. It doesn't have to. You don't have to eliminate.
Can't we start with the three major ones?
Can I finish, please?
Okay, finish. Yeah.
If you use regional one, you are indirectly promoting self-autonomous. And if you are promoting self-autonomous, then there would not be that patriotic angle you are craving for before. Because the most important thing is that if everybody is using their local language, it's also like, I'm sorry to say this, I'm really sorry. Black men, we are greedy type and we are selfish in nature. Because most of what our leaders...
Hold on, Remy, before you move on from last place, please. Hold on, give me 1 second. Are you saying the feature that you want is a point where the Yoruba language will be eliminated, the Igbo language will be eliminated? Because what you're saying is if we promote these languages, then we are promoting self-autonomy. Self-autonomy. So what is exactly is your direction? Are you saying the future the future is to eliminate these languages or to keep it? Or this ethnicity?
I am not saying you eliminate Yoruba or you eliminate Hausa or you eliminate Igbo. What I'm trying to say, out of these three major languages, if our great educators have come together to fashion out a single language from all these three, because if you said, okay, because in Nigeria now we are operating federal system with 36 states. But if you tell us we should go back to region and every region should not speak Yoruba and maybe speak Igbo or Hausa, whatever they find themselves. So, but if you fashion out a language that everybody can learn easily in Nigeria, just a sample of what the Chinese did.
No, Remy, it just what we are saying. I don't think it will work because we can still use English for whatever reason, for anything. What we are saying, what we are talking about is a language of instruction. We are not saying we should not speak English.
Let me help you. Remy, give me 1 second. Let me just hold on 1 second. Remy, hold on.
Sorry, it's not.
Just give me 1 second. You continue. Just give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Okay. One reality we have to come to terms with is that we have ethnic groups in Nigeria. And we have to come to decide whether do we want to keep these ethnic groups alive? We want to preserve it, or do we don't want to eliminate it?
Okay.
First of all, I don't think any. Wait. Let me land. First of all, I don't think anybody in Nigeria will agree that I want my ethnic nationality to be eliminated. So extinguished. Exactly. So wait now. You have to learn to be patient. Now you will come. You have time. So the reality of the matter is, these ethnic nationalities are going to be there. Everybody agree that we have to preserve it. It has to be there. So when we are saying, okay, it's there. Chill out now.
Mike, you are probably.
Okay, continue.
In 2 minutes. What I'm trying to say is very simple. Our identity will still be there. All nationality will still experience and promote their culture and tradition. The reason why I said this is that because if we want to eliminate English totally as a form of our national language.
No, we don't plan to eliminate.
We are not eliminating.
I think we should learn it, but it shouldn't be.
Okay, hold on. If you don't want to eliminate English totally and you still want to preserve English as a national language, and you want instructions in our schools to use local language, can you tell me what is the basis of using English then? So far, you know that you are going to be using your local language because
to communicate with the rest of the world
with your country.
So that is the problem here. because we have 3 major tribes. So that means in Igbo land, everybody will communicate, or language of self will be in Igbo. So if that Igbo guy,
the language of instruction.
Listen, if that Igbo guy finish in Enugu and he find a job in Webi North or the western part of Nigeria, which the educational system is similar, but they use different language of instruction, that would be a kind of problem here. So what is the problem?
There won't be no problem. It's the same curriculum, just a different language.
So what is the problem? If you, as in Nigeria, you are taught in English and you can go and work in China.
In China, even you can even go to Cameroon to work. Don't Nigerians go to Togo to work?
Do you know China is different in that angle?
It's not.
Let me finish. What they did is very simple, as I'm trying to explain before. They have one uniform language and they call it.
But that's not the point. Simba just made.
No, listen.
He's not talking about China. Just saying you can go there to work. That's what
they have one uniform language, which is Mandarin, and because they open up their country and they want their citizens to, they learn English at school as a subject, as we are learning Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, and the rest. But they have a standard language that everybody learns and use it to do their WAEC or JAM or whatever. It's the only one. You must learn it from your kindergarten. Everybody. It's a language they fashion out by themselves. But what you guys are saying here is that the Southwest, we have Yoruba as a form of instruction at school. And then English will be a second language below Yoruba.
You learn English the way they learn English in China.
But you have a class for English class where you learn English.
Yes, now.
I want to get something clear. I'm asking you for clarity. You want Yoruba to be used as language of instruction in both English, math, and whatever they are doing.
No, it's not English. English will be a language. It will be a subject on its own. But when you want to teach, just hold on, and so that you get it clear. You get it clear. So every other subject will be taught in Yoruba.
So we are right now. So I understand what you are trying to say. So Yoruba is the main form of language for instruction and for everything. English
exactly.
Is just a language for everybody to learn. If you are good, you are good. If you are not good, it doesn't matter, because you are not going to use it to pass your WAEC or JAM or something. You are going to write in.
Exactly.
Fine.
Yes.
So my bone of contention here is this: Nigeria constitutes about more than 200 ethnic groups and 3 major languages. That means there is no uniformity in this language.
Why do you need uniformity? Why do you need uniformity? Why did you need uniformity?
Listen. The language of instruction in North will be Hausa, and the language of instruction in East will be Igbo, and the language of instruction
not the whole East though, in Igbo land.
Okay, so the one for Yoruba will be Yoruba, right? So there is no uniformity in language. Everybody use different kind of language.
Do we have uniformity right now?
The uniformity I'm trying to say.
The most important thing is that they understand what you talk them very well.
Exactly.
Remy, you don't even have an argument, because when you travel to Enugu right now, the most language you hear people speaking is Igbo. If you travel to Calabar, the most language you hear speaking is Calabar. If you go to listen, wait. If you go to Ibadan or your other place, the most language they are speaking is Yoruba. So you are telling us that we shouldn't have teaching. You are saying for the sake of people in other parts of Nigeria, they shouldn't be teaching in that language that is mostly spoken in that place.
It will help the system develop be more productive and all that. When you teach them physics, when you taught them physics and chemistry with their language, with their local language, their brain will be more wide and they will be able to accommodate more things. That is my point. It's not that we abolish English.
So we use English to even judge intelligence. People that speak the best English are more intelligent.
Yeah, just for communication, nothing more.
No, this is not for communication. You are the said language of instruction at school. That means from your kindergarten to your university, if you are domiciling in that region.
We are talking about English. We are not talking about our own language.
No. Simba and Mike, answer this question. So if they use Yoruba as a language of instruction at school, you are telling us that for every kindergarten, every primary school, every secondary school, and every university that domicile in that region, we use Yoruba as a language of instruction.
No, you can let me tell you, even in Dubai, they have English speaking universities. Even in Sudan, where they speak Arabic, you can have pockets, but they still use Arabic in most of their institutions as a language of instruction.
Even if we can be able to promote those three languages in every region, we promote when we come to the southeast. Let me finish.
I cannot hold on.
Okay.
Simba, you use the word universally. They use Arabic universally in Sudan. That means everybody in Sudan can write and read in Arabic. But when you now talk about juxtaposing with Nigerian content you guys are promoting today, that means in Nigeria, if I can write Yoruba, I might not be able to write Igbo. And if I'm Igbo, I might not be able to read or write Yoruba. And if I'm Hausa, I might not be able to read Igbo. And that is what I'm trying to say. There is no uniformity anymore.
What is wrong with that?
Yes.
Yes.
No, is that uniformity now?
So no. What I'm trying to say is that in the whole, we are talking about a country as in Nigeria now. We are not talking about a region. So if you look at it as a country as Nigeria, and the way that country is fashioned or what the issues we have at hand, I want you to tell me how you guys are going to manage this language in different zone or region, how you are going to use it to harmonize the country together, because the country is already divided.
No, the English you harmonize us.
I'm sorry, this is being. I like this idea of using our language. I totally like it. I support it.
Remy, let me say something. Nothing will change. Listen. What we are saying right now is already the way the society is already structured. Wait, Nisuru. What we are saying right now is not going to change from the way the status quo is right now. Because right now, the language of communication in all these regions is already their traditional language. That's what they speak. That's what they speak at home. That's what they speak everywhere. But we learn English in school. But the only thing is that wait. And the only thing is that instead of learning English and also using English as the language of instruction in school, let's use that local language of instruction and continue to learn English. It won't affect any region. The only difference between now and then will be that people will not know how to learn in their own language or how to read and write in their language. That will be the only difference. Because right now, wait. Now, because right now, most Nigerians can speak their language, but they can't read and write in it. That's the point we are making. They should be able to read and write in their own language.
The ABCD, their language, they cannot.
I will have some clarification, and I'll also make a statement. Like in China, they have this Mandarin. Everybody can read and write, and they use it as their form of business. If you want to transact contract or whatever with them, they write in Chinese and also write in English for foreigner, so that you can justify the two together. So in the Nigerian context, do you also fashion or do you take into the consideration that if each region promote their language and culture, which is exceptionally wonderful, are you saying that indirectly you are also promoting regionalism like we have before?
So what is wrong with regionalism? Like this is what we have now. You see what we have now.
We have it already now. But my point is this: if we can promote those three languages in our region, where you come to Igbo land, you promote outside Yoruba, and when you go to Yoruba, those languages should be compulsory in our subjects, not this English of 18. You know, when you say they say before you enter university, you have to get past English and maths. What is English doing there?
I think Simba and Mike and Ekene, you should also try to look at what I'm trying to put across here. In Finland here, Finnish is their language, and everybody learn Finnish. And then when you are in the primary school or secondary school, they give you an option to learn 3 more languages. So you can pick English, French, or German, or whatever you want. And in Nigeria, we use English as our national language and mode of business or communication. And then we have a right to pick any language to do in our WAEC or something like that. Of course, you have a point that Nigeria are deviating from their culture and tradition because of modernity and because of any other external reason or whatever. So my bone of contention is that if this is promoted, which is a good idea, But I am a little bit totally not buying to it totally, because it's not the same language that will be spoken all over. I mean, it's not the one language that will be used for instruction in all over the country. It's going to be different. So I don't know how your guys.
What's the problem? What will be the problem? How is that create problem? What is the problem?
It will create a lot of problem, because now we are operating a federal system with 36 states. So whether you, and then when you promote this kind of regionalism, and you know that we Nigerians, just like this, you guys have been talking about some people bad-mouthing Nigeria all over the world or something like that. Some people can also use this to create hatred. Some people can also use this to propagate to propagate some idea that is not good for the children. Because
how would they do that?
Thank you. How can the central government monitor that Yoruba is using Yoruba land? Are they using it to really propagate the right curriculum? Are they using it for their own selfish interest? So many things will come into play. That is the way I'm looking at it. I don't know how you guys look at it, because if it's just only one language for the whole country, and it's our local language that there's no big deal that we can fashion it our own language now. People do that.
But if people are going to propagate hatred or anything, it won't necessarily have to be in a classroom. I mean, something you do in a community.
Everything can start from the school. The teachers shape your life.
I don't think if people in a particular tribe want to propagate hatred or anything like that, it won't be when they are teaching chemistry or when they are teaching mathematics or when they are teaching. It's gonna be in their mosque, their church, or their neighborhood, their household. That's where they propagate.
That is the major reason I am trying to say that if we can just sit down, most of our educated and intelligent ones, and come out with one singular language that will make it easier for our people to learn at school, which is doable.
Well, it won't be different from the English and pidgin that we're already speaking. But the main reason why we advocate that, what we are saying, is because children, as they are born, the language they use to communicate in the house, it should be the same language we're using to learn. You understand?
So that is my area of concern. If it's
it shouldn't be. Nothing changed, Remy. People
that is my own area of concern. If like all Nigerians speak only one Igbo language, I won't. Of course, immediately I will support it.
But Remy, at the end of the day, we are still different ethnicities.
But but one language, is it not better than?
Well, we already have English now. So what do you? Remy, Remy, we already have one language, which is English, and we are not saying we should eliminate English.
No. You are already eliminating English.
We are not. We listen. English is a compulsory language we learn almost in every stage, every grade.
You are trying to say we should use Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa as a set of instruction at schools. That means English has been relegated.
No, it's not. It's not, because you didn't listen. You're not listening all the way. That's why you're missing it.
Mike,
English will be taught separately in school.
No. Guys, let me make some clarification. You are trying to tell me here today that we use Yoruba as a set of instruction at school. That means you are going to use Yoruba to teach math. We are going to use Yoruba to teach any other like chemistry, biology, whatever, something, blah, blah, blah. We are going to use Yoruba language. Then that means English will play a second fiddle. That is
it's not. English class is special. Wait now.
Listen, it's going to play a second fiddle. You know it.
It's not. It's actually going to be played even more. In fact, people will even learn English better, because if English is a special class where you are taking almost every stage, every day. Wait, every day. Wait, Nigerian, to be honest with you, they don't even speak proper English. To be honest, they don't speak proper English.
Mike, when you are in the secondary school, did you know that time they are also offering us French? And I think French. Did you learn French when you were in the secondary school?
No, they were not really teaching it. They didn't even have enough French teachers. Just one guy from Cameroon. The guy was just come on, that's different. We were not really learning it.
No, I'm asking. I'm going somewhere. I just asked you a simple question. In your secondary school, did they teach you French or whatever language did you guys have?
Not really, not really. I remember in primary school, I just
the mode
briefly did the
of
teachers bonjour
instruction,
and a couple of things,
the
but
mode
it
of
didn't really.
instruction, just like me and you, is English, right?
But hold on, Remy. I will tell you what that one won't probably won't even work.
Mike, let's not even follow through the question he's asking. Yes, the mode of instruction is English. Okay, continue. Where are you going to?
The mode of instruction is English throughout my primary, secondary, and university level. Now, now that we want to change it, instead of using English, we want to make sure it's Yoruba or Igbo or Hausa. So that means from my kindergarten to wherever to university level, whatever, I'm going to be using my Yoruba. So I am telling you that English will become the second. We play the second fiddle because
let it play. Let it. What is wrong? What is wrong with it? Yes. What is wrong with that?
There is nothing wrong. But if Mike is now trying to tell me that people will learn English better, I totally disagree with
no,
you.
We're not saying we should, they should speak anyhow they want to speak it. What does that one have to do? What they can?
What you guys are trying to say is good. You are promoting your language as
exactly.
What I'm trying to say is that if it's only one language spoken all over Nigeria, that will even bring in more harmony.
What? Okay, let me give you an example. You are in Finland. What is the population of the whole of Finland?
We are just about 5 million plus.
Which is not even up to a state in Nigeria.
Thank you.
And then the whole of Europe, Nigeria can swallow the whole of Europe. How many languages they speak?
In terms of population, in terms of landmass.
What even is land size? What is it? So the whole size of the whole Europe? But bigger. But Nigeria can take like 10 or even 15.
Nigeria can swallow about 80% of Western Europe.
15 countries, exactly.
Well, I think what I'm trying to say, I think both of you understand me, and you know where I'm going. Yes.
I don't know. We don't know where you are going.
Remy, where can you go in Europe where they don't speak English? Remy?
Yeah.
Where do you go in Europe where they don't speak English?
Where I am going is that I love the idea that we can use our local language, but my major concern is that we are not using one language throughout the country.
It doesn't matter.
We are not already using one language throughout the country in the first place.
Can you tell me how using these three languages can bring proper harmony and a sense of patriotism to all Nigerians the mode.
So where is the English that we are speaking? Does it bring harmony?
You guys are tough, man.
Remy, the purpose is not to bring harmony or anything. The purpose is to go and learn. It's learning. Learning is not the purpose of you going to a class to go and learn. It's not to go and learn harmony. We can create class for harmony. We can create listen, if you want to promote harmony, we create a class, a curriculum called Harmony Curriculum. And then we take everybody here. And then you learn harmony. You understand? It's not a mathematics class. You go and learn harmony, okay? We are there to understand what they are teaching you, and we are telling you that we are teaching you your language, the way you speak at home.
You guys, you should also take notice of some tribe using it for secession or using it for their own selfish.
It doesn't. Even the English that we are speaking doesn't stop them. It doesn't stop them. It doesn't stop them. Exactly.
Right now in the Southeast, they are speaking English.
When Nnamdi Kanu was promoting secession, was he not speaking English?
I don't know what Remy is talking about. Remy, if you go to a village in Yoruba land, listen. If you go to a village in Yoruba land, now, when they
primary school, okay. So
Remy, you have to sometimes just let people speak through. Listen, if you go to any village in Nigeria, like one village like that, what they are speaking is their native language. Because it's not a city where they mix other people. It's their native language. Now, if you want to build school there, what the hell is wrong with just teaching them that, giving them instruction in that native language? Because first of all, if they are going to the classroom and they are getting instruction in that native language, when they go home, they can interact with one another about that subject in their native language. But if you give them instruction in English, when they go home, they're likely not going to talk about what they learn in school with themselves or with their parents, because it's a language they don't speak. It's English. In class, once they go, they don't talk about.
You know the mistake we used to make. They think that learning English is the education.
Exactly. So
that once you can speak English, you are educated. That's the one interpretation as if learning English is education.
As long as we are underdeveloped, we still remain as slaves. We need English because we still migrate. So when your country is not conducive, you have to understand the Western language, which is.
We are not saying they should not take it. We are not saying okay, Dupsy.
Yes.
Dupsy. No, Mike. Let me even ask Dupsy. You are in US there. You have Indians there. They are working there, and they are successful. The Chinese are there. The Koreans are there. Other people that don't use English as their first language. Are they not working in US? Are they not surviving? So what are you talking about?
They are surviving because they are doing their own business, most of them. But if they
don't give me that. Don't give me that. Don't give me that.
You won't allow somebody to talk. You December. You won't allow somebody to talk. You ask me a question. I'm trying to explain to you that most of those people that you see, because they understand business, they do their own businesses. But if you see most of them that wants to go into the white collar jobs, they speak fluent English. They don't have a choice.
Hey, that's good.
But it's still not their first language.
But it's still not their first language.
Yes,
so if you want to go to that, hey, so what is the point now?
What is the point here?
It is optional for you to leave China.
Do you think? Let me tell you, Dupsy. Are you think?
That is what I'm saying.
Dupsy. Let me ask you a question. Do you not think that you have an advantage? Hello. Listen to me, Dupsy. Are you telling me that you have more advantage than these people working in a white collar job in US?
Yes. You will have more advantage. I'm telling you.
It's a lie. Dupsy. Listen. They will hire. Dupsy, let me tell you something. Dupsy, I live in America now. Give me a second. They will hire a Chinese. Listen. Okay, thank you. They will in America. They will hire a Chinese or a German. They don't speak even good enough English before they will hire a black American. A black American only speak English. I'm telling you because they know that these people. They are looking for your.
If you're talking about IT jobs,
they care about your intelligence, your level of productivity. They don't care about your grammar. I'm telling you, they care less about your grammar.
It depends on the
maybe where they need you to come and speak grammar, they may hire you for that.
That's what I'm saying.
But they will hire somebody with an English degree.
IT that you don't need to communicate with anybody, that you can work from home. Yes, you can talk about those jobs. But when you are going to be a communicator in a particular place, no, you have advantage more than them. I know what I'm saying.
Those rubbish. What kind of job is all those rubbish that you are talking? When they need intelligent job, they don't employ you. Only when you want to communicate that you are talking about.
You are not listening to me, so you can't understand what I'm saying.
She's talking about the people that answer the phone, all those kind of people.
Is that what we are praying for? No. We want to move ahead of that.
No, I'm not talking about those people that answer the phone, and I don't know.
Those are the only people that need to know how to speak English.
You do security.
Don't talk that on me. I don't know people that answers phones. I'm talking about professionals.
Professional in what? In what?
In what? Except all these IT jobs. That's what I'm saying.
Even if you go to medicine, in America, if you go to medicine,
a doctor that is a Chinese will speak a fluent English. That's what I'm saying to you.
Yeah, but they still employ Chinese. So the way they are doing it won't stop us from doing the way they are doing it. The so-called work that you think they will have an advantage of speaking English.
Advantage in speaking English. That's what I'm telling you. Especially when your country is underdeveloped. A Chinese man has an option of leaving China or not, because China is working fine for him or her. So they have.
So and you are the one talking about colonization, and you want to also continue in the colonization. Is that what you are saying?
Your country is not working, right? So you have to people migrate every day from all these African countries. They do.
And so you don't want changes. So we just continue in that route. Is that what you are saying?
That's your whole problem. You see, I am telling you the reality.
Dupsy, let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you something. Wait now, wait. This allow us to talk too now. Give me this.
But I know I give you a lot of power. We should go. Can you see who you come and nisuru Dipsy? No nisuru.
I'm trying to tell you something. Listen, if I go to engineering school here in America and I come out my engineering degree,
Mike,
I didn't perfect my English.
Asking, hello, Prince Daddy want to enter, please.
Oh, okay, I'll put him in. And I didn't perfect my English, but you learn English all your life. You speak very fluent English. You read, Macbeth, all this Shakespeare. You speak perfect English, and you only have high school diploma. Now your English is more fluent than mine. If me and you gonna apply for a job, they will hire me before you. The fact that I have that advanced degree, you understand? So they care less. With my engineering degree, they will employ me. It's not your English. It's not your capability. You understand? So,
but English is important too, Mike.
English is important. I don't know why you keep doing strong man argument. Listen, we are not saying English is not important. It's very important that you learn the English language to communicate with the rest of the world. And also, our argument is not that we should ban English in Nigeria. We will learn English. Everybody will make sure everybody know English, and also be the language of national language of communication within the country. But what we are saying is, when we are building schools in villages and areas, especially particular areas where the predominant language there is a local language, where children, that's the language they speak at home, that's the language they use to communicate mainly among themselves in that community. The language instruction should be that language, that local language, and at the same time, you make sure they learn English. In fact, you make English compulsory subject in almost every level, every grade. Not like you took it in one time. You learn English class every day. So that way they go into in fact they will speak English better, because now we make English this language where they go learn vocabulary every day, how to speak properly, how to exactly. So English will be a separate. It will be a separate. It will be a subject on its own, and they must learn. They must do well in that class, that subject. So because it's a national language, but however, when they are going to learn other subjects, chemistry or the other subject, because those subjects require interaction and even risk thinking, and they require a lot of thinking, a lot of comprehension. It should be in their local language, because that's the language they know better. That's the language they speak the most. It's the language they go back to their homes to speak with their parents and their friends. So they should be able to interact with, discuss things they learn in class. With their peers at home, with their neighbors.
Mike, let me give you an example. When we are Lucy, just wait. Let me give you this example. We talk. Okay, go ahead, Lucy.
That's what I'm saying. As long as we're still underdeveloped, we don't have critical-minded leaders that can think all this thing through, that we need our own local language. It is very important to understand English very well. That is my argument. I am still insisting that it's still very
we agree with John. Nah, I don't even disagree.
For English to be our mode of instruction, how do you say? Do you know what we use in the schools? It's important, because we're still on
as the language of instruction. It's not. It is not important. In fact, it's setting us back.
It's not important, my brother. It's not. Because you have to compete with the Western world.
Can I chime in, Mike?
No. Okay, come in, Prince Daddy, Christian brother. What do you mean?
Lucy, we want you here today. Don't run away from us. They're here. Hey, don't escape,
I'm with you, sir.
The guy who promotes English yesterday, he came to side with
actually. So far, I think I agree with Dups's position on this matter. But why don't you just switch over to Nigeria, right? How would we implement one language for instruction in Nigeria? If you ask me right now, I would say Yoruba language perhaps the most robust language in Nigeria.
How would you know that? How would you know?
I think so. I mean, if you look at culturally,
you make it
culturally.
Yeah.
If you look at it culturally, I mean, culturally, and even when it comes to education, actually.
But have you studied other cultures? Have you learned other languages? You can't just jump to that conclusion.
I think Hausa will be more, because Yoruba is a bit complicated. So you have to choose a simpler one, not
No,
Yoruba.
I'm saying right now,
He
the
has
Yoruba
threatening his
language
point.
is
He
more
said
robust.
robust language. But
You
we
guys
don't
may
know which
disagree.
language is most
Maybe,
robust.
That's what I think.
Prince Daddy, maybe you are saying that because you
Are
are a
Yoruba?
Yoruba man, and then you understand a bit of Yoruba. That's why you are saying this.
No.
If you
See,
ask,
to be robust, meaning that
did you know
it's
anything about that? Did you know anything about other languages in Nigeria?
well, when I was growing up, when I was little, I understand a little bit about Hausa when I stayed up in the north.
Have you
In
learned
Kaduna.
Ijo?
I mean, most of my friends were.
Hey,
Okay, see,
if you want to
if
know
you say
robust,
robust,
go and listen to Calabar.
no, robust means that the language that's widely used the most in the country. That's what it means. It doesn't mean that it's more in depth or it's got wealth of information. Well,
But if you
that's
are
my
talking
position.
about it's Hausa that is used most in Nigeria.
The entire
No,
northern Nigeria speak Hausa.
when it
Hausa.
comes for instance,
And
when
they are
it
not
comes,
Hausa. The entire northern Nigeria,
They are
even
not
to
Hausa, but they all
the
speak
to the
Hausa.
north central, they all speak
say no,
Hausa, but they are not Hausa.
say it's not about which the number of people that speak the language. Okay, it's about the language and its usage in the country. French people are not that many around the world, but how many almost perhaps billions of people that speak French, for example. So it's not about Hausa. Yes, I think the Hausa language is probably the most widely spoken language because of the population, but in terms of instruction, I think the Yoruba language, the Bible was first translated in Yoruba. And when it comes to other things, if you look at the culture, like Nollywood or whatever, that's not the point. Anyway. My point here is that if we were to choose a language, or how would you guys go about using one Nigerian language to impose on other cultures as that of a
Nobody said that though. I mean, nobody was holding that
It's
position.
only Remy that was saying that. We
It's only
said
Remy
we
that was
can
kind of
use,
saying
we
we
can
want to create a language for everybody.
each ethnic group can use their language.
We don't. That's not what we're presenting
I
here.
think
We're not
Dupsy was
saying we
trying to
want
go.
everybody to learn one local language. No, we are
So
saying those
you
that have their
you
local
think
language should learn in their local language.
having multiple languages as a form of
One at
instruction
a time.
is
One at a time.
better.
Remy, let one person finish. It's like when you talk at the same time, we can't know what he's saying.
Yeah, Remy is now having the energy because he saw somebody that wanted to support his view.
No.
But the thing is, when someone is talking, just trying to jump in, and then she's trying to.
I'm not jumping.
It's like we can't even hear you. You know, we can't hear neither of you. Well, let that person land, and then I understand sometimes you want to come in, but when you come in and the person is still not giving you that chance to come in, just usher. And then
I
just
kept quiet now. I want to allow you. You kept on talking. What's wrong with you, sir?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Is that what is wrong with you, sir? What the language? Okay, go ahead, please, Daddy.
So you guys are saying that each region or each tribe should learn everything their own language. Is that what we're going to right now? Is that what you guys suggesting?
Yeah,
because I think okay. Oh, that's what you're suggesting. Well, that's quite interesting because I don't think there's one in terms of the three major groups. I don't think none would adopt the other's language as the primary language for instruction. If that been the case, so we does it kind of, to me, it sounds very complicated to have multiple language. Okay, in Nigeria to do everything.
Within your locality. It's not like Yoruba will go to Igbo and be demanding that they teach me my language instruction will be in Igbo. No.
But is the goal for Nigeria not like integration? Yes, we all can be unique.
Yeah, but we learn English now. We all learn English in school and we use that English to
communicate.
Now you guys are advocating. You're advocating for our local language to be a language of instruction. Okay,
exactly.
And hearing Dupsy from the background, I think she was trying to talk about the benefit of having English as one language that serves everyone. All the
No,
different
no, what
tribes
she's
and
saying, no,
groups.
that's not what she said. She says the importance of knowing
It
English
is
because it helps
me.
you outside when you travel around the world. And we don't disagree with her that it's important to know English. So we don't disagree with her, but she's somehow thinking that we saying by give your local language being language of instruction means you eliminate English. But that's not what we are saying. We are even saying English should be taught specially. You understand? Where it's a special class where you actually can perfect it because you're actually going to English class where it's all English that you're learning. You learn the vocabulary, you learn how to speak it perfectly. But when it comes to subjects, this language of instruction should be your local language because it's very helpful. You know.
And the benefit of that is because you're smarter, or you learn
Yes,
faster, or
you learn
you have
better,
a
you
better
retain the
comprehension.
information better. You will retain
You
information
retain,
better.
so you retain the
And
information
you'll be
better.
able, and you
Do you know
retain
why?
better, and you'll be able to you will be able to express yourself better.
Express
Because
yourself better,
what we
exactly.
do,
Hey,
And you can
because
express
do,
what you
do,
learn
do you
better.
guys? But do you guys know that? Do you know that especially people that go to school in Nigeria, they have a better command of the English language in learning than their local
Exactly,
language.
That's a lie.
exactly my point. Exactly
That's
my point.
not true.
No,
I don't
let
know
me
the
tell
kind
you
of
the
people that
challenge.
might know, but the kind
The
of
Wait,
people
challenge.
I know,
wait. Can you elaborate more on what you just said? Like,
the
explain it.
kind of people
I
I
don't
know,
Ducey, allow him to
do
talk
see
now. You are just
it's
over
true.
shouting. It's not who shout the most
No,
that win now.
We can't hear you very well when you are shouting.
You are just shouting. It's like, I don't even know what you're saying when you're shouting, sir.
Please, the right person that talk, just don't talk to me, because I'm not
okay, this year
So, Prince Daddy, can you expand on what you're trying to tell us? You know?
Adewale Tisalo again.
No, Prince Daddy is muted.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay, expand on that point. You say people come, whatever. I said it.
Well, because most of the things we learn, be it medical, engineering, name the subject, biology, chemistry, all this language, all these subjects, we have command of those subjects in English. So when those things are explained to us, if you want to translate chemistry in Yoruba, for example, it's going to be too abstract.
No, it's not.
Why do you say that?
It's not. Because things they explain to you is more visual than actually like just memorizing or things like that, you know.
But
if you're telling me this is this, you mix this with that, or you add this and this, you know why? In my language, I can. It's what's the difference? No matter what language you're explaining it to me, it's just an instruction. Wait, give me a second. It's not different. Wait, give me a second. Give me a second. It's not different from. Wait. Just hold on. It's not different from. I'm trying to teach children sports, right? How to play sports, how to like basketball, whatever. If I'm explaining to them their language, it doesn't matter what language. They will get it better in their own local language. If I'm explaining it to them, it's the same thing in the classroom. You're just giving instruction like this and this and that and that. If you're talking about terminologies, like terms that doesn't exist in your local language, then you take the term from the English language and eject it in.
No, that's not what he's saying. Prince Daddy, I understand what you are trying to say, but that problem is there when English is your first language. Maybe it was the language they introduced to you as your at birth. Maybe parents speak English at home and you grew up as an English learner, just like an English guy. So you are now learning the subject in a new language, become an abstraction. The same experience someone like me had when I started learning physics. Yoruba was my first language. So when I had acceleration for the first time, I was just thinking, what does that mean? What does velocity mean? But the guy whose language is, when I heard displacement, I had problem differentiating between displacement and distance. But for a person whose first language is English, he just know displacement is moving from one point to another in a particular direction or whatever. You understand? So it's easy. So the problem we have is that the generation now, the transiting generation, is going to suffer some setback. For example, if this had been introduced earlier on in our national life, it would have been better. But now, almost 60% of our younger children have English as their first language.
Like but no, Mike, I mean Patrick.
Yeah.
Even your okay, maybe because you are raising your kids abroad. If you raise a child in Nigeria and you are speaking English to them right from birth, and you think that that will be their first language, how can a Nigerian child with Nigerian parents speaking English will understand what will be able to distribute right from birth between distance and displacement?
No, this is it.
There are certain things that, let me tell you, that genetic, that you cannot, let me tell you, even this English that we are talking about, the generation that their parents didn't even understand it, that they understand Yoruba first and learn English. They speak better English than even this generation that we are saying that they have learned generation right from birth. Do you agree with me?
No, I don't quite agree with you.
Okay, so you want to tell me that the children that we are raising, they speak better English than their fathers?
Let me tell you, they don't only speak better English, they are smarter in other subjects than us.
Which matter?
You know,
To me, I'm a teacher. Let me tell you, Patrick, I'm a teacher. And I know what I'm talking about. The so-called Gen Z generation that we think they are smart, they don't know anything.
They are smarter than us. You know why?
Maybe
before I used to think that.
What do you mean by smart? What do you mean by smart? What do you mean by smart?
Before
are they more intelligent than us? Is that what you mean by being smart?
They are more intelligent than us.
It's not true. I don't. In fact, okay, go ahead.
What you can say, they are more exposed to the rest of the world.
They are more intelligent than us. Tell you why. When I was growing up, when I started having kids, I used to think all these people, they don't know anything. When I started raising kids and I started having children, and my children started getting to secondary school, I felt I'll be able to teach them physics, chemistry. I tell you, it got to a point, secondary school, the kind of chemistry they are doing, the kind of physics they are doing, at that point I said, no, I think you have got to a level where I cannot teach you. They process information.
Patrick,
that's what I'm saying. Because they are exposed to
maybe you are in the Olodo class.
They are dealing with the now because they are exposed to more knowledge.
Simba, let me explain something to you. Simba, let me explain something to you about the questions here. It's different from the question in Africa. The questions here are more technical in all the subjects. Yeah. They are critical thinking.
Is not about language. It's not about language now. What you are saying doesn't have anything to do with language.
Wait, Simba, let me explain. That boy that is talking, I don't want to mention his name. He's saying to you that he wasn't able to teach. I understand what he's saying. That
Who is the boy?
I don't know. Don't talk about that one. So he's saying that he wasn't able to teach his kids after a time because the kind of questions that they will start asking in physics, chemistry, and biology is quite different from the ones we taught when we went to school in Africa.
But that doesn't make them. If he doesn't know, that does not make them more intelligent than him. Because he does not have that. He does not have that instruction. Does not mean if he was taught, also he will not know. So to me, it doesn't. He can't use that one to now conclude that they are more intelligent.
You see what we are talking about here. It's different.
Learning a language is like learning another subject. I don't know why. Some people are able to master multiple languages and speak them fluently, and they can converse and do everything in those languages, both written and verbal. So this issue about learning something in your local language gives you an advantage over another language. I don't completely believe in that. Just like I think
do you know where we started from? The issue, let me give you a background. There was a ranking that said, I don't know who released the ranking, that ranked Nigeria as the third best English speaking country in Africa.
Yeah, I was there. I talked about it earlier on the show. Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying? And initially I said that is a shit. How can somebody come to Africa and be ranking? Is that our language? That is where we started from. And I also give examples. Tell me, you are in US, you work with Chinese, you work with Indians, you work with other nationalities that English is not their first language and it's not a language of instruction. Are we saying that we are more intelligent than them, or we learn more, we are more experts that whatever ramification, are we claiming that we are better than them just because all these courses, English, chemistry, physics are being taught in English? They are not. So you cannot tell me that language using English will give you an advantage over other people that doesn't use English. That's what we are saying.
But okay, I can accept that, but at the same time, it does not give you a disadvantage neither. Because see, people are able to learn a language technically, and I believe that's what the Chinese do because of their language.
But if you look at them, Prince Daddy, they are doing far better than us.
Simba, give me a second. Let me explain to Prince Daddy. Let me explain to him. Prince Daddy, like when children, right, when they go to school and they go to a class, instruction, whatever they learn in that class, right? When they go home, right, they run into each other, right? They may want to discuss whatever it is that they learn, right? Or just interact, or you can make it a part of their conversation, right? Like, oh, that thing, and they start talking about it, having fun talking about it, right? It's part of the learning process, right? It kind of enhances their learning when they do that, right? The interaction outside of class, you understand? So now what we are telling you is like, in a community where the spoken language, the main language, first language, is not English, right? Where the kids, after school, they go home and see each other, they start speaking their local language. Like me, when I was growing up in Lagos, I grew up in the part where it's just Yoruba we speak. We don't even speak English at all. You understand? We joke, we play around, everything in English. So now you're telling me when we go to school, where that's the only place we hear English being spoken to us. Now they give us instruction, the subjects being taught to us in English. Now, when we leave that class, what makes you think when me and those kids, when we get back to the neighborhood, we'll start interacting about what we learn in the classroom? We would, because we can't start interacting and start saying and start quoting the teacher because we don't want to speak English. We want to,
let me respond to Mike.
But what I'm saying is, but wait. But if in that classroom, the teacher, the interaction, the instruction, everything was in English, that's the high possibility that when we get home, one of us might bring it up. Like, remember that's the this and that and that and that. And the reason I'm telling you this is because I learned, I'm a student of African spirituality. You understand? We go under our boss, our master, where they give us, they quote something, they give us some information or knowledge about plants and things like that. And whenever I'm hanging out with one of the students, we start talking about it. We can talk about what the Olu said. Maybe one thing he said I didn't get. We chat about it for like hours and hours and hours because it's a Yoruba language. You know, you understand? Compared to when I was going to school, when the teacher would teach us something in English. After that class, we don't have any reason to even talk about it further after that. So that's why we are telling you the importance of teaching people in their local language. Because outside of the class, when they can still discuss it.
Well, you made a good point, and the point that you made is that that's why when you are the creator or the originator, okay, you are more robust in explanation and understanding of that material. But when, as I guess Dupsy was saying earlier, also when it comes to these other sciences that we learn in school, the originators mostly are, the Germans or the English people. And that's where we get a better, robust understanding of those subject matters. And keep in mind
other people, Prince Daddy, how did they do it in other climes where they don't speak English and they still learn all this subject that you are talking about? How did they do it?
Well, by translation, right? They translate to their own language. But because
so what stops us from doing that? And they still learn it, and we can't say we learn it better.
Let me tell you that there's always a debate. I'm not sure about the Quran, but the Bible, there's always a debate because, especially from Hebrew translation to English, there's a lot of things missing in transliteration. You know that, right? Because because if you have to explain, I think you guys know that, if you have to explain certain Jewish customs, right, in English, guess what? They're non-existent. They are non-existent. So the English word tries to capture as much as possible what the Hebrew language is trying to convey. And many times they missed it. They completely missed it. And that's why I'm telling you that if you are the originator, you are more robust and you provide a better understanding.
That's
The
not
Bible
true.
to be when
But
it's not
Prince
transcending
Daddy,
fact.
what is the outcome? Okay, let us look at the outcome. Now, you can't tell me that we have better doctors in Nigeria than China or India or Korea. You can't tell me that we have better scientists. You can't. So what is this one that what you are saying now? What is the outcome? Is the outcome you have to look at? The countries that are speaking their own language, they fare better in everything than we that adopted foreign language.
I say the countries, the countries that you master right now, they've been able also to master the English language or other languages in combination with theirs. Therefore, they're more superior. If you want to
We
put it
are
that
not
way,
saying
I
we
can
should
accept that.
Prince Daddy.
Which country are you talking about, Prince Daddy?
Okay.
You are making
It's
a
like
mistake
China
there.
or India, whatever country said that
Simba,
they do things in their own language.
Prince Daddy, I think
Yeah.
Simba is making a mistake with one assumption, assuming that they are doing better, so it must be because of the language. There are so many other factors
That's true.
that
Yeah.
contributed to them. Let me give you a good one. Look at Asia. Asia has more culture. Their religious orientation ensure discipline.
Yeah.
They have some spiritual practices that if you are not a disciplined person, you cannot do, like meditation, like silence, like reflection. Like all those things make you become very intelligent now.
Patrick, I agree with you. You know, the way we can even pass. Hey, Remy, just hold on. Okay. You are at least you are a Yoruba man, and I know even when you are well cultured and you understand. I mean, you are from Edo, but you grew up in Yoruba land. You know that even is it not this same language, foreign language that we adopted, that made us to lose some of our values? There is a way you can talk to your children in Yoruba. I know that you know the way your father can call you and preach to you and talk to you in the Yoruba language, that it will appeal to you better than just speaking English to you.
I agree.
Do you agree with me?
Yes,
So those things that you said you are talking about now, the values, the culture, and everything. Once you use your language, you lose everything.
Okay, Simba.
You lose everything.
Simba, you have a very good point. But Prince Daddy, I still want you to ask Simba and Mike how they are going to use different language from different region, and how that will bring the harmony and the patriotism that we.
But harmony, we are not talking about harmony here. It's not about harmony. Forget about that.
The language is not what brings harmony, my friend.
No,
so English, if all of us is speaking English as we adopted it now, has it brought harmony to us?
Relax.
As the English brought harmony to us.
Prince Daddy, I am trying to, because my position is that means we are going to have 3 or 4 different languages from different.
We can have 10. We can have 10. Doesn't matter.
In fact, it's going to be about 200 self.
So,
I don't know why you keep saying Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa. That's not what we said.
I think it will bring a lot of crisis.
It's not, man.
That is what you are still doing now. In Papaya, we are speaking English, does not speak people from speaking their language.
Relax, Simba, relax. You have to hear my point too. What I'm trying to say is this. You are using Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa as the form of instructions.
No, we didn't say that. Yeah. You missed the argument. Wait, Remy, let me explain it to you. No, we didn't say Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa for the whole country. No, wait, now, Nisuru. You are missing it. I think you are thinking we want to adopt Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa. No, that's not what we are saying. We are saying in a locality, within a territory, a land, or even a village, whatever land.
If you are a thief, you learn whatever you want to learn in your thief.
In TV land.
If you are a jaw, you learn it in a jaw.
In a jaw. But what we are not telling you, Remy, is that if a jaw person is now living in Ibadan, they will now be teaching him in a jaw. That's not what we are saying. In Ijaw land, where is the predominant language that they speak there. That's what they all speak 24/7. We are saying in that kind of enclave, in that environment, Ijaw should be the language of instruction. And then they should have English class where they learn English separately, so they can learn English. I know that English is a national language, but the language of instruction should be in Ijaw. That's what we are telling you.
So in a nutshell, you are telling me in the South, which they don't have predominantly one language. We have a lot of different language spoken in the South. So if like Ikwere or maybe, the language spoken in Cross River is totally different from language spoken in Rivers and just opposed with Akwa Ibom. So that means we are going to have four or five different language of
what is the problem with that? What is the problem with that?
So and then we go to Hausa too, and then they also have different language, and then we go
yes.
So can you not agree with me that English will not play a second fiddle?
It's not. In fact, it's number one because everybody is learning English.
What is wrong? What is wrong in English? What is wrong in English, Remy? What is wrong in English playing second fiddle?
Listen, if
it's supposed to be second fiddle.
Confucianist.
Okay, if English,
Remy is looking at his colonial masters.
Listen, if English is second fiddle, I mean, English will not be our national language anymore.
English is a national language, Remy. You're not getting it. Everybody will learn English.
Okay.
I'm not confusing you because you're not listening.
I want clarity. I have already asked you several questions. You tend to dance around.
Okay, ask me again.
I will ask you. Okay, you want to use each region or each locality language to be form of instruction from kindergarten to university? Yes or no?
Yes.
And then you want them to learn English as a special subject? Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. So now English will not become our national language anymore. Because, it's true.
Why did you come to that
English
conclusion?
now? It's no longer national language.
I will tell you how I come to that. Now listen carefully.
Okay.
I am in the primary school. I have 10 subjects to learn. And whatever, social science, social study, blah, blah, blah. Also in secondary school, and Yoruba is being used to teach me all throughout. I only have one English class, special class, maybe once in a week.
No. It's almost no.
Listen, I can have my.
Let him paint the scenario they want to. Yes, even once in a week.
I can have my math 2 or 3 times in a week, or nearly every day. That we usually have in secondary school. Every day is math. I can have other subject twice or whatever. And then I have one English as subject as one. So that means I'm more confident with my culture and tradition, my Yoruba language. I'm more confident.
Good. That's what you want to. That's what you want to achieve. Yes.
Thank you. So I use it more. I use it more than in English. So that means I might be very good in my Yoruba and I might be poor in English because I know.
And what is wrong with you being poor in English?
Thank you. So my bone of contention now is this. All you said in every locality, everybody should learn the language that is prevalent there. So the problem I'm asking you guys now, what will be our national language? Forget English. Don't say it's English today because
why not? What will it be then?
If we say it's English, that means a lot of our people are not versed in English because I'm learning my local language, all the subjects, and I'm not good in English. Do you want to force it on me?
Remy, I'm missing. If everybody is learning English,
it's not you, Remy, that gave us the example of China. So why are you going back?
What I gave is totally different from what you guys are saying.
Okay,
anyway, forget. You said they learn English. You said they learn English.
But Chinese people, they don't understand English now. What are you guys talking about? They don't understand English like that in China.
One language.
They don't understand English.
Mandarin.
You guys are just confusing us.
But Remy, let me ask you a question now. Remy,
we don't understand what you guys want.
Remy, let me ask you a question.
Before you ask your question, I said China.
We have to hear from these people too. Remy,
Mr. Dan,
okay, wrap it up, Remy.
Let me quickly wrap it up so that you can talk.
No, Remy, please, can you give him chance, please? Yeah, he has been here since and has not made any.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Remy. Everyone is right from this situation. What I got, I think the lady in this platform is actually right very well. For me, I think I take his decision.
Because, thank you, Jerry, my brother. They won't let me talk.
Yeah, Boro, do see or they know.
Please let me learn. I'm from Edo State. I can tell you, I can write with English. I can speak with English. I can speak English. But The problem is that I can't even use my language. I can't even write my language. If you ask me to write my language, I can't. But I can speak it very well, but I can't able to write it. If you ask me to write it on the ground, I can't. But I can write English. But I believe that people even understand the teacher that speak English and explain more better than them when you ask them to maybe for their local language. For me, I think this one that we are talking English, if we want to abolish English, we abolish English. What I see here, if this one we are talking about, maybe everyone should speak their tribe, their language in their community, in everywhere. I agree with you, but if we want to put national language, it's no longer maybe good English. Maybe we can bring pidgin English inside this situation. Then we do dictionary of pidgin English, because there is some language in Yoruba that is in pidgin English. Why sorry, there is some pidgin a language in Hausa that is like Wahala. Like in Germany, I am right now. Many German people, they understand a lot of pidgin English. It's not because they have it, but because they are associated with many Nigerians now. They even speak, they go Nigeria club, they speak pidgin English more than even we, some of us. You understand what I mean? So maybe if they want to have national dialogue, maybe they can even bring this to, okay, they will say the people, the scholar that they are very learned, let's bring something out of this pidgin English, and we make it as official language to us, because it's going to be more better. Because when you ask me that I should learn, I'm from Edo State, I'm from Auchi. You ask me that I don't understand Yoruba, and because of you feel that you have more population and you want to force Yoruba for me, I will look at it that this is part of invasion, maybe.
But
like
Mr.
colonial.
Dan, that's not what we are saying.
Yeah.
That's not what we are saying. You are at Sako. You have your local
Yes, I
language
forget
in
that.
Nauchi.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So for you not to be able to speak your language, that is not anybody's fault. Maybe it's your parent
No,
that
I
doesn't
speak
teach
it
you.
very well.
Wait,
I
just
say
hold
that
on,
I
hold
don't
on.
speak it.
You say you don't understand your language. That's what you said.
No, I say I can't write it, but I speak it very well.
So if you cannot write your language, that is your problem. It's not anybody's problem. And because you are not taught. And that's why we are saying that you should have been taught. If you have been taught right from your cradle, you will not be saying what you are saying now. You are saying whatever you are saying now just because you don't understand your language very well. That's why you are talking like this. And it's the fault of your parents not to have taught you your language. And it's from the school that you went to that didn't teach you how to write your language in Etako. So what we are saying here, just hold on, Mr. Dan. If you see what me and Mike is talking about, nobody is trying to impose any other person's language. We are saying if you are from Etako, you are in Agenebodi, you are in Okwila, or you are in Aotide, you should use your language to teach you. Do you understand what I'm saying? That you should use your language. Nobody is saying that you should use Yoruba to teach you. So if you are using your language.
Let me ask you a question here. So what you are saying now, I understand, is very good for the way you are putting it. But do you know in Auchi alone, there is more than 23 languages in Auchi, in Edo State alone. So what are you trying to say? If there is more than 23 languages, what are you telling me? Do you know Igara? They don't speak, but we are Edo North. But we don't.
I know Edo State very well, Mr. Dan. So that's not what we are saying is that your language, learning in English, just Mr. Dan, learning in English, the way people are saying it does not actually give you the advantage that people are talking about. Do you understand what I'm saying? The people that are learning their other languages, you cannot claim that you are better than them in this subject that we are talking about. That's what we are saying.
No, you see, this one you are talking, this is different thing. You know, there is some people, like one thing you need to understand, this question you just show us now, there are some people that go to a government school. They are even more brilliant than the people who go private school, that their parents waste a lot of money. This is individual, brain. What you are trying to say now. If maybe China might do better, Nigeria person will come and do better than another China in that field. So what we are trying to say now, this is quite different. If we really we want
So
to,
I'm very surprised that we are trying that we should promote our language. And we are the one talking about colonization, and we are still the people that are saying these things that speaking other people's language is the best for us.
no,
I don't understand.
Nobody
you
saying
get
that.
it
We
wrong.
are saying
I love the idea, but it's not going to work. This is the problem.
It's going to work. It works for other people. It can work for us. Have we tried it?
Yeah, same that you'd be surprised that perhaps 20 or 30% of Nigerians speak English and everybody speak their local languages.
as long as we are underdeveloped and we still want to compete in the Western world. That is what I am saying to you.
So what are we competing now? Nigeria is supposed to be competing now.
We are going, we individually.
We've been speaking English for 60 years. Are we competing?
No, Mike, what percentage of Nigerians speak English? What percentage of Nigerians speak English?
And that's the problem, Prince Daddy. The most Nigerians don't speak English, but the language of teaching is English.
Mike, let us talk. And the most important thing is that I've told you before that the knowledge in this world, say, Tawai, is hidden in that English language. So you have to understand it.
And we are speaking English and we are not finding knowledge.
Because you are being brainwashed. You are being brainwashed.
No,
That is
same like a Mike. Most Nigerians speak their local language. Most of us speak our local languages. What is the?
So don't you think, Prince Daddy, that now that you agree that most Nigerians speak their local language, don't you think that they will understand all these subjects better if they are giving better in their local language instead of English? They are just struggling to learn.
How come they that speak their local language haven't been able to be innovative and creative and bring about things from their language? I mean, why are we waiting for people speaking their local languages to be instructed in English? Since majority of Nigerians speak their local languages, how come innovation and creativity hasn't come out from their communities, from their
that's what we are speaking to now. That's what we are speaking to. That's what we are saying.
Because they're not learning science in their local language. Because if they're learning science in their local language, they can get it and begin to interact. And from that interaction, they can begin to use that knowledge they took from school to actually learn how to start creating things. But what happens?
If we can.
Prince Daddy, hold on. Let me say this. Prince Daddy, wait now. Wait. You are just shouting. No one can even understand you when you shout. You're actually smart when you're calm and talking. Prince Daddy, let me explain something to you. Kids, they go to classroom, right? And the instructor is giving them instruction about physics, the law of physics in English, right? Using English terms, speaking English. Now, the kids go back to their neighborhood and they're speaking Yoruba to themselves. Now, those law of physics that instructor gave to them, the instructor gave to them in English, what chance would they get home and begin to interact among themselves about that law of physics and then begin to go into their community and begin to use that law of physics to make it begin to be creative and innovative and things like that? The chance is slim. But if the interaction in classroom, the instruction in classroom was in their local language, where you explain the law of physics to them in their local language, it becomes part of their language and part of their interaction, part of their thinking expression. You understand? When they get back home, when they get back in their community. Wait, listen. When it becomes part of their expression in their community, now it can translate into somebody using that constant expression of this law of physics that we talk about in our language to not create something. That's the point we are saying. But if you're only learning in English and you go back home, you learn in the classroom, you answer in the classroom.
Go ahead. Mike, I accept that argument.
Please let me talk. He said that they should translate those books, just like the way Prince Daddy said the other time. The way they translated all these religious books into another language. There's been some missing stuffs in translation. Do you understand that? So you are saying, Mike,
how can you miss the law of physics in translation? Are you kidding me?
You will miss. So why can't you people have your own physics textbook?
You can't
by
miss
your own
fact
standard.
in translation.
But
With
but
fact
you
is
will.
fact.
You still miss some stuff. They miss a lot in their Bible and their Quran. They miss so
But that one is
much.
different, and that's the
They
propaganda
miss so
story. Those
much.
are it's kind of like
And it's not
friction.
propaganda. It's not propaganda. It is
Eh,
what
those are
happened. They miss a
religious.
lot.
Those are not facts now. Those
What
are
we
just.
are talking about it so that we can have a rethink. So you cannot be blaming me for not translating physics to Yoruba, and
I
that's what we are
blame you.
speaking to.
I
We
blame
will do it. So if you agree with me and every other person agree, then we can have a rethink and work along that route.
I blame you. Are you not a doctor? Are you not supposed to be to have been thinking about that since? Are you not a doctor? So I still blame
So
you.
it's the job of doctor to be thinking about
Good morning,
something
everyone.
philosophical and sociological stuff. Is that the work of sociologists? Is
Good
he a
morning,
sociologist?
everybody.
Is a doctor not a sociologist? Is it that's
He's
the
a
thing?
doctor, so he should be
Nigeria,
able
they
to
believe
think
once you have
about
degree, you know
translating the
everything. You're supposed to know.
anatomy book into
Good
Yoruba.
morning,
Can
everybody.
you share?
Okay, Adewale, you are welcome. How are you?
Okay, Gadwale, welcome.
Oh, Prince Daddy. Are you the one from Edo that the Simba was referring to? Prince Daddy.
No, Mr. Dan, the guy don't go. He don't go.
Oh, okay. I was like, what is it that I'm not sure? I mean, I wasn't aware. I thought you were Yoruba man. How come Simba is mentioning Edo? I think this conversation started from the news one man brought earlier about the proficiency of English language among Yoruba
in Africa.
Among African countries, right? I didn't even actually I'm not interested in talking about it because to me it is not a newsworthy to be talked about. I'm not when you are not enthused about something, why should we be celebrating other people's culture, language in particular?
Exactly. Yeah.
It's not what discussing about. By now, I know it will be difficult for a country like Nigeria with a diverse, group of people having or adopted one language. In my household, Yoruba reigns supreme. Even though my kids live in the United States, they understand Yoruba, but just they can't speak it. So I'm trying my damnedest best to make sure that they understand the language, and at least, if they show up tomorrow in Nigeria, they can understand what their siblings and the rest of the families are talking about, other than just expecting or waiting for someone to interpret for them. I'm not delighted in speaking English language. Yoruba in me, I should be speaking Yoruba proper. Occasionally on this show, I'll be bringing some advice. Simba, now, I'll be bringing in and cracking people up and all that. Yeah, that's the way it should be. But we are lucky because we're diverse, and our diversity brings, make us unique individual or unique people as in Nigeria. Somebody said that maybe we should try pidgin language. Maybe that would help. We've lost a lot by ditching our culture, our language. In the years to come, some local languages will
be extinct.
It's just a matter of time. Can you imagine a child born in Lagos, born to a Yoruba parent, yet cannot speak or understand Yoruba? That's a shame. That's shameful. And yet we're celebrating other people's language. So it's not to me, it's not worth the news or something that we should be talking about passionately. Here we are, even myself speaking. You can detect from my accent that now that I live in America, my accent, well, it may not be as, smooth like Prince Daddy, but at least hardly will make one sentence without, make it sound like an American sort of. But so also with people living in UK. If you hear one man is even the worst. It's the way he pronounce people's name. Oh my God. One man should be sued. I'm telling you. That man, he pronounced people's name as if it is flashing. I was like, are you not Nigerian? Why are you pronouncing
this guy in Kwara, Baraji. Only Buraj.
I hope you will listen to this show, this segment, and laugh about it tomorrow. You will be pronouncing Emefiele as Emefiele. I'm like, come on, man. I'm about you, but all these people they've been too long in America. I think we should celebrate ourselves, our culture more. I don't see any good news about that. That we can speak to Rinchimo that the owner of
I
the
agree with you. You see, if I whoever threw that in into our domain, and you can see the way we are debating it passionately, another person, and we are defending it. We are doomed. I'm very sorry to use that language. We are doomed.
Some of us are
Eh?
trying. Sometimes this past weekend, the people here in Texas did their annual get together. They were playing their language, and now their children were out there participating and learning their culture and how their parents came and all that. And
Oh,
some of
okay.
them,
I'm very happy to hear this, Adewale,
they,
because just yesterday I watched Igbos in
mm,
UK also celebrating
oh,
New Yam Festival,
the
and you
Eagles
can
are
see the
trying
way
too.
they culture. In fact, they do it. They did it state by state, and it's like a match pass. You understand? They will call each state. They will dress in their normal local dresses, and they will dance and sing and do all. In fact, the thing was so good.
So
And I was just looking at,
if there's one tribe that I know that are passionate about their culture, is Igbo people. They try as much as possible to inculcate that culture into their children so that they will grow up learning. Know
in
about
fact,
it.
I was searching to see somebody who would dress in English. So no, even
Hardly,
including their children.
hardly,
Yeah, I didn't see. And they
hardly.
have all these Irukere and everything. I don't know how did they travel with those things or they can get it in UK?
It's easier to get those things, especially if you live, where you have a lot of high number of engineers. It's easy to find. In fact, you see it in the African stores and all that. I have gun in my house right now. Occasionally, I will be putting it for my family. We'll be dancing, and all that. And Igbos give it to them. They try as much. As a matter of fact, they have.
Adewale, sorry, quickly, listen. The credit given to the Igbo, well deserved. But I tell you, I know so many Igbos, just like you, many Yorubas that live overseas, right? Their children can't speak. No, I know of a two-parent Igbo people that their children cannot speak Igbo. Okay, it's everywhere. You wonder why they speak Igbo, the children can't speak Igbo language, just like it happens to the Yoruba. It's everywhere. Back home, yeah, the Yoruba people too, they try to push their culture, whatever, from the village or whatever. But I'm telling you, overseas, that the culture and everything else, the work-life balance and everything, it prevents the parents from being able to teach their children their own local language. It's hard. It's hard to do, and they're suffering from it too. It's not just the Yorubas, the Igbos too. They're losing their cultures, their language overseas. Yeah, I've experienced it.
It's not even overseas. It's not only overseas, Prince Daddy. Even people at home, they are worse off.
Yeah.
Believe me,
Absolutely.
people at home, they are worse off.
Okay, quickly to that point, there are so many Igbos also that live in Lagos that don't even speak their language. They speak Yoruba or they speak Pidgin. What about that?
Yeah, but Prince
my problem is, if I was there with Adewale in now.
Prince Daddy, Remy. Prince Daddy, I'm Yoruba tell.
I think
Oh, very hot, extremely hot, actually, over 105 degrees. See, I tell people. See, before I get I tell people, come on. Mike also lives in Lagos. If you live in Lagos, in fact, I used to tell people my first language is Pidgin English. That's what I used to tell people. Come on. If you grew up in Lagos, what do you expect? 40-50% of your friends are Igbos. We all speak in Pidgin English. We speak Yoruba sometimes.
I know now, but you can speak Yoruba. But because now I don't think you can speak Yoruba.
Well, I don't speak it as fluently like I should because I'm not surrounded by plenty of Yoruba. That's the only problem. If I live in Houston, Texas, trust me, that would not be a problem. That would not be a problem.
Even if you live in Houston, Texas, if you are not making conscious effort to constantly speak in that language, you might lose it. My own dialect.
And you know, I think the disadvantage things that he had is that he left early. He left Nigeria when he was still young, very young. There's no way you can lose your language. It's not at this stage of your life again.
Ew, me?
Prince Daddy, which part of US did you? Prince Daddy, which part of US did you? Would you grow up? I mean, which part of the US did you like?
Yeah, the widest part, Pacific Northwest, the widest part.
Oh, like I was wondering, like Portland area, Northern California.
Yeah,
Okay.
Seattle, Portland, you know, Northern California.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah,
So imagine that. So it's not like I'm living in New York or Houston, Texas, or I mean, sometimes when I go to New York, I hear people speaking Yoruba on the street, like in Lagos somewhere. It's so funny. Houston, Texas. You guys live in Houston, right? When I go there, it's plenty. I think it's perhaps over 1 million Nigerians in Houston, Texas. Even Dallas, there are plenty of them.
Yeah,
So I know
there
those
are Nigerian
places.
kids that grew up in Houston, Texas. They speak pidgin, like they literally grew up around Nigerians, and you would think they speak Yoruba, they speak pidgin. You know, understand Igbo, but
Well, that
they
is.
definitely Houston is almost Nigeria, man. I know
Well,
some
it
kids
depends
that
on
literally grew up
see.
in Houston,
It
and
depends on where you live in Houston or Dallas. Sometimes you live in the community that may not even see maybe one Nigeria or the other. Houston is a big city,
so you have to live in. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah,
Yeah.
Houston, you have to
So
live in like in the southwest of Houston. Yeah.
yeah, some people make it, conscious. Even if you live in the Southwest, or some areas that you probably will not maybe one Nigerian that lives there, and you may not even have anything to do with them as well.
That's
So,
true. Yeah.
but you just have to make that conscious effort. If you like, live it. I mean, if somebody who lives in Lagos can be not able to speak that language, then that tells you that no matter where you are, it's just about the effort you put in. If not, you will not be able to speak it, and that will be too bad.
Even Lagos, it depends on where you grew up in Lagos. Because it depends. So it means
If
that
you grew up in
maybe
another
it's the
Ojo area, if you are Yoruba child,
choice area. Maybe it's choice area of Lagos that you grew up. That's why you cannot. If you grew up in Agigi, Mushi,
you can't miss it. Even non-Yorubas that grew up in that area, they don't even speak any other
They
language
don't
but
speak
Yoruba.
exactly about Yoruba.
Oh my God, so funny. Like my first neighborhood in Lagos was Papa Road now. Like Ibute area. So I decided to go back there now. So just to see some of my childhood friends still living there, Igbo guys and people from South. And I'm thinking because they are Igbo and all this stuff, I'm trying to speak pidgin to them. They were looking at me like, so you saw Yoruba. Because they only know Yoruba, because like that area, they grew up only knowing Yoruba. And then maybe they are tribal language. So to me, that I'm the Yoruba boy. They are the one even telling me, oh, there's so Igbo, why are you speaking?
If our children can speak our language, Mike, if our children can speak our language, it's an advantage. But for them not to have it, yes, it's an advantage. But if you are discarding it as if the only thing they can speak is English, then what is the essence of it?
We just, the way we glamorize those that British is that when Oyibo came now, you see them as these special people, So
one day I went to a store, a clothing store to get us clothes. And I met my coworker, an elderly man actually. That was a long time ago, like 8 years ago. So I didn't know. I saw this young lady kneel down by the entrance. When somebody did something that was just, kind of like out of place. I felt a little bit awkward, seeing her kneeling down, and she greeted me, and she was able to mumble one Yoruba word or something like that. But for the fact that she knelt down publicly,
how do you feel? You have that feeling.
I was more than it was just like it was kind of strange, when something happened in my own household. Some of my kids would be like, "Daddy," with all gear and there and all that. So kneel down is for special occasion, maybe when the grandma arrived and all that. There's I'm praying for them in Yoruba because I usually pray for them, in Yoruba and all that. So But wow, this is
No,
a
look
very
at Jesus.
that's level. Especially on their birthday, I'll pray for them. I even use my dialect sometimes to pray for them, and they understand my dialect. See, Remy, I was saying that I'm a local boy. You forget about this American wonder stuff. I'm a real kitty boy.
My problem with Remy is one of those people that believe in Nigeria, and which is good, but their vision of Nigeria is to build that one Nigeria where everybody becomes this one people, and then when you ask them that, okay, do you want to eliminate the ethnicity? You're like, no. I'm like, then you're not thinking it through. This Nigerian thing that you guys are committing to, you're not thinking it through. And that's the same thing our leaders, when they started the country, they didn't think it through. They didn't think about every aspect of the country and the system, the society, the culture, the language. They didn't think about those things. They just took country from the British and just started carrying on, trying to build it in Nigeria. But you're not putting in fact all these other ethnicity culture have existed for thousands of years. They've evolved. They have their philosophies. They didn't put all those things into factor. And they wonder why sometimes we have crises and children are growing up confused. Parents and children are having conflicts because children are grown up with different mentality from their parents. And one music big way. Then will be one because the parents are confused like my own papa, this is not the way I interact with my father. Why you interacting with me like this? So the leadership they didn't, and that's how people like Remy think, oh, Nigeria, when we say teaching local language, Remy saying, what about the rest? What about the rest of the country? Are you not creating regionalism? So what are you saying? We should become one. If that's what you want, then let's make it clear that, okay, the Nigeria we are trying to build, we want to eliminate all languages, ethnicity, cultures, and start something new, which will be ridiculous, which I think is what they've been doing, to be honest. Because, to be honest, what the British were trying to do when they came was to turn us to English people. That was their goal because we became part of the British Empire. So everything along the way, they want to eliminate it. They want to eliminate anything. They just want you to understand British and so your, what's the word, to the Queen of England. That was their intention. They didn't care about us, our thing, culture, anything. And they started trying to British, turn us to westernize or whatever you want to use. But then they left and we continue with that shit. Unfortunately.
Diversity, as a matter of fact, is a special program. I think I can't even remember the course that I did. I touched a little bit on the diversity. It's a very strong bond. It's a very strong fabric that holds country together if we're managed. But what we have, like you said earlier, Mike, is something that if not well managed or people paying lip service, just like our forefathers did not actually think deeper on how to manage our diversity, our differences, and our cultural differences, it will be enough to destabilize. Just like a regular marriage, you have people coming together from different backgrounds, unlike in the Bible where cousins are getting married to each other. But people come together, live in their own family to click with another one and form, a nuclear family. And in that case, they forgo their affiliation and what of you, and it becomes from there they decide to put their differences together and work things out. Now there's beauty in diversity. Now in cultural difference, that is the one that is very, very delicate because you have to take cognizance of those cultural heritage, those cultural uh, value that each group comes with. So, and just like in any acquisition and merger of a companies, you have to manage the what do they call it? The economics in the group. Remind me, what do they call it? The liability and assets, right? So, and when you look at it, just like, for example, now, Canada, for Madame Dupsy that lives in Canada, you realize that some regions that speak French and some areas speak English language, and they're able to harmonize things together and have a very strong country. So, unfortunately, what we've seen so far is just an, individual effort to integrate and to blend and to make it work. If not, it wouldn't have worked up to this moment. But if you have built a very strong foundation that we can build on, continue to build on, maybe we'll have strengthened, Nigeria as it is now. But thankfully, individuals are making effort, not to see color, not to see language, not to see those barrier, and making conscious effort. Today, how many people notice our female national team? Hardly you will see Northerners there. Have you guys noticed?
Yeah, most of those girls, I mean, I think they all grew up in Lagos, man, in most part.
No, I think it's culture that caused it and religion.
I don't necessarily think so. I think in Nigeria things start from the south and then it's go.
No. I think what is for female. You understand? We have Northerners among our male footballers.
How many?
And right from it's not. Let me tell you. When you look, just hold on, Mike. If you are talking about one of the oldest club in Nigeria, Kano Pillar is one of them. Do you agree with me, Adewale?
Of course, but
it's not the oldest.
How many?
I said one of the oldest. One of the oldest. You understand? Everything is tied. I think what is affecting them they don't embrace this thing. For a female Muslim, they see it as nudity. You understand? For you to wear short and say you are playing football. And that's why you find it very difficult to see even the Middle Eastern country participating in those in female football.
But they have, for the first time in the history of female football, they have somebody using hijab playing for the first time. And people
people asked it was a debate. It took them time before they allowed it. In fact, I remember there was a time Egypt wanted to participate in female football, and they were not clamoring in Africa, and they were clamoring for people, some of them to wear hijab. It was a topic of discussion before they allowed it. So it wasn't something that they allowed initially. And you see them, they will not even wear only short, they will wear something under that short.
That the way they control the level of control, man, of women in those Arab culture.
It's the culture. It's
the culture, and that's what I'm saying.
It's the culture.
It's not as if they lack the skill. It's not as if they lack the skill.
But they don't push any control on men. Like, okay, men too should this and that. It's just most of the rules is just on women.
I think what they trying to do, they are as if they are trying to protect them, but the other people don't see it as protection.
Well, I'll be honest, the women those I will get when I go hang out with my Arab friend, their wife, man. I'm like, damn, I want a wife like this. Those guys when they talk, they just they so the way they raise, they don't teach them to be servants. I say, man, now see the advantage.
No, it's not really the problem is that you don't. It's like you are not allowed to even have a conversation for a man that is not actually maybe one of your relation.
This is my other friend now. When I go visit the guys, I mean, like their wife would this girl just saying, just sit on the corner, just put like our children are supposed to humble themselves around that back. I'm like, this is not a grown woman. I interact now. She just did so submissive. I said, I said, no.
Even here, if they see us shaking, like if I shake a female, don't need to just or do they know. Wolomo.
Our money bikinis, Like I said, give me my freedom, take your money.
Go back by now, Arab women, they'll make Nigerian women look like hell. So women can be like this.
They don't wear bikinis, they don't wear all those things. They don't open their bodies because of their culture. Religion is their culture in those places.
No, there are so many things that we have made as part of religion is actually a culture. And because
It's a culture
most
now. Some group of men just came together.
both Islam and Christianity has that we now see as the divine instruction. So
You know, cultures evolve. It's what people go on culture evolve. You understand? It's like society begin to have certain experience. They start with time to come together. It's okay. How can we solve this problem? How can we solve it? Okay, from now on, we start teaching men to behave like this, or teach women to behave like this, or teach women. You know, it's like it's the process of problem solving that evolves to some level where you see them just acting certain way.
Mike, did you observe that if you see a Fulani woman talking to a man, she will not look at the face of that man. You understand? She will be looking down and be talking. The man is in front, but she will not look at the face of that man.
Can Dupsy do that? Can she talk to a man?
Dupsy,
Don't be rational mind. Don't be this is what the rational mind.
So you guys, I don't even understand it sometimes. I don't even understand.
What would you rational mind do?
I don't understand you men sometimes. Is that the kind of woman you want to marry? Somebody that can make eye contact? I don't understand. Because I don't understand men sometimes. And I think you guys don't even understand what you want. Is that the kind of woman
Dupsy. Yeah. You know, you don't. One thing I learned about life. You understand? You don't miss what you don't know. You understand what I'm saying?
Admiring them now.
It's like before the cell phone, before the advent of cell phone, this mobile phone that we are carrying, we are not missing mobile phone. Do you understand what I'm saying? It was when we are introduced to it.
Admire one say Mike is admiring them. You want somebody.
But if you look at it this way, Dupsy, let me tell you, I walk on la Jumbi. Ask Mike, ask Adewale. Even Adewale that is talking about bikini here. Tó bá fẹ́ flex, bó fẹ́ ṣeré, ó mọ irú obìnrin tí ó wà lọ. Tó bá fẹ́ marry, tó ń wá wife material, ó mọ irú obìnrin tí ó wà lọ. Kò ní wá wọn ní bikini yẹn, kò ní fẹ́ o, kò ní fẹ́ ní bikini o.
So Simba, what you're saying now is that
hypocrisy new. Believe me.
So you guys want girls
Simba, all those bikini ladies make life go round, you know that.
So Simba, I don't understand the argument. You guys like bikini women for playing with
fun.
But
exactly.
But like Fulani women that can make eye contact to marry as a wife, is that what you're saying?
So let me tell you, one important thing that a man like is submission.
No, that's not.
He's a beauty. I don't think there is a man that would like a woman that would disrespect him.
No, but
no. Well, she doesn't have to be submitted, not to disrespect you. I mean,
if a
respect you.
doesn't make eye contact doesn't mean he can't disrespect you, Simba.
I want you to try to understand me. I want they were built up like that. Do you understand? Both male and female.
Okay.
You understand?
Simba, let me explain you.
They don't have any other exposure beyond that. So one, miss Adewale Soyi.
What do you mean?
Well, Simba, let me explain. Okay. You see, when they raise those girls not to do eye contact, it's not because the men enjoy a woman not doing eye contact. They create it to prevent something else. You understand? They design that culture to prevent the possibility of that woman seeing another man. That's what it is. It's not because the men get pleasure from the woman not looking at them or they enjoy it. So some of these things where they condition women to behave like, it's not because they enjoy the woman behaving like that. Like a man now, when a woman is being all submissive and everything, it's not because the man enjoy that woman being submissive to him. Of course, Simba, you can't tell me that you won't want your woman to have opinion or be smart and contribute. There's no way you will tell me that's what you want. But the reason you would rather prefer the woman to just be like that, completely submissive, is because you want to eliminate the possibility of her insulting you or disrespecting you. That's why you prefer us rather be in that submissive state, so that way she doesn't get to that position she will end up insulting you. But to me,
I mean, everyone is different. Some men are they just can't stand a woman so disrespecting them. So they prefer to put that. It's like a child now. If you don't want that child to start behaving certain way, you condition that child to be very fearful of you. But it's not like you really enjoy your child just being afraid of you. But you condition that child to be afraid of you because you want to prevent him from, you want him to have fear of you, not to do something. So it's not really like enjoyment of that person being that way. Like me, I would not enjoy a woman being not looking at me in the face or not talking to me or just being submissive. I don't like that. I won't enjoy that. I'll prefer my woman to have opinion and be interactive and be confident, and I enjoy that kind of. That's my level of woman. But the chance of the woman as interactive and fully confident, chance of her ended up saying,
irú èmi báyìí tóbìnrin bá tiẹ̀ ti ń ṣe ìyẹn fún mi mo ti mọ̀ pé oníbàárà ń bó lè bọ nìyẹn tó bá ti rí àwọn obìnrin wọn tó bá yẹ ti pretend pé wọ́n.
A woman that can interact with him. I think Simba is looking for a woman that will be totally submissive and won't be able to have her say.
In your dream, Abby, in your dream.
No, Simba, I always wonder why would you want someone to submit to you? It doesn't make sense now.
Yes, I don't know.
I'm talking. It's not about me. I'm just talking about.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying that those men that always say that because I hear them say all the time. I want a submissive woman. A submissive woman. Are you looking for a slave?
It's not restricted to any religion. People that I love.
It's not restricted to religion, though. Even American men, they will say it. American men, they will say, I want submissive woman.
It's even in the Bible. A woman must be submissive and a man must love his wife. It's even in the Bible.
So is it God that said that? Maybe one man. Is those same men that wrote that thing?
I don't know who wrote the Bible. I don't know. I'm just saying that.
There is those men from those places now. I want the women to
be submissive because the colonial masters like their slaves to be submissive. They would go inside and rape the women. They don't want them to have a say. They don't want them to talk. You just have to love your slave master. You can't say anything. So if the slave master say, "Oh yeah, it's no." So that's why it's written in the Bible. You have to obey your master in any way. Do you understand what I mean? So I think that's where the submissive is coming from too, like a slavery mentality that the woman has to be submissive. And nobody is saying that the woman shouldn't respect her husband. I'm not arguing that. But when a man is insisting, are you thinking about the mental health of that woman? Are you thinking about the well-being of the woman?
The question I want to ask. I'm not talking about places where there is no established culture, because a place like America, they don't have any established culture. A place, maybe even Britain, I don't think they have any established culture. But when you talk about other places where they have an established culture, I don't think there's any culture that is actually not saying the same thing that we are talking about. Look at the Indians, even look at the Chinese. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's no culture.
Chinese.
I'm talking about there's no culture that doesn't preach that the women should be submissive to their men.
Yeah. But I think I disagree with you.
Even our own, forget about the religion that's imported religion. Even our own culture preaches that.
No, I think being submissive for a woman is a little bit it's different from so many ways. For me, I like spicy women. I like women that can contribute. I mean, I'm not
but to be honest, women naturally can lead. They don't have that leadership.
What I mean by spicy, disrespect. I mean somebody that can contribute in terms of any topic. Tabak idea. But at the same time, respect is reciprocal. Simply imagine if I give her respect, she must also give me respect. But I don't want her to be submissive to the extent of bowing down for me. I'm not a god. I am a very open-minded. I allow my woman to practice her religion, and I also practice my own religion, and we live in harmonious way, no wala at all. So, but I don't want a woman that, because when you let them, when some men too much submission from a woman, at the end of the day, you won't get the best from her because she's so afraid of you. She won't be able to contribute because she will thought that her idea is not good. So I think as in a family, it's a two-way thing. Both of you must work hand in hand together. But I even allow my
no, but we should not, Remy.
Well, Remy, if you allow
We should
human
not
to
look
lead,
at
she will lead you
submission.
astray.
We cannot
No, but he didn't
we
say the woman should
cannot
lead
equate
now. You are not
submission
listening to
to
him.
Ah,
You are
you guys
you
are
guys
not
are
good
not
at leading,
listening to
though.
him.
Lucy.
And
Hey,
he didn't say the woman will
Lucy,
lead him. He didn't say that.
Boro.
No, but he didn't say the woman will lead him now. He said he wants
But
his woman to contribute as well in the house. He didn't say the woman should lead him, but he wants his
I'm not
woman
talking
to.
about financially at all. I'm just wondering,
but
for example, we
Yeah,
talk
to
about policy.
contribute. Yeah,
We talk about sport.
intelligently. I know what you're talking about, brother.
Rẹ̀mí ẹni sùúrù, Dúpsí àti Rẹ̀mí ẹni sùúrù, ẹni
Respect
sùúrù.
I respect her, she must also respect me too. So I don't want her to be submissive to me, because submission means she will not be able to say what exactly.
No, tí mo try àti sọ fún ẹni Rẹ̀mí, submission ò mean pé kò ní l'opinion.
If you do that, this outfit today is not good. Why don't you?
Rẹ̀mí, can you hear me?
Or something like that, and say, no, this is what is in town. You don't know nothing. So I think it's fun that way.
Rẹ̀mí ṣó ń gbọ́n tí mo sọ. Èmi ní kọ́kọ́ ni mò ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹni tí mò ń sọ submission ò mean kóbìnrin ò ní l'opinion. It doesn't mean that she will not have an opinion. You cannot equate submission to timidity. It's not timidity. And what I want women to understand is that in fact it will work better for a woman, because I know the way women be. If they can use that submission to even kill a man, and they got whatever they want to get from the man.
Well, define the submission. I don't know what you mean by submission.
The submission, what we are saying, I'm not saying this will rude. This will rude. What I'm saying here.
Let him define submission for us, please. Define your submission, Simba.
Everybody has a role. Do you understand what I'm saying?
That's
in
submission.
The family. You understand? Everybody should play their role. That's submission. That's my own definition of submission. It's not as if
it doesn't make sense what you just said. I said define submission. You say everybody must have a role. That's not submission. That's just everybody having a role. That means that you saying you two are submitting, if you play your role as a man.
The role of a man, a woman should know that the man is the head of the house, which then they are not contesting. So what we are preaching, as what we see as what we are trying to equate the submissiveness to eliminate that equity or equality that we are preaching in the society now. And that is not what I'm speaking to. Your woman.
Okay, I agree with you. This is what I think. I think roles should be defined clearly, right? And everybody should play their role. That's not submission. You should play your role. I play my role, you play your role. It's simple as that.
By the time somebody is now encroaching to another person's role and is not allowing that person to play the role, a man will say, okay, let me take this decision. Exactly.
So that means you as the man, if you now encroaching, so does that mean
I will never encroach to my wife's role.
So if you do that means what? What does that mean?
But you know that if your woman encroaches to your role,
does it mean you are not being submissive?
I will resist it.
Now that's not what I ask you. Now. I say if you don't, then that means are you not being submissive then?
It doesn't even show respect. That's what I'm saying.
You said submission means you play your role. So now when a woman doesn't play her role, that means she's not being submissive. Now I'm also telling you that if you don't play your role, that means you're not being submissive then.
It's the same thing, either way.
So both sides have to be submissive to the role.
Exactly, yes.
Okay, so submission is both sides. Okay. So
it's both sides. That's my own submission. If I'm not playing my role as a man, already I'm not being fair to that woman.
You're not being
submissive. If she's not playing, exactly. If she is not playing her role also, so that's it. That's my own rule.
So submission is on both sides. Okay,
yes.
Okay. That makes sense.
So we don't even need to use submission then. So
they don't use submission. Exactly. That's the word I get. I'm like, why do you need all of submission? To me, it's simple. Like when I just make, I sit down and I make rule. to me, listen, this is the easy way for.
Okay.
Listen, this is the best way. I don't know why people just complicate everything. People want to make the same rule for everybody. Everyone have different personality, different men, different. You understand? Two people, if they want to get married, they should sit down and make constitution. Okay, this is where you both agree on the term of your relationship. What role you will play, what role you will play, what you can do, what you cannot do, what it's kind of like a rule. You have to have rule in everything. It's like when you start a business, you have to have rules. If you start a country, you have to have rules. But people get together, they don't have any rules, so they begin to. This one is expecting one thing of the woman is expecting something of him. It's not something he's never discussed it, and then you get mad that okay, why do you do things like this? Why are you like this? Why you never discussed it? But if you sit down before you actually start dating or get married, you agree like okay,
Mike, these people that we are claiming that they know. Everybody know their role. They know their roles. Do you understand? And they are playing. My brother. Is it in our own clan? Let me tell you, here, you will never see a woman that will go to market to go and buy things.
But the role is more is the culture. Okay, listen.
No, so here you see them. You see the men. They will provide everything that woman needs.
Okay, Simba. Okay, in that society, they already define a role, right? And no one must go against it. So you don't have to. You have no need now within that society. There's no need to now sit down and discuss it. Say, okay, me and you are about to marry. This is your rule. That's my rule. No, that culture.
Everybody knows exactly.
And no one is allowed to live outside of that culture. You understand? I mean, no, I don't mean a way. Within that cultural belief, right? But in Nigeria, in other societies today, we are jamming everything together.
Tí ò ní provide fún ìyàwó tí ó sì fẹ́ kó wá submissive. So bó ṣe kó wá submissive. Nígbà tí wò ṣe tó yẹ kí wò ṣe.
So sometimes we try to hide under the umbrella of culture, but we don't really follow it 100%. You understand? In Nigeria.
Exactly. 419
Yeah, 419, exactly. So that's why I'm like, hey, don't believe making it come wow. If you want to
let me give you an example. Mike, Dupsy is here. Dupsy is a woman among us now. If you see a man that is pampering you, is giving you everything that you need, won't you reciprocate?
When even a mad person on the road, have you noticed?
Exactly.
If they want to take all these mad people, they give them food, they do everything for them, then you tell them to come inside the car, they follow you. Even a mad person will follow
but
you.
You will get mad at that man that is not doing what he's supposed to do. At the same time, will be asking you to do your own role.
Exactly. Yeah. I think some people are not just considerate. And I think most people, they are not matured enough to even go to what we call marriage. So
and that's why I don't share this concept of these Western things that you people are being 50-50. Then if you are being 50-50, then you should not talk. You should not talk. A man should not talk.
But if we both agree 50-50, then if you agreed now. No, if you agree, it's an agreement.
To get income here, you have to work hard. That's why a lot of people do. I don't do 50-50 in my house. I continue to say that.
Sorry. Dupsy is a lucky woman now. He's a lucky woman.
0-100. I don't
so what's your percentage? 0-100. So your husband is 200%. You give 0.
Yes.
Sorry.
Wait. Hold on. On what basis is that? Because what? You are not working or what?
I am working. It's just that his income is much, much higher than mine.
Okay, that makes sense then. Now, that makes sense.
Mike, me too. I don't do 50-50 with my wife. It's 0-100.
No, but what if you are both earning the same income, the same amount?
That's what I'm saying. I explained just now that because it's not easy here to make money, so a lot of people do that. And I'm not. It's not that I'm blaming them. No. I said in my own house, this is what we do.
No, I'm asking Simba now. No, I get it. I get it. If of course, it won't make any sense. You're earning so much money, your wife earning little, I want to do 50-50. Okay. That's stupid. Okay. To me, I don't even believe in
my husband earns like 10 times higher than mine.
Yeah. I mean, in that case, 100%. Yeah. So, but what I'm asking Simba just believe 50-50 no matter what. So now I'm asking Simba like,
I don't think I don't think Simba would believe that when he lives in the Western world, because it's not easy here as well.
He's
And
never
you know,
lived in, and
because
that's why he's always been around all these
because of
Muslim countries.
childcare too, Simba,
Wolomo,
you know,
Wolomo,
Simba, you come out, our fashion in Louis, but you share me by two
Èmi ò
easy.
lè wá síbẹ̀ yẹn, ìyá ń jẹ yín bẹ̀ yẹn mọ̀ ni.
Exactly. You remember was sort of 50-50. So I love fashion at your wife too, we fashion, so you both earn the same amount. Mama told you to
Simba is likely to do 100-0. Simba is the doctor, remember. So it's likely for Simba to do that too. He's a doctor, so he's going to be earning a lot of money. So it's likely that it's still going to be 0-100. Do you understand that? So
no, if a woman is earning the same as me,
yeah.
In fact, to me, it's still 50-50. Even if you are earning, like this way I look at it. If my woman is earning $100 and I'm earning $1,000, right? I'll put 500 down. She put 50 down. That means I put way more down. But it's still, to me, I still say 50-50. No, it's still 50-50 because 50% of what you earn, 50% of what I earn, we put it together. We put it on the table. So it's 50-50.
It doesn't. I'm not even faulting you. It depends on how you want it and how you're.
Lucy. Yeah. What about the other way around? If a woman is not earning more than the man, what happens?
For somebody like me now, Simba. For somebody like me, imagine maybe someday I'm earning more than my husband. I will even tell my husband not to pay anything. For somebody like
because you want to reciprocate.
I'm praying for that. For this man, sincerely, that is my prayer inside of me, that I want to be able to reciprocate for such a lovely person. Do you understand? So it depends on
someone Naijani.
You're Naija local now. You know, there you but show me joy, but only for you,
So can he?
For 23 years, but when you need to. Oh God.
Lucy, when was he sorry? You only mean woo me.
We are more. But me, I come and saw you. No, that's the truth. Okay. So if he hadn't been doing the 100% thing before, like let's say.
Ló fi ní respect yìí, má dá Lucy lóhùn. Ọkùnrin tí ò bá lówó, ìyá ti dé. Mike, if you don't have money as a man, you are done.
I think it's about respect too.
Believe me.
About respect. I think respect.
But if you have good character,
a woman will love you.
Money come first. Money come first.
Simba, it depends on the woman. A good woman. If you are a man, you have a very good character.
How many of them exist? How many of those imaginary women exist?
Oh wow.
Okay, Adewale ni kò bá mi òun ló ní bikini.
This girl fine o díẹ̀ kíní kan ẹ máa sáré fẹ́ sílé ẹ máa complain later. I
respect and love you genuinely. I think most women will reciprocate. I don't know. I think that's my own.
No, let me tell you. There are some like you are being appreciative. That's why you are talking like this. It has not even happened, and you are already saying this. There are some women that cannot tolerate it. But even you, let me tell you, I don't know how your level of tolerance is.
Yeah.
Because when it happens, I don't know how long you can actually sustain it. Believe me. So I think it's better like this. Don't pray for the other way around. It's better like this.
No, I don't pray for the other way around. I'm just saying that for somebody like my husband, I can do anything.
You can what you can do. You're only two ways. You can just be buying some things occasionally to appreciate his effort, and you encourage him more. Even on your own, you can say no. Don't do this. Let me do it.
Yeah, definitely. I do that. I do that because we've been together for a long time. So I think it's just for you to be good. I'm not saying I'm good.
No, it's fun. It's fun.
Yeah,
let me tell you, it's fun to have somebody. Your house will never be a dull moment. There will never be a dull moment.
Simba, you and this guy in the comment section. No money, no good woman. You are discouraging all these guys with no money. If you don't have money, don't listen to these people. You can still find good woman.
No.
Everyone discourage our
no money, no good woman. No, don't say that.
The boy don't start the comment section now. Simba
All difficult to me. All difficult to me. That's the reality. That's the reality.
Because
it's not reality, man. I mean, come on, it's not reality.
Women are hardworking, Simba.
There are some women that are willing to. Simba, you haven't met a good woman before. That's what.
Respect now. Don't be saying that it's money every time. There are a lot of hardworking women that are making a lot of money nowadays too on their own. So we can't be saying that this way. Just
Simba, if a woman loves you, trust me, she won't care about your money. She won't care.
If you see most women that are making money on their own, if you look at the statistics, how many of them are married?
You can't say that. To start.
Once a woman become independent, let me tell you, they become if they are so.
So are you saying they don't want a husband? Is that what you're saying?
They can't cope. They can't cope with men. Most of them will not be able to cope with men. Believe me.
Why would they not be able to cope with men?
What they will say that they said they don't need you any longer.
Why would they not need you?
In our own culture, let me tell you.
They are burning a firewood. They're not going to need you.
They can get that one anywhere. They can get that one. They can get that one anywhere. It's not.
So they will be getting everywhere. You say all women want to be a shower, come and
oh yeah,
you're not making any sense here. Every woman want one man to some men want multiple wives.
Mike, listen to me. Surely, when all of us on this platform, we have been interacting for a while. You don't need, by the time somebody is talking, you understand where you're coming. You
marry wrong woman. That's what you have to say. You don't need to not generalize. All women are like that.
Just wait for me. Let me finish now. I know you. You have a good woman in your house, and you have made mention of it on this platform before. Do you understand? What Dupsy is saying today, she has said it on this platform several times. For the fact that you are lucky, you cannot also generalize it. I have never married twice. I only have a wife and 4 daughters. I have 4 daughters, grown up. I never even saw.
You need a second wife then.
And I love my children. I love my children. In fact, very soon one of them will even go and join Dupsy where Dupsy is now. So what I'm saying generally, now for the fact that
what province is she coming to?
I've not really determined that yet, but it's going to be next year.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that if we are lucky to have good husband and good wife, that does not mean everybody is like you, Dupsy, and everybody is not like you, Mike. That's what I'm talking to.
We all know that now, and that's the same thing I was telling you. Like,
we're talking about what
you find a good, you have to find your match.
What we are saying, we are not saying that those people doesn't exist, but they are minority. That's what we are saying. They are minority.
See, you know one thing about our culture in Nigeria. They always pressure people to get married. They just pressure people, even when you haven't found your match. They will just pressure you. But marry. When are you getting married? When are you getting married? To the point people just grab somebody and just marry. And it's not 2 human beings. If you're pulling you by even if your energy doesn't match, maybe you are fire, the person is water. It's not going to work. Everybody is not for everybody. You have to find your match. That's all it is. But unfortunately, in our culture, they just pressure everybody. Yeah, I need a wife. Go get a husband. Get a wife. Get a husband. And then people, that pressure, because of that pressure, they just not marry the wrong person. And
I agree with you 100%.
I agree with you, Mike.
Yeah, they will not think marriage.
It's not even bad. You know what that one costs, Mike? What that one costs is that you will be forced to marry somebody that you don't like.
Exactly.
That's true.
But
All in
because
the name
of
of
your
marriage.
economic situation that time, maybe you are not ready. They forced you into it. You just quickly rush and get somebody. It happens to the man, it happens to the woman. By the time you are now growing in your life, a man will develop a stage and look at the woman and say, this man doesn't fit me.
You
And
see the
that's where the
difference.
problem will come from.
You see the difference between me and some of my siblings. Then our parents be like, I want you to get married, get. Well, me, I'm like, me, even me, I'm a kind of person I always think long time. First of all, the way I'm behaving at that moment, I'm like, there's this. I'm still crazy right now. Yeah, I'm crazy. First of all, the woman will not be happy because I'm still. What do you mean? I'm still kind of behaving anyhow. So I'm like, it won't make any sense. And I'm not a selfish person because if I now get married, which kind of woman wants to be dealing with a guy that kind of doesn't have to be at home right now? I'm not ready for that. But some guys, one of my brothers is still like me too. You know, and he went and get married. So now you don't want to be at home and you are married. You can't do that. If you're not ready to give up Komajade, they don't get married. You're not ready. Don't do it. But you went and get married because my mama they push you, say, I want a wife. You're not ready to get married. And then some people, instead of them to kind of picture the kind of woman they want to live with, where you know that you can get along with, you can live in the same house with, and you'll be happy with her, the personality. They don't consider that. They just go and marry. But me, I already know, like, if I'm going to marry a woman, if I'm going to live with a woman, it has to be a woman that enjoy what I enjoy. She's, she has this personality, that personality, this. And that's what I took my time to find. And I have a happy wife, But all these other guys, and I didn't get married on time. I waited. I make sure I'm done with my misbehavior, whatever, all those things. So I was ready, settled, no wala. I won't give my woman wala, I won't be
Mike, you
this.
still have a lot of misbehavior. I wonder how your wife is.
But not towards the woman.
But I noticed though, you know one thing I've noticed about Mike? Mike is not that disrespectful to women. I've noticed, I abuse him a lot on this.
I will never disrespect my woman. No way.
He will just keep quiet. So I noticed that he has some maturity when it comes to women. But because when Pansat comes on this platform, you know the way he will talk to Pansat, he won't talk to any woman like that. I've noticed him. Be Mike Sheya with it. Oh, she may respect. Mike is so loyal. I don't know. His wife is fine, seriously. When he had this person like this,
do see, báwọn kan náà ṣe máa wò wọ́n náà nìyẹn náà bí wọ́n náà ṣe mú máìkì náà àwọn kan náà máa wò kó wọ́n náà sọ lórí.
Dúsì ní wèrè jù mí lọ, wọ́n sọ pé mi ní wèrè.
Before my mother died, let me tell you guys a secret. Before my mother died, my mother was a prayer warrior, so she's always like praying. So anytime I call her, báwo ni iṣẹ́ bí ti wọ́n òkè wọ́n ní mọ́mí kí ló ṣe yín náà kí ni wàhálà.
Ẹ̀rù ń bà mí tó lọ́dún mọ̀ pé ó lè ti dà nǹkan rú. Wọ́n mọ̀ pé ó lè ti dà nǹkan rú.
I expected that phone call that I'm divorcing, that I'm not doing anymore. After a while, she was just like, this man. This man was really a very good man. How come the doctor stayed in this marriage like this? Because most sick, I know. When I'm annoyed, and I get over it easily. But when that minute that I'm annoyed, I just like want to dabaru everything. But
God just answer your prayer. Exactly. God just answer your prayer.
I think it was my mother's prayer because I wasn't really looking for when I got married. Actually, I wasn't looking for. I was like just playing in my own thing. I was just
what I also discovered is that some women are very lucky. In fact, you see some wayward women that you think that they can never have a good man. Yes, and you see the cool one that people say they are the best. They will be very, very unlucky.
I don't even think about being wayward. I think it's about being street smart. You see, when you're street smart, Simba, you'll be able to decode. Me, I don't fall for fine boys, handsome, dripping. If you are toasting me like that, I'll just be looking at
you. Patrick, to like very handsome guy. To come on,
understand boy, understand they don't.
Oh, I think Patrick, very Patrick in it. You see, very Patrick.
Oh, this Patrick here now.
So you understand? I think it's about being street smart to be able to decode a guy that is nice and good for you. Do you understand? I don't think it's about being wayward per se. I think
But
it's about
Lucy,
that.
if you, I know that you are just playing. If you see Patrick, is one of the most lovely guy on this platform.
He's a rude boy.
Mama,
You know,
Mike
is rude as well, but Mike has a way of doing his own thing that we come back and respect you. But Patrick think he's too intelligent for everybody. Do you understand?
No, I don't see that one in Patrick. He's one of my good friends.
We think he's too intelligent. I play with rational mind now. Then we calm down again and rational and say, for me number, you know what? If we play now, I play with Passat now. One man will say, Passat is my boyfriend. I'll say, yes, Passat is my boyfriend. Do you understand? But
kò sí bó bá tẹ̀ bú pásátì gan kò ní ṣe ẹ̀ ní ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ kó gbọ́ pòǹbò.
Yorùbá ló máa fi Yorùbá.
Ṣé Passa speak Yorùbá?
No, ó lọ kọ́ lórí Google ni àwa kan fún mi.
Okay.
Translation it's such a long thing. But Patoski, don't mind him. I think he's too intelligent.
Canada lẹ́jọ́ wà ẹjọ́ kẹ́ máa pàdé and.
I'm planning to go to Ola. I've not seen Ola for a long time. I wanted to go and visit Ola in July.
Oh no, he's busy. He's busy.
Okay.
He told us on person he's busy now.
Okay.
He said it's not as if there's anything problem.
Okay.
He's very busy.
Because I didn't see him, that's why I would have collected his number. But since I didn't see him, but summer is nearly over. Maybe some other time, maybe next year.
You'll see, when are you coming to US now? Come and visit us.
To visit Passat. It's Passat.
Passat of all people.
Obepa Mike in here. Bipsy Obepa Mike in here.
Passat is a corny guy now. Go and visit Passat.
Please stop abusing Passat. Anytime I can on Passat like this, I'll be running on my floor. I'm a husband. If you say this Mike, one day I just wrote in the comment section that I love Mike. Mike, you are a crazy guy. You are such a crazy guy. And I know that.
Oh my
enigmatic and Mike. I think they are from the same.
But this is about the comment section. I'm a group me and Mike together and you. Akiremi. To that one, I'm a I'm job one. Only Simba and Mike. Our anti-people. I'm anti-people.
Because you're supporting Bola Tinubu or Farabalemi, I believe Bola Tinubu will still do well.
It's not as if we're getting Qatar and try to pay. Everybody has a role to play, both the leader and the followers. But they just want to. They just want to face the leaders.
Our mindset is so warped, so weak to weak.
Lucy, Taba change our leaders here with the present mindset that we have. On
the Taba change
20 times,
I agree.
Taking the same from our own, from the follower, the same thing that Mama get. We'll be getting the same.
And that's what I said it now. I said, I will change my conversation now. I will no longer say leader. It's just people.
Yeah. I've noticed that Mike has been saying that for some couple of days now.
Yeah, I know. When I started this, there was a day. What's the name? What's the name of this guy? Patai. He came and abused me. That day, I was just listening. I just kept quiet. I said.
Anybody to Baba Fatai than me by my baja.
In fact, that day I did not even respond. I did not even respond to what he said. He abused me and he left, and I just allowed it to go.
Yeah, sorry about that. I love Fata. Fata is very intelligent, very, very intelligent. But sometimes it can get annoyed easily. I know that.
No, it gets angry easily. It gets angry very easily. Even yesterday, he was angry on the platform. Yeah. He was angry.
I love Fata. He's such an intelligent.
If not because Ogbeni was actually calm and we were just listening to him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But we should, by now, I think we should all understand ourselves, and Tolorita said the way
I
everybody
agree.
cannot have
I agree.
everybody cannot have the same mindset. And
I
the
agree
beauty of it is
totally.
that everybody cannot be speaking in the same direction. That means there's
Yeah,
no
yeah.
it will become
No
a monologue, not a
conversation.
dialogue,
Yeah,
no
yeah.
conversation exactly.
I agree totally. Yes, I agree.
No, because
And
people
it's
like you don't you want paro in. Want paro kon. Want twist propaganda. How can you irritate me?
it's what
And
they
it's very
listen
common. It's
to.
very common with
Want
the
to
Southeastern
brainwash
people.
one. Want to
Yeah,
brainwash
go
on
come
our
and twist it.
platforms.
They come and make up. You go come share. You go to share. They will make it up and that.
Can't you see the way Playtown we start with like an intelligent person? You just be thinking that are you educated at all? Uptown, what's this?
Sometimes, yeah,
That boy.
I know when I'm doing. Very annoying guy.
Understand it. It's such a pathological liar. Shemo, why do you always come with rhetoric?
And he will say it's being civil. He like using civil. I'm civil. I'm civil.
I
I'm
like to
civil.
pretend
I'm
to one
civil.
man.
No, one man. No, let me tell you. If one man, in fact, I want to say this one so that one man will listen to me. If one man is a woman, so many men will be cheating him. He's very
No, Simba. Let me defend one man. One man. Have you seen one man on a different platform when he calls in on Dr. Damages? Oh man, been off one man. No, one man is what he's trying to do is on his own platform. He just wants situation. He
want to be
He wants to be where people can come in and be comfortable.
Was it 2 days or 3 days ago? I think it was. He opened the section with Eze Solomon. And if we see what Solomon is saying, one man was actually agreeing and say, okay.
No. One man will agree on his own platform, but on a different platform, one man might challenge.
I was not looking at what is this guy feeling now that one man was just one man was.
That boy should be banned. I'm saying this so that he will listen to this. He should be banned on this platform.
No, do see. I don't know what we can. No, Dusi, I don't know what we can do to that group of that generation. They think they know. No, believe me, it is said that generation. Solomon, Israel, that is Suruku and all those. That is the kind, and you can see that even our values, we have lost it. How can somebody like Solomon say that? Tinubu is intelligent, he doesn't know what he's doing, and I don't know why you understand. And even if you want to say that there is a better way to exactly, you have never worked in your life, you have never achieved anything in your life, you don't and you now be the one that you be the one telling somebody who is a president who has worked throughout his life, who has been successful, that you know better. You understand? And because it's this free speech, and that's why I still think that there should not be total freedom. Believe me, total freedom is a problem. Believe me, total freedom in any space is a problem.
I wanted to ask this question earlier too, man. Do you? I think black man does not deserve freedom. Because if you look at, I'm serious, to be honest. Simba, I'm serious, man. Like in America, for example. Even they were saying it, they say when black Americans, when they were in slavery, that's when they performed the best. They were inventing, they were very productive, they were very brilliant, even more brilliant than their masters. Their masters were afraid were banning them from reading books because they were so enthusiastic in learning, doing everything. But the moment they got freedom, they just became these useless people. Now, I mean, not to say, I don't want to, but
no, about their mental health.
In Nigeria, if you notice during the military dictatorship, like when you can't talk, you can't misbehave, they will shoot you. Look at how well behaved Nigerians were. The moment we get this democracy, freedom of speech, freedom of everything, see what's going on.
I totally agree with you. But Mike, do see, we have examples. Let's take South Africa. What you see in South Africa today was those things that they did during the apartheid.
I agree.
Immediately they hand over to the blacks. Look at the shenanigans that is going on in South Africa now. Let me tell you, South Africa started the way we started. They will be worse than Nigeria. Those East African countries where you go, like Kenya, where you see some things, is because they have pocket of white among them, and they are the one that developed those countries.
And
You
I believe
understand?
it's
Are
the
you?
slavery mentality that affected us. It's good to be
I-
free in your
When
mind.
did they
It is
enslave you?
good.
That enslaving mentality is affecting you.
Ethiopia was not okay. Let me give you an example. You see, Ethiopia was never colonized.
And see the way
So
people.
would you see the last time I was
Even these
coming,
so-called colonized,
if you see
how many of us experience?
hundreds of these young ladies from Ethiopia coming to the Middle East to come and do maid. Hundreds of them, and they were so happy. And I was looking at them. Do you know what you are going for? You understand? So it's not about colonization. I think there is something in our gene that is actually affecting us.
And that's what I always tell you guys
Simba,
about
I've
generational
done
trauma.
I've done extensive study on just the way we are. You know, the thing is, we don't. I don't want to use the word lazy, but the thing is, we're not willing to go through what it takes to create change, to change something. What we can work hard to get out of extreme suffering, but once we get to one level, we become comfortable and relaxed. And then what it seems like we the black, we have so much passion for pleasure and enjoyment and those things. It's like we live life to just have
Mike, that is why we cannot sustain. That is why we cannot sustain success.
All those things.
You see, even in America, you see them there. They will go. Look at what happened to Mike Tyson. Look at so many of all those.
The moment they make that, before they make the money, they work, they fight hard to get to get that money away from destroy. Because now he wants to, like in Nigeria, for example, once somebody become millionaire, Johnny, kilo day, the amount of women they don't even need.
Generational trauma is still trauma. All those things that people display, that they want to feel big, they want to see that people, they want people to see them that they have arrived. They will go and buy Bentley, they will go and buy Versace, Gucci, just for people to see that, you know, I'm better than you. Do you understand? So there's this spirit
they need to feel special, feel good, feel, you know. That's what it is.
The spirit of competition between blacks, because we want to be in competition with each other, not with our slave masters.
But don't you also see that our ability to also take responsibility,
emotional intelligence here,
we are lacking that also.
Yeah,
we always like blaming. We also like blaming other people. You don't take responsibility for your misdeeds.
That is what I'm saying. You guys don't look at trauma. That is still all trauma. When you lack emotional intelligence and you want you said the way they teach all the children. When my children were younger than this, when they were in primary school, they usually tell them how to be responsible for their own, you know, for their own mistakes. You just have to write a journal and tell your teacher the mistake that you have done and how to correct it. So they owe them to be responsible for that mistake. It's not that because my mom didn't iron my clothes or because there wasn't this available for me to do my homework. You have to be responsible for everything. So they taught them that from the kid, because you just have to be. But we are not responsible for anything. So the way
look at our own. Even if we cannot blame fellow human being, we blame God for our own predicament.
And your money.
And so is affecting the way our development.
Exactly.
Because because you will not see it, you will not be able to make effort. You just be looking at, you know, to me, and that's why we are retrogressive. Exactly.
We don't make effort at all. We don't make effort. The way that Nigeria still is, Simba, I'm telling you, if people have critical thinking and they can actually see the problems that the people are having. People will be making lots
That
of
was
money.
why I was a little
Lots
bit,
of
I
money.
don't agree with Ekene. You know, there was a day when we were developing, when they banned Nigerian from statues because of this drug of a tea. They came on this platform and was defending the people that
Because
made
it's their people now. It's their people.
say
Don't tell
because
anybody.
Nigeria is bad, is this, that's why, because of the leader, that's why they take it to drug.
Anybody, Simba. Don't tell anybody it's their people. Don't say it to
So
anybody. It's a secret.
anyway, you are we secret. You are on national day. We listen to you now. So what are you
listening? I don't.
I listen to you now.
Anybody that abuse me tomorrow, I will abuse you back in the comment section.
So so anyhow, you just think I think we don't take responsibility at all. We don't want to take responsibility at all. They will flip it anyhow. Even if your wife didn't have a child, they will say no, it's God that caused it, or it's one woman, it's one witch somewhere. It's one. I don't. So at what point?
That's the you know that boy that was explaining to you that all the time that he tries to teach his children physics and chemistry, but he's not getting it. And that's what I told you. You see, this developed world, I have noticed the way their mode of instruction, all these their materials. It is about critical thinking, even arithmetic. The ordinary arithmetic that they say put it plus 3, they don't put it that way. That is not the way they do it. They will get you thinking that there was 2 red balls on the tree and 2 green balls on the floor. Then it's about thinking. We don't think at all. That is our own
No,
problem.
actually, Dipsy, they are teaching them now in private schools in Nigeria.
Okay.
In fact, sometimes when they bring all those things, I don't get it. I don't get it because I was never taught.
Your friend the other time that
No. What I'm saying is for the fact that he doesn't know, that does not make those children more intelligent. It's because he has not been taught.
Yeah.
Do you understand? You can't.
I think you can say that they are smarter because of their mode of education, because they have loads of stuff to do research. They have internet.
I'm not convinced yet. I'm not convinced yet.
I think they're smarter.
Because let me tell you, you know why I'm saying this. Let me tell you, the ones that I'm working with, most of their generation that I work with, they still don't perform. They still don't perform. They are very lazy. Even when you give them assignments, you give them presentation, because as doctors, we still do presentation. Yes. So and I can't see that intelligence in them. They still don't manage patients better than we old ones.
Simba, let me be going.
See the jam scores. See the recent jam scores.
Let me be going. I don't want to have anything to do with this. But
No, do saying kilo ṣẹlẹ̀ fún má lọ now.
See the recent jam scores.
Oh, gbọ́dọ̀ lọ. Dipsy, gbọ́dọ̀ lọ.
If one papa dey let me go and sleep. Simba, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Bye.
Okay, Mike, Patrick. Okay, go ahead, Patrick.
You see the recent jam score, 364. In our time, you see somebody, a whole school, you see like 10 people scoring 360. That our time, in a state, maybe in a city like Ibadan, 360 might not be up to 10 or 20, and they will be scattered.
As a man, big good time,
At 3, they will get good 270, 280, 250, 320. This one, 360.
Orí àkótẹ́ tó Patrick, orí àkótó rí 3 gangba yẹn. Bóyá bí 280 náà wá gbá bí 280 ló máa lè bí down all over the country. Patrick, is that why? Okay, you want to use the score to judge whether they are more intelligent?
They
are using cheating. They are cheating.
Let me tell you, Patrick. You know that time also you discover that it's very. You see even in a school that the people that will get their WAEC one city, they'll be very few.
Of course.
You understand? But you see, let me tell you, I just said it this on this platform. The private secondary school that my child finished from, it had 100% pass.
Why? How is that possible?